The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Monday, October the 21st, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the Past, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1805 AD, the Battle of Trafalgar. British Admiral Horatio Nelson defeats combined French and Spanish fleet. Nelson shot and killed during battle. In 1854, Florence Nightingale, with a staff of 38 nurses, is sent to the Crimean War. In 1944, World War II, U.S. troops capture Anson, Incheon, first large German city to fall. In 1948, UN rejects Russian proposal to destroy atomic weapons. In 1950, Chinese forces occupy Tibet. In 1966, 116 children and 28 adults die as coal waste heap slides and engulfs school in Aberfan, South Wales. In 1993, failed military coup in Burundi, led by ex-President Jean-Baptiste Bagzali, includes assassination. President Nadi 520,000 Hutus flee. In 1964, a film version of My Fair Lady, directed by George Cukor and starring Rex Harrison and Audrey Hepburn, premieres in New York. Academy Awards, Best Picture, 1965. Oh, and by the way, it also features young Jeremy Brett, who would go on to be, in my opinion, the best Sherlock Holmes ever. Although he and Audrey Hepburn do not sing their parts. Those were dubbed over. In 1858, Jacques Offenbach's operetta Orpheus in the Underworld premieres in Paris. Includes Infernal Gala, Hand Can tune. In 1980, Phillies win their first world championship in their 98-year history. Born on this day were Hung Woo, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Alfred Nobel, D.S. Senanayake, Ronald McNair, Benjamin Netanyahu, Carrie Fisher, Judith Sheindlin, Kim Kardashian, Kane Brown, Doja Cat, whatever, Whitey Ford, David Campus. And dying on this day were the aforementioned Horatio Nelson, Jack Kerouac, John T. Scopes, John Bromwich, George McGovern, Betsy Rawls. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 41, maybe in your district, regarding a holdup and shooting on West 50th Street. There's one bandit described as American, 28 years of age, about 5 feet 7 inches, weighed about 135 pounds, was masked, wore a dark top coat, escaped in a Ford Roadster, license number unknown, and that's all. Rolls and Quest.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone wants good mileage from his gasoline. Here's the way to get it. Use one brand of gasoline regularly and make that brand Rio Grande Cracked. Rio Grande Cracked will give your car the same dependable police performance demanded by the police and fire departments of the great Southwest. Smart purchasing agents demand the gasoline that delivers good mileage. They know to a fraction of a cent per mile what it costs to operate automotive equipment. Rio Grande Cracked will give you as many miles for your money as any gasoline you may buy. Fill your tank tomorrow at your Rio Grande dealers for sparkling performance and dependable mileage. Crack will settle your gasoline problems for good, for its quality never varies. And now, again, it's our privilege to introduce Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a personal message for you. Good evening, Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. Tonight, Chief Davis has selected a story which is somewhat the reverse of our usual procedure. Tonight, we will tell you how hard a police officer works to get a man out of prison. It sometimes happens in the work of keeping the peace when cold scientific police procedure meets with heated human emotions, that mistakes are made. No police officer, no matter how hard he has worked on a case, wants to see a man who has not committed a crime prosecuted for it. When such a situation occurs, every police facility is utilized to build a case which will convince the parole board that the mistake must be rectified. To build such a case was the Herculean task that faced Captain Barlow, our fingerprint expert. Frederick Lindsay will now tell you how well he succeeded. Thank you, Captain Wallace. It is a cool autumn evening several years ago. In her living room on a quiet residential street, Mrs. Stella Watson sits alone, playing the piano.
Pick him up.
Oh, what do you want?
Give me a jewelry.
Oh, I haven't any.
Come on, kick in with that ring. Come on, hurry up, will you?
Here you are.
All right. And the others?
What others?
You know what others. The diamonds in your jewel case. Where are they?
I don't remember where I put them.
Come on, quit stalling. I'm liable to get impatient and pull this trigger.
Please put the gun down. I'll try to find them.
Make it snappy and be quiet. One peep out of you and it'll be your last.
Oh, give me time to think. Let's see. I remember seeing them last in the day.
Come on, hurry up. I haven't got all night.
Well, I'm trying to remember where they are. Just a minute.
Lady, I'll give you just 3 crowns to get those stones.
Oh, please.
1, 2... Hey, come back here.
Why, yes.
Gonna use it?
Why, yes, here it is, just inside the door. Is anything the matter up the street?
Yeah, woman was just shot. I'll call an ambulance. Hello. Operator, get me to the police department. Hello? There's been a woman shot out here on 30th Street. Yes, Ninth Avenue. Yeah, you better send the ambulance out.
Well, how did it happen, young man?
I don't know. I just saw her run out screaming. Oh, what's that sticking out of your pocket? What?
Well, Henry, it's a gun. Henry, he...
Shut up, you fool. I'll plug you, too.
She's still breathing. Oh, somebody bring some water.
I'll go get some minutes.
Oh, has anyone a handkerchief or a rag? We've got to stop the blood.
Get some stand.
Oh, thank God.
Right this way, Doctor.
Stand back there. Stand back. That'll have from there. Samuel. Yes, sir. Keep these people back. Yes, sir. Now you'll have to get back, folks. Come on, move right back.
I did what I could for her, Doctor. Oh, poor Mrs. Watson.
Yes, thank you. Let's see now. Looks like the bullet pierced the lung. Very serious. Very serious.
She was such a good neighbor.
Evans, we'd better get her in the hospital in a hurry.
Yes, sir. I'll stay here until the homicide men arrive, Doctor.
Very well, Camel.
Now, what do you people know about this? Hey, wait a minute. Just a minute. One at a time. One at a time. Hey, you first, ma'am.
Well, it was about 7:30, and I...
Hey, just a minute. What's your name?
Why, Mrs. Reynolds. Mrs. Edward Reynolds.
Mrs. Edward Reynolds. Where do you live?
Why, next door to Mrs. Watson.
Mrs. Watson. Yeah, that was the victim's name, eh?
Yes.
Widow, or is her husband living?
Oh, he's living.
So where is he?
I don't know. I think this is his lodge night.
I see. Well, what do you know about this?
Well, just as I was saying, I was putting Junior to bed about 7:30 and listening to Mrs. Watson playing the piano. She plays so beautifully. And since that tube went by that on our radio, why, it's the only music I get. And, oh, I do love music.
Yes. So do I. But what happened?
Oh, yes. Well, I was listening to Mrs. Watson playing Liebestraum when all of a sudden she stopped. And she never stopped in the middle of a piece. Why, I remember the day Heinemann's butcher shop caught fire, and she went right on playing.
Let's stick to the story, lady. What did you hear after she stopped?
Oh, yes. Well, then I heard a man's voice speaking in a low tone, and, well, naturally, I tried to listen for it wasn't Mr. Watson's voice. So I put Junior down and went right over to the window, but there was no light in the dining room, and I couldn't see very much.
Well, what did you hear?
Well, I couldn't make out anything until I heard Mrs. Watson getting excited. And then she screamed for help, and there was a shot, and someone ran out of the house.
What did he look like?
Well, I just got a good look at him.
Is that all you know?
Yes, I guess that's about all.
Well, I know a lot more about this than Mrs. Reynolds. And I didn't have to peek into anyone's dining room to find out.
Now, look here, Mrs. Stanley. What are you making any remarks?
Ladies, we're trying to settle some trouble, not start any. Your name, Mrs. Stanley?
Yes, Mrs. Letitia Stanley. And this is my husband.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, officer.
Huh? Oh, yeah. What do you know about this thing, Mrs. Stanley?
Well, just after I heard the shot, I called Mr. Stanley out on the porch. Of course, he said it was a backfire. But I've learned not to depend upon what he says.
What was it?
Well, it was a shot, all right. And just a moment later, a man ran up on the porch and told us the woman had been shot and asked to use the phone. He called the police, and just as I was asking him about it, I saw a gun sticking out of his pocket. And when I accused him of shooting poor Mrs. Watson, he threatened to kill me.
Yeah, what did he look like?
Look like. Well, it was so dark I couldn't tell.
I thought you knew so much about this, Mrs. Stanley.
And I do. You didn't see him drive away in a Ford Roadster, did you?
A Ford Roadster? He drove away in a Ford Roadster?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say so? What was the license number?
The license number?
Go on, Mrs. Stanley. Tell the officer the license number.
Well, I didn't think to
You didn't think.
Mortimer, are you going to stand there and hear me insulted by this nobody?
Nobody. Well, look here, Mrs. Stanley. I'll have you know that
You let anyone else can talk to me like that. Is that so?
Yes, it is so, Mrs.
Mortimer, do something. Do something.
Peace finally restored, and meager information gleaned from such witnesses as there are, the investigation is turned over to Howard Barlow, who closely examines Mrs. Watson's house for fingerprints.
Well, apparently he entered the house through this window here. Yeah, the screen's been taken out. By the look of this deep shoe print under the window, he left the house the same way. Now, let's take a look at this screen. Not bad. I think we can get a couple of fair prints off this thing. Might as well take it into Central and photograph it there, Eddie.
Okay, Howard.
The latent fingerprints found on the screen by Sergeant Barlow are photographed by him and also by the sheriff's office, which sends copies to the State Bureau of Identification in Sacramento. A search of the files in the police department fails to link these latent fingerprints with any on record. And as soon as she is able to be questioned, Mrs. Watson receives a visit from investigating officers at the hospital.
Now, Mrs. Watson, can you give us any better description of the man who shot you than the one we have?
Well, Lieutenant, he had a scarf around his face, and it was difficult to make out his features. There was one thing that impressed me, though.
What was that, ma'am?
His eyes. He drew them into slits when he talked.
I see. Do you think you would recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, I believe I would.
Have you any idea who might have held you up?
No, I haven't. But it might have been done for revenge.
Revenge? Why?
Well, you see, Mr. Watson has been quite active in politics around the neighborhood, and he's been responsible for quite a few criminals being sent to San Quentin. Several of them have been threatened to get even.
I see. Well, that is a possibility. We'll look into that angle of the case.
But several days go by, and police are unable to connect the crime with any of Mr. Watson's potential enemies or with any of the records on file. Then in a rooming house on South Pope Street occurs an incident which is destined to have great bearing on the case.
I tell you, Mrs. Guinness, this has got to stop. I'm moving out.
Sure, and what is it now, Mr. Fitz?
Now, it's my pants.
Sure, the saints be praised. What's the matter with your pants? Do you want them patched, maybe?
No, I don't want them patched. I haven't got them to be patched.
Well, now, where are they, Mr. Fitz?
They've been stolen.
Stolen, is it?
Yes, stolen. And I know who did it.
And who?
I think I know. It's that Preston fellow in room 105.
And what makes you think he took them?
Because I saw him wearing them this morning.
The devil you say.
Yeah.
Well, I won't have goings on like that in my house. Now, you come along with me, and we'll see about it.
What you going to do?
Well, we're going to talk to Mr. Preston about his time. Come along now. I never had anything like that in my house. I'm not going to have a place like this. Are you Mr. Preston?
Yeah, who is it?
It's Mrs. Guinness.
Oh, come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Guinness.
Mr. Preston, whose pants is them?
Why, they're mine.
No, they're not, young man. They belong to me. You stole them.
I did not steal them. I bought them from Jimmy Black.
Well, they're my pants.
Oh, I didn't know they was hot, or I wouldn't have bought them.
Mrs. Guinness, I don't believe this young man's story.
Well, it doesn't sound fair to me either, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
What do you mean?
Young man, I run a decent house here, and I don't want the likes of you into it.
Okay, I'll move.
Not with my pants
I
on.
know you'll move. And if you'll be in the police patrol, you'll be moving. I've been missing things around my place, too. And I'm going to find out who's been taking them or know the reason why.
And so Jimmy Preston is arrested and lodged in the county jail on suspicion of robbery. His fingerprints are sent to Sacramento, and police are elated to receive a reply from the State Bureau of Identification that they bear a general similarity to the prints found on the screen at Mrs. Watson's house. Sergeant Barlow immediately checks the prints and discusses his findings with a brother officer.
Why, it's ridiculous. There's no point of identity between the latents we found and this man's prints.
Yeah, but he might be the same man, mightn't he?
Not a chance.
Well, just the same, I'm going to take him over to the hospital and see if Mrs. Watson can identify him.
Well, you're just wasting your time.
Yeah, maybe, but it's worth a try. Now, Mrs. Watson, is this the man that held you up?
It's so hard to be sure. But then, you've always found his fingerprints are the same, haven't you?
Well, Sacramento reports a similarity.
Listen, lady, I don't know what this is all about, but I know this much. I never saw you before in my life.
Yes, Lieutenant. I'm sure now that this is the man. Notice the way his eyes draw down to slits? He's the one, all right.
Say, lady, you don't know what you're saying. You're railroading me. You sent an innocent guy to the pen. I never done nothing to you. Well, the night that guy plugged you, I was in jail in San Diego.
I should think, young man, when you're thinking up a, what do you call it? Oh, yes, alibi, that you have enough pride not to lie about being in jail elsewhere.
What difference does it make where I was? I didn't do nothing to you.
This is the man, Lieutenant. There's no doubt about it. And men of his type should be in prison. I'll do everything I can to cooperate with you. I'll help in every way to see that he's sent there for good. And I hope it will be a lesson to you, young man.
James Preston, stand and face the court. You have been found guilty of burglary, of robbery, and of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. Therefore, James Preston, I hereby sentence you to serve from 11 years to life in San Quentin Prison.
Now, I tell you, Chief, this is one of the most outrageous miscarriages of justice I've ever heard of.
Quiet down, Sergeant. Let me get the straight of this. Begin at the beginning.
This man Preston's prints bear a general resemblance in outline to those I found on the screen at the Watson home. But they are not identical. There is not one single point of similarity. Why, Preston is no more guilty of this crime than you or I.
Well, I don't know what you can do about it. You've had your chance.
I had no chance, sir. The first I knew of his trial was when I read it in this afternoon's paper that he'd been sentenced. I was never subpoenaed to appear.
You weren't?
No. They convicted that man on Mrs. Watson's general identification and the general similarity of prints. Why, it's ridiculous.
Wait a minute, young fella. Don't go off the deep end.
Well, it makes me burn. We've got to do something about it, Chief. We can't let an innocent man go to prison.
There isn't much we can do about it. Judgment has been passed.
Well, it isn't fair.
Well, there's only one thing for you to do now, then.
What's that, sir?
Find the man who left his fingerprint on Mrs. Watson's screen. If you can find the real criminal and convict him on your fingerprint evidence, then you can free Preston.
And in the meantime, Preston has to go to San Quentin for a crime of which he is innocent.
I'm afraid so, Sergeant.
Very well, then. I'm going to find the real criminal if I have to go over every single one of the 300,000 prints in our files.
For the next year and a half, Barlow, the police officer who works by exact science, rather than the undependable emotionality of witnesses, checks and rechecks his ponderous file of fingerprints. Every burglar suspect brought in for questioning is fingerprinted, and his prints are compared with the marks left on Mrs. Watson's screen. Still, nothing comes of the patient search. Only the thought of justice that he alone can bring to an innocent man immured in San Quentin spurs Barlow to his Herculean task. Then in 1926, nearly 2 years after Mrs. Watson was shot, an apparently unrelated incident occurs. Several burglary jobs have been pulled by a man who operates in a Ford coupe, license number 125380. The police bulletin describes the car and orders all officers to be on the lookout for it. On April 18th, a squad car is cruising through the sparsely settled southwest section of town.
Say, partner, slow down a bit. I want to give this Ford the once-over.
Yeah, might be stolen, huh?
Yeah, you never can tell. A car parked by a vacant lot out in this godforsaken neighborhood's parked there for no good.
License 125380. Got that on the hot sheet?
Yeah, just a minute until I see. Yes, by gosh, here it is. That's the car wanted in connection with those burglary jobs.
Yeah? Say, if we knock this baby over, maybe they'll put us in plain clothes.
You never can tell. You'd better pull up there ahead of him.
Okay. Ah, how's this?
Fine. We can keep our eye on him through the rear vision mirror. Now, when he gets in the Ford, let him drive by us and then force him into the curb.
Okay. What if he starts shooting?
That's all I want. If he starts shooting, I let him have it. And the taxpayers are spared the expense of trying him.
Yeah, what a vigilante you are. Rope in justice, huh?
Sure, why not? Policing rats like these guys cost the people too much dough.
Okay. Stole the frontier ideas. Here comes our guy.
Swell. He's getting into the car now. He's rolling. Let's go. All right, get over there. Over the curb.
What's the big idea?
Up with your hands. Reach and keep them there.
What is this?
Get up. Get out of the car. Get out. Hey, keep your hands up. I'll open the door. All right, frisk him, partner, while I keep him covered.
Okay. Uh-huh. Here's a 45 in his pocket.
Uh-oh.
Well, a nice, shiny 45 in a leg holster.
Look here, you guys. I can explain this.
Yeah, I know. You were using these to hunt goldfish. Sure. Well, save your breath for headquarters. You'll have plenty of explaining to do down there.
The suspect, who says his name is Carroll, is brought in, fingerprinted, and booked on suspicion of robbery. Sergeant Barlow checks his prints against those found on the recent holdups and faces the man with these facts.
Well, Carroll, you ready to confess?
Confess what?
Oh, you know that better than we do.
Well, maybe I do, but you guys are paid to find out things. Suppose you'll find out something about me.
Very well. We'll show you how far we've gotten. Barlow, suppose you tell Carroll what we know about him.
Well, Carroll, on December 29th, you burglarized the home of Charles McInnes on Glendale Boulevard. On July 4th, you broke into W. Barker's house on Western Avenue. And on January 2nd, you committed a burglary at 5012 Beverly Boulevard. Shall I go on, or are you convinced?
How do you know all that?
Fingerprints. You left a nice set of prints on every one of those jobs.
Fingerprints don't prove anything.
No? Well, we think they do.
Yeah? About a lot you know about them. If I told you what I know about fingerprints, an innocent guy would be sprung from San Quentin.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing.
What innocent man are you talking about?
Oh, some guy that got mixed up in a robbery and a shooting a couple of years ago.
Who do you mean? Preston?
I've said all I'm going to say.
Well, maybe that was too much, Carroll. Maybe you're the man I've been looking for a year and a half.
Barlow, at the end of his long search in sight, rushes back to his office to compare those window screen prints for perhaps the last time. Elated with what he discovers, he bursts into the chief's office.
Oh, well, Chief, I found him.
Found who?
Well, the man who shot Mrs. Watson.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Look at these prints.
Oh. Identical, aren't they?
Yep. Exact duplicates. 25 or 30 points of similarity, more than 4 times enough for a conviction.
Who is the man?
Name's Carroll, alias the Weasel.
Has he confessed?
No, he refuses to admit or deny anything. Now, Chief, how can we get Preston out of San Quentin?
It's going to be hard to do. And we've got to have a tight case.
Well, what tighter case would you want than these prints?
True. But first, the victim should be convinced.
You mean Mrs. Watson?
Yes. Let's see if we can get an identification from her.
How? By pictures?
Yeah. We'll go out to see her and take her half a dozen mugs of convicts. Ask her to pick out the one that looks like the man who shot her. Then see if she picks out Carroll's picture.
Okay, Chief. Let's go out right now, huh? Mrs. Watson, I never bothered you about it before, but I've always felt that an innocent man was sent to prison in that shooting case of yours last year.
An innocent man?
Yes. I was never satisfied that Preston's fingerprints were the same as the ones on your screen.
Oh, but Mr. Barlow, that couldn't be. Why, I read in the paper that his fingerprints were the same, and naturally when I saw him, Oh, well, maybe I was influenced by the story in the paper.
Well, the story in the paper was incorrect. Now, we think that we have the criminal in custody, and we want you to help us.
Why, of course, I'd be glad to help you in any way I can.
Very well. Now, here are 10 pictures of criminals from our mug books. Do any of these men look like the fellow who held you up and shot you?
Well, now, wait until I put my glasses on. There. That's better. Now, let's see. No, that's nothing like him. Oh, no, not that one. No, that's not him. Oh, wait a minute. Here he is. Yes, I'm sure that's him. See how the eyes squint? That's just the way he looked at me.
You see that, Chief? She picked out the picture of Carol. Mrs. Watson, you're right this time. This man's fingerprints match exactly the prints left on your screen.
And you mean that the man in San Quentin is innocent?
Yes, Mrs. Watson, he is.
Oh, how terrible. Believe me, Sergeant, you can count on me to do anything I can to make up this terrible injustice to the poor man.
The superintendent of the State Bureau of Identification at Sacramento is asked to express an opinion on the Carroll prints and replies to Barlow that he is convinced that Carroll and not Preston is guilty of the attack upon Mrs. Watson. Barlow engages upon a voluminous correspondence with Preston in San Quentin, with the governor, and with the judge who sentenced Preston. The machinery set in motion for Preston's parole, Barlow appears in the office of the district attorney.
Now, I've sent you a statement of the facts in this case, sir. And now I'm prepared to ask you for a complaint charging Carroll with burglary, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill.
You think you have a case?
Yes, sir. I've identified Carroll with 6 jobs, including the Watson job. The bullet taken from Mrs. Watson's body was shot from the same type of gun as found on Carroll.
What does Carroll say?
Well, he refuses to talk, and he's in the general hospital now for sanity observation. The doctors believe that he may be a victim of dementia precox, but I think he's just faking to try to beat the rap for a stretch at Patton. Now, I know this man is guilty. I have all the proof necessary to convict him, and I want you to prosecute him. Until Preston is freed from San Quentin and Carroll takes his place, we can't claim to have any justice in this state.
Well, from what you've reported to me, Sergeant, I believe Carroll's guilty, all right.
Then you'll issue the complaint?
Yes, I will. And I'll prosecute the case myself.
A year and a half after he had entered the state penitentiary, the great gates of San Quentin open on James Preston, and he emerges a free man. He hastens to Los Angeles to meet personally the man who has worked with such untiring effort in his behalf.
Gee, Sergeant, I don't know how to thank you. There ain't many bulls that would do what you done for me.
Oh, that's all right, Jimmy. I was convinced from the first that you were innocent, and I wasn't going to let you stay up there without fighting about it.
Maybe you don't know how it feels to be in my spot, to be free, out in the open again, to get a break. I don't know what to say.
Well, don't try to say it, Jimmy. I think I know what you mean. A great injustice has been done to you, and I don't know how I'm ever going to make it up to you. But the boys in the department have made up a little purse. Now, it isn't much, but maybe it'll help you get started. We want you to just accept it as our way of saying we're sorry you had to go up there.
Gee.
The chief has arranged a job for you at the Ford plant. You can start to work next week.
Gee. And I used to think that coppers was rats.
So did the police try to make some sort of retribution to Jimmy Preston. As to Carroll, he was found to be suffering from catatonic dementia precox and was sent to Patton. Later, he was brought back and tried on charges of burglary, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon with intent to commit murder. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. After trial by 4 different juries, he was found sane at times crimes were committed, and he was sentenced to San Quentin Penitentiary for 5 to 50 years. Calling All Cars is a presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the police preferred gasoline wherever it's sold. You can get police car performance from your car by patronizing your independent Rio Grande dealer. Sinclair Motor Oils are companion products of Rio Grande gasoline. The American Automobile Association states that poor oil costs $40 million per year in damages and attendant repairs to American automobile motors and machinery. Why should motorists buy cheap bulk oil at 15 cents to 25 cents per quart, not knowing how long it has been stored in dirty tanks? Sinclair Opaline is subjected to 7 extra refining processes. It is made from Mid-Continent's oldest crude oil and costs only 25 cents per quart. Sold only in extra-measured, tamper-proof cans. Don't gamble with your investment in your automobile when you can have positive motor protection with Sinclair Opaline at only 25 cents per quart at independent service stations.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 41 regarding a holdup. And that's all. Rosenquist.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. The orchestra is conducted by Frederick Stark. And this is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On the next episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Set course to intersect with the freighter.
A split-second rescue pulls survivors from a fiery disaster.
Do you think our visitors pose a threat?
I don't know.
Only to find bitter enemies battling over life-saving drugs. Now, their desperate feud becomes a deadly face-off.
You will take us to our planet and leave us there with our medicine, or this person dies.
On Star Trek, The Next Generation.
Hi, I'm Tina Louise, and I want everyone to know why I use new improved Arid Extra Dry to help keep me dry. New Arid is safe for the ozone layer, so it's better for you because New Arid has no fluorocarbon gases. And when it comes to protection, New Arid has what it takes, an aluminum chlorohydrate formula that really works against wetness. Take it from Tina. Use new improved Arid Extra Dry daily, the spray that says safe for the ozone, right on the can.
Announcing a fantastic offer, the great $5 rebate from Mr. Coffee.
Right now, I'll send you a $5 check with my signature on it just for buying any Mr. Coffee with Coffee Saver. An extra $5 back. It's another delicious way to save coffee and money with Mr. Coffee.
Check your store today for details on the great $5 rebate from Mr. Coffee.
If everything you need to make your very best home-baked cookies, even Nestle real chocolate morsels, was put all together, what would you call it? Nestle Cookie Mix. Nestle gives you a head start. You add the things that should be fresh, an egg and butter. It's just like baking from scratch, except Nestle gives you a head start.
Cookies ready? Already? Mm-hmm.
Give yourself a head start on great-tasting home-baked cookies with Nestle Cookie Mix.
The Other Side of the Mountain, Part 2, is the continuing true story of Jill Kinmont. As romantic and joyful, as tender,
I'll never leave you,
moving and beautiful.
Tell me what's the matter.
As any love story ever imagined. For everyone who believes in happy endings, The Other Side of the Mountain, Part 2, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you.
I told 2 friends about Fabergé organic shampoo with pure wheat germ oil and honey.
And we told 2 friends. And so on. And so on.
That'll be your reaction, too. You'll want to tell your friends about super rich Fabergé organic shampoo for fresh smelling hair with super shine and super body. Give it a try. You'll tell 2 friends about it.
And
they'll tell 2 friends. And so on. And so on. And so on. Fabergé organic shampoo with pure wheat germ oil and honey.
It's got 4 wheels and reflexes so quick, it almost seems alive.
It's perfectly balanced to perform and perform and perform. It's the wide-open sports car, MG Midget. A moving experience. The lowest-priced authentic sports car on the market. MG Midget. Strong, honest, fun, young. MG Midget. From British Leyland.
Saturday, Raj falls for an older woman.
Don't you think it's time we stopped all this kid stuff?
What's happening?
Sure.
Then the Sea Tiger takes on a bundle of trouble.
It's a boy.
Operation Petticoat. Next, it's Georgia Engel, Harry Morgan, and Soap's Diana Canova, The Love Boat. Then Love Boat's Lauren Tweez is an amnesia victim, and voodoo is the key to her past.
But he wants you dead.
On Fantasy Island.
Watch tomorrow, starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Sunday, the McKayan saga continues as Luke heads for trouble.
You started this.
And Zeb risks his life to head off an Indian war.
There's got to be another way.
Part 2 of How the West Was Won.
All news, Sunday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thanks, Gary and Durwood, for the nice go-ahead there.
And here's the way we earn our bread.
Hey, look me over, lend me an ear. Fresh out of clover, mortgage up to here.
But don't pass the plate, folks. Don't pass the cup. I figure whenever you're down and out, the only way is up.
And I'll be up like a rosebud high on the vine. Don't thumb your nose, bud, take a tip from mine.
I'm a little bit short of the elbow room, but let me get me some. And look out, world, here I come. Nobody in the world was ever without a prayer.
How can you win the world if nobody knows you're there?
Kid, when you need the crowd, the tickets are hard to sell. Still you can lead the crowd if you can get up and yell.
Shot of clover, mortgage up to here. But don't pass the plate, folks, don't pass the cup. I figure whenever you're down and out, the only way is up.
And I'll be up like a rosebud high on the vine. Don't thumb your nose, bud, take a tip from mine.
I'm a little bit short of the elbow room, but let me get me some. Hear me shout, world, here I come. Hear me shout, world, here I come.
Say, Bing, do you know that children's eating habits may be right, and that the grown-ups' viewpoint on the way that they should eat might be entirely wrong?
Oh, they finally got around to that, huh?
No, this sounds right, Bing, sounds right. A prominent dental surgeon says that a child who wants to start his supper with ice cream and cake and so on, and leave the meat and potatoes until last, well, this kid's right.
And when the parents say that Junior should eat the meat and the potatoes first, they're wrong. Is that right?
That's right. The parents are wrong.
Oh, sure. Sure, the parents are always wrong. I know that. Somehow or other, they're always wrong.
But, Bing, this makes sense. You see, sweets eaten at the start of a meal are apt to be, well, more or less chewed away with the following courses. And as we all know, it's the sugar that remains on the teeth and in the crevices that causes decay.
Sensible, sensible. Therefore, tonight, I'm going to start my dinner off with a watermelon. Then I'm going to segue to a little apple pie a la mode and maybe throw in the chocolate sundae there.
Well, you'll be eating the modern way and the way that will please your children.
Well, if you can't lick them, join them.
Now, friends, Miss Clooney offers us a song for dessert.
Oh, she's the kid with the sweet ones.
How sweet of you to say so.
Oh, la-di-da. Aren't we precious today?
Love letters straight from your heart keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. And darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your heart. Darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your heart.
Well, now, here's a kooky little Hawaiian tune, the Cockeyed Mayor. I knew this mayor, incidentally. In fact, I made a trip into Molokai. He's nothing fictitious about this mayor. I met him years ago. I think I spent a week with him. The days kind of ran together there. We had quite a time. Anyhow, here's the song.
He wore a mallow and a coconut hat. One was for this and the other for that. All the people shouted as he went by. The cockeyed mayor of Conacacoy. He was just a lazy, Malahini Holly boy. But all the girls were crazy just to share his fishing pie. He wore a lei and he wore a smile, drank a gallon of oat to make life worthwhile. Then he made 'em laugh, made 'em cry. He was the cockeyed mayor of Conacacoy. The horse he rode was skinny, broken down old female. So he placed a green panini right under that horse's tail. Oh, he made her buck and he made her fly all over the island of Molokai. You could hear the Kenyans and Wahinis cheer. They gave him a lei of kicking near. Now you've heard my story about the mayor of Conacacoy. All his fame and glory on the island of Molokai. Oh, he wore a mallow and a coconut hat. For one was for this and the other for that. All the people shouted as he went by. The cockeyed mayor of Conacacoy. And the other for that. All the people shouted as he went by. He was the cockeyed mayor, the swinging mayor of Conacacoy.
Say, by the way, tell me something. Who's this dental surgeon who came up with the idea that we should start out with dessert first to lessen the danger of tooth decay? Did we Did we mention his name?
He is Dr. Howard R. Raper of Albuquerque, and he wrote a story on his theory in Dental Survey.
That's quite a theory, I'd say.
Sure is. Also a great gag for reducing. Begin your meals with dessert and kill your appetite.
Sure. If you have your dessert first, you're certainly not apt to go back for seconds on the main course. Is that it?
That's the idea.
Say, I wonder if Dr. Raper practices what he preaches at home, huh?
He says that if he makes a practice of asking his wife for dessert first, he gets it. But he says that at restaurants, people kind of look at him askance, if you know what I mean.
They think he's gone a little crackers to ask for the dessert first. Off his rocker, huh?
Oh, yes. It takes a great deal of nerve and diplomacy to ask for and get dessert first in a restaurant.
Well, we're captives, I suppose, of habit patterns. And that goes for waiters and waitresses, too.
Well, Bing, do you intend to inaugurate the dessert first policy at your house?
Oh, we may give it a little while, yeah. But I do hope the children will save a little room for their spinach.
Spinach? Who needs it?
You know, that's just what they'll say. Oh, well, what's next here on the agenda? That was nice, Buddy and boys. Very nice.
Say, Bing, take a look at the egg timer there.
What do you know? We still got some time to go here, haven't we?
Yeah, it looks like we got time for a couple of tunes yet.
Well, that's a very simple problem. You take one, Bing, and when you're finished, Rosie will take one.
That's a very orderly way to look at it.
Oh, I have a very neat mind.
Here's Harold Arlen and Johnny Mercer's great song from the Broadway musical St. Louis Woman. I'm gonna love you like nobody loved you, come rain or come shine. High as a mountain, deep as a river, come rain or come shine. I guess when you met me, it was just one of those things. But don't you ever bet me, 'cause I'm gonna be true if you let me. You're gonna love me like nobody's loved me, come rain or come shine.
happy together, unhappy together, won't it be fine? Days may be cloudy or sunny, we're in or we're out of the money, but I'm with you always, I'm with you rain or shine. Like nobody's loved me, come rain or come shine. Happy together, unhappy together, won't it be fine? Days may be cloudy or sunny, we're in or we're out of the money, but I'm with you always, I'm with you rain or shine.
Can a Shantuzzi elbow in here now?
By all means.
Grab a mic, Rose.
Love and affection, I need an awful lot of love and affection. You gotta shower me with love and affection before I give my heart away. I wanna know that you love me, and if you do, you gotta show that you love me. I'll follow anywhere you go if you love me, and I will give my heart away. I'm just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you. Just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you.
eager as we are to continue, and we are, the network will hear none of it. None of it. So until tomorrow, goodbye, goodbye, and thanks.
Bye for now, folks.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
There's a new personal car in town. Zephyr Z7 from Lincoln Mercury.
Baby, put fire in your life.
High voltage styling, slant Z roof, wraparound taillights, buckets, rack and pinion steering, and Z7 equals the best mileage rating in its class with a sticker price that will light your fire.
Zephyr, put fire in your life.
This is the Pine Sol that cleans the dirt and cuts the grease and kills the germs that can cause the odors in your house. This is the Pine Sol that cleans the grime and stops the mold and mildew, too, in your house. This is the Pine Sol that cleans the rooms and kills the germs and leaves a scent so fresh and clean in your house. Let Pine Sol liquid clean, disinfect, and deodorize anywhere in your house.
I get held up every morning, waiting for my roll-on antiperspirant to dry. Look, roll-ons go on wet. Later, they still stick to your shirt. So I got on the stick, Menon Speed Stick. Speed Stick is solid deodorant, an even effective layer of deodorant protection that goes on dry. So dry that Speed Stick never sticks to your shirt. So don't get held up. Get on the stick, Menon Speed Stick.
Just look at this ice, now melting so nice, and see the wine you should get. Gallo Red Rosé. Served chilled, Red Rosé has an excitement of taste white wine lovers love. A light, crisp, delightful quality, plus a blush of color. Try Red Rosé with your meals, for the parties you give, or whenever you like. Next time, instead of white wine, take home Gallo Premium Red Rosé.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination. I am a man normally filled with the milk of human kindness, but prepared, I'm afraid, to curdle your blood with a tale not of life and death, but rather death and life. I offer you one small comfort. It could hardly happen today. But in the last century, on the old Montgomery estate in Maryland, in the great, dark, rambling house called Westerly, it was easier to be marked for death than in this one.
Yes, Mother. You look at home in your coffin. Sleep fast. It's taken many years, but you've made your son a very happy man. It's all mine at last. Westerly, the money, the jewels. I'm my own man. How I've hated you the way you kept me on a leash like some old hound dog. Well, now, the money's mine. And you'll hardly need those rings they've let you wear to your grave. I'll take them so I can buy me. You'd hang on to them even if But you're alive. You're not dead.
Help me out.
I should have known you'd come back to haunt me. Even before we got you to the grave.
Our mystery drama, Cold Storage, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ruby Dee and John Barragray. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. Some ghouls robbing a grave. Many years before Buford Montgomery found himself engaged in essentially the same activity, were every bit as shocked when the corpse whose rings they were tearing off suddenly sat up, alive. An epileptic seizure in other times could counterfeit death. The ghouls, of course, had a recourse. They ran away. Buford Montgomery has to stay and face his problem.
Buford, will you put me down?
When I'm ready.
I am quite able to walk.
I want to make sure you don't run.
What are you talking about? What are you doing? Locking me in? No, keep away from me.
It's all right, Mother. I'm not going to harm you.
I heard you standing over me in that coffin. I need Dr. Wayne.
That doddering old numbskull. He almost had you buried alive. You know he signed your death certificate.
But how could he? I am alive.
Oh, yes. I'm quite satisfied you are no ghost.
But what happened?
Another of your epileptic seizures.
Oh.
We were all convinced this one was fatal. At last.
Only it wasn't. Quite a disappointment to my beloved son. Well, at least I know now where we stand. Now, you open that door and send Hannah up to me.
Not yet, Mother.
Why?
Because, you see, we don't really know just quite how we stand, do we?
Buford, don't you look at me like that.
How was I looking, Mama dear?
You want me dead, back in that coffin.
I want all the things I thought were finally mine. The house, the estate, the money, and most of all, the freedom to be a man.
Oh.
Look at me, Mama. Listen to me call you that, Mama. A grown man, 38 years old, tied to his mother's apron strings like some sniveling little boy.
I never meant to keep you tied down.
Oh, yes, you did. You even did it with the judge. Father's life wasn't his own either. You killed him.
You are mad. Keep away. Keep away. You want to kill me.
I'm not going to kill you, Mama. You know I haven't got the strength of will for that.
Oh, of course you won't, son. But you can have anything you want now we've had this little talk. Now, please get Hannah like a good boy.
Oh, no, Mama. I don't need you anymore. You left me everything in your will.
But I'm not dead.
To all the world except me, you are. And you're going to stay that way.
If you come one step closer, I'll scream.
No one will hear you. Not in this big old house. Westerly's thick walls have no ears.
What are you going to do to me?
You'll see, Mother. You'll see.
Look, you're going to put me back in that coffin and bury me alive.
Yes. I haven't any choice now.
Please.
Don't worry. You'll be quite comfortable. I'm going to bury you alive. But not in the coffin. Hannah.
Yes, Master Buford.
I want you here, in the hall.
What is it, sir?
Where's William?
He's in the stable, Master, grooming the horses for the funeral tomorrow. You want I should fetch him?
No, not yet. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Now, where to begin? Hannah, you were mighty beholden to my father, weren't you?
Judge Montgomery was a fine man.
Was very kind to you and your son.
The judge was powerful good to me and William.
And my mother?
Mrs. Montgomery is a fine lady. It's been a privilege to have served her as housekeeper.
And will you consider it a privilege to serve me in the same capacity?
If you want me, sir.
And William?
Where I go, William goes. You know, he's just a great big overgrown baby. Has to be cared for like one.
Or they'd shut him away somewheres,
I wouldn't ever let them do that to my boy. He couldn't stand being shut in. You wouldn't let them do that to him, would you, Master Buford?
Not if I can count on you to help me.
You can, sir. You can.
Well, what about William?
He does what I tell him. He's old as you are, but he has the mind of a child.
I'd want to be absolutely sure of both of you.
I don't understand you, Master Buford.
Then I'll make myself plainer. I think you must have always hated my mother. Why did you stay on after Father died?
I stayed because where else could I go?
You're sure it wasn't because you were afraid?
Afraid of what?
Not of, Hannah. For William. Right? Oh, don't look so terrified and trapped. I know it all, Hannah. I know it all.
Master Buford,
How you must really hate us all. Even Father at the end.
Not the judge. Never the judge.
Even after what he made you sign?
What would the judge ever have wanted me to sign?
A confession that you saw your son William commit a murder 10 years ago.
Oh. How did you know?
It's one of the advantages of my dear mother's unexpected death. It was among the papers the lawyer turned over to me.
So she did know. All these years. How could Randolph have done that to me?
You know why. You were an eyewitness. And you know that William wasn't alone.
It was an accident. And you were only boys.
Pretty old for boys, Hannah. We were both going on 19. And the Copley kid was only 15. It was only my father being a judge that saved us all. Any jury in horse country like this could have told that boy's neck wasn't broken by any fall from a horse. The finger marks were gouged into the flesh. The rope burns were raw on his wrists.
Why did you do it, Master Buford?
Not I, Hannah. Remember? William was the culprit.
William didn't know what he was doing. You egged him on.
If I did, I didn't mean it to go so far. William doesn't know his own strength.
What does it matter? It's nearly 20 years ago. Why do you rake up old ashes?
There are certain things I have to be sure of.
What?
In spite of everything, your complete loyalty to me.
I have little choice. If you have any confession.
I have it. In your own handwriting. And William's scrawl, too. I'm going to ask you to stretch your conscience further. Come with me.
No, Master Buford. Don't bring me to the coffin. I don't want to look at her.
Stop battling.
I don't want to.
Stop battling. Here. Look. Open your eyes.
Oh. It's empty. She's gone. What have you done with her?
She's in her bedroom. Upstairs.
What's she?
I'm afraid that blind old boggler, Dr. Wayne, slightly exaggerated my mother's untimely end.
You mean she's alive?
And unfortunately quite well. I see the news is as disappointing to you as it was to me. Oh, don't try to hide it, Hannah. You know you hated her quite as much as I.
I won't deny it. The humiliation. The day-by-day degradations your mother has put me through all these years since your father died. I can never forgive her for them.
I'm glad to hear it.
When she was dead, I was glad. God forgive me. It was one of the happiest days of my life.
And mine. That's why she's going to stay dead, Hannah.
You're mad. You can't murder your own mother.
Nothing is further from my mind. No. Dear Mama will come to no physical harm. You and William will see to it that her bodily needs are well taken care of. And I, as complete master of Westerly at last, will see to it in turn that you and William are taken care of.
What are you going to do with her?
First of all, Hannah, you're going to explain to William. Then bring him here so we can nail up this coffin and the burial services can be completed tomorrow.
Master Buford, no, you can't.
Better tell William to bring a sack of meal or corn. Won't do to have the coffin too light.
How on earth can you hide your mother from everyone?
On earth. That's very apt. I'll tell you what we're going to do with her, Hannah. Just what we do with the roots and the preserves. We're going to put Mama in cold storage. Make sure to drive them home, William.
Do see machine burying a whole good sack of good feed. I picked up the wormiest what I could find.
That's enough now. Finish up.
Finished now.
Got the lantern, Hannah?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you strip the bed in the spare room, Hannah?
Yes, sir, I did.
William, you go on up there and bring that bed and all the furniture downstairs to the old hidey-hole, right?
Sure will.
Where's this hidey-hole?
William could tell you as good as me. Or better. He's the one who found it. Must be, 15 years ago.
16, Master Buford. That was the year Miss Prudence dropped her first foal. That's when old Mr. Todd Hunter, the vet man, told me all about his daddy and your grandfather and how they dug out the hidey-hole and made it out a big room like a station on the Underground Railroad.
William, go see to the furniture.
Yes, sir. Take me a while to get the bed apart.
Take your time.
The Underground Railroad? You mean this was a slave station? To hide out escaped slaves being passed to the north?
What it was.
But you can't put your mother in a place like that.
Why not? She spent her lifetime trying to turn the clock back, make a slave of everyone else. Why shouldn't it be her turn? For a change.
How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child, as King Lear had occasion to remark. Still, on the record, Mama is not much of a prize either. Let's leave her in cold storage until we return shortly with Act 2. In the weeks that pass, Mrs. Randolph Price Montgomery is finding her quarters somewhat less elegant than she liked. But at least they are less confining than a coffin. Buford, her son and now heir, has been living as high as he promised himself and cutting a swath as the county's most sought-after bachelor.
I declare, Buford, I thought I'd never be able to coax you away from all the other ladies.
Nancy Lee, they may have had my arms, but my heart was with you.
Well, I'd have felt a lot surer of that if I'd had your name a little more often in my car.
I just don't want us to get talked about too much.
Well, why ever not? Would you be ashamed to have your name linked with mine?
Why, Nancy Lee, you know better than that.
Aren't you going to sit with me, sugar?
Oh, why, sure, honey.
Hold my hand.
Just lies in mine like a little bird.
Now that's more like my Buford. Kiss me.
Angel.
Still the same old thrill.
Gives me goosebumps all over.
Oh, that's nice. I wouldn't want to think I'd lost the power to get you going.
Why would you think that?
Well, I'll tell you, Buford. I thought when your mother died, it would give us a chance to be closer than ever. I mean, since we could come right out in the open. I didn't think it would start you chasing after every pretty girl in sight.
I wouldn't take a one of them or exchange any of them for you.
Now, I'm right glad to hear you say that, sugar, because I'm afraid you're not going to be a bachelor anymore.
Huh?
I got something to tell you. You're going to have to go back to being a family man again, I'm afraid.
What? What are you saying?
That you're going to be a daddy. Aren't you proud?
Good Lord. Are you sure?
That I'm in a family way? Well, it's very easy for a girl to be sure of that.
Well, what are we going to do?
Well, with Mama gone, there's no problem at all. You're just going to have to make an honest woman of me. My parents surely won't object. And you wouldn't want the colonel to come after you with a gun, knowing that my daddy is the best shot in South Carolina.
Now, wait a minute, Nancy Lee.
Oh, Sugar, you know I'm only funning. And I know you're going to be every bit as happy as I am once you get used to it. Oh, honey, aren't you just thrilled to death? We're going to get married.
Come in.
Excuse me, Master Buford.
What is it, Hannah?
It's about Mrs. Montgomery.
She isn't that yet.
I meant your mother, sir.
Oh. Oh, what about her?
She keeps asking for you.
Well, tell her Just don't tell her anything. You haven't said anything about the wedding tomorrow.
No, sir, but...
But what?
About your mother. She wants to talk to you. And it does seem so inhumane to keep her locked up alone.
She sees you or William every day, doesn't she?
Yes.
Her quarters are comfortable and clean, aren't they?
Yes.
She's in perfectly good health?
Oh, yes, never better.
More's the pity. Well, then?
She's lonely.
So was I all those years she had me under her thumb. And I'm not going back to that. By tomorrow, I'm going to have my own woman. And a beauty at that. Mother's not going to spoil that for me.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
Good. Now get out of here. And take the whiskey carafe with you and fill it up. It's almost empty again.
Yes, sir, Master Buford. Sir? William?
Yes, Mama?
Take this carafe and fill it with Master Buford's bourbon and bring it back to him in his study.
Yes, sir. I reckon old Master Buford's getting himself liquored up for the bachelor party.
I reckon he's trying to build himself some Dutch courage.
What do you mean, Ma?
I mean, I don't think he exactly figured on getting tied up again when he cut his mama's apron strings.
Oh, look at that. It started into rain. Such a pretty night, too.
Let's go on up to bed,
My husband. All he ever seems to think of now he's made me his little goods and chattels.
Nancy Lee, all I mean was I'm tired.
Tired of me after 2 short weeks?
You know I didn't mean that.
Oh, come here then. Lay your head on Mama's breast.
Don't say that.
Well, heavens, don't be so sensitive. Your Mama's dead and gone.
Yes.
Although sometimes, I swear to goodness, I get the feeling in this rickety old house she's still sort of around.
Oh? What makes you think that?
Oh, don't jump so, darling. It's just a spooky feeling. Maybe you and me should have gotten rid of Westerly and gone back on to South Carolina with Mom and Papa.
No. We can't leave here.
Well, all right, sugar. Don't take on so.
I didn't mean to jump at you.
Oh, of course you didn't. You're just so kind to little old me, and you were so generous to lend the Colonel all that money to go back south with Mama to build up our old, lovely old plantation again.
It must be the size of half the state what it's costing to restore it.
Well, it had gotten run down, sort of, but you've nothing to worry about, Buford. You'll get the money back.
Of course, Nancy Lee. What is it?
Oh, this old porch. It's starting to leak like a sieve.
I'll have William look at it in the morning.
That big old lame brain. Buford, if we're going to stay here at Westerly, I want some changes made. I'd like to do some rebuilding.
We can discuss that in the
and
morning.
I want some new servants. I don't want that silly old William and Hannah around. They've got to go.
No.
But, Buford...
Whatever happens, William and Hannah stay. And we stay. That's final.
My Buford, you are so masterful when you get mad I could just swoon. Come on, let's go on up to bed. And I'll show you just how wonderful it is to be married.
I came out with your mother's tray, Master Buford, and she nearly caught me.
What the Sam Hill was Nancy Lee doing in the cellar?
I don't know.
She didn't see anything.
I'm sure not.
Does she suspect anything?
I don't think
Damn that woman.
That's her now.
Get out, Hannah. I'll handle this.
Yes, sir.
Nancy Lee, what the devil were you doing down in the cellar?
No need to take on, so I was just making up my mind where to put the wine cellar.
What wine cellar?
The one we're going to build in the back there.
What for?
Well, I intend to start entertaining, having guests to stay. Well, bring this house alive.
No. No wine cellar and no guests. And you stay out of that downstairs.
Don't you order me around. I'll do what I want in my own house.
What did you mean by locking me out of our bedroom last night?
I don't allow anyone who can't behave like a gentleman in my room.
If you think just by withholding your favors from me you can get your own way...
You listen to me, Buford. One way or another, I always get my own way, and don't you forget it.
Master Buford, you can't sleep here on the floor, sir.
What? Oh, yes. Got to, Hannah. Own wife won't let me in bedroom.
Come on, sir. You've been drinking. I've made you up a bed in one of the guest rooms.
Want to sleep on bedroom. Not guest room. Ironic, isn't it, Hannah? Don't have much luck with the ladies, huh? Out of the frying pan into the fire. She's got to go. Except can't. Because of baby. Got a child to think of. Can't figure that one out.
William, is my horse ready?
Morning, Nancy Lee. My, ain't you the prettiest thing?
I asked about my horse.
Oh, yes, Miss Nancy. I combed and curried and shined that old horse.
Would you bring him around to the front?
Yes, sir, Miss Nancy.
And the name is Mrs. Montgomery.
Yes, Mrs. Montgomery.
Oh, get out of my sight. When you bring him around, let me know. I'll be in the parlor. Buford?
Here.
Hannah said you wanted to see me.
I want to talk to you.
I'm afraid I don't have time. I'm going riding.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Do you think it's wise?
What?
All this riding. In your condition.
In my condition? Oh, land. I'd near forgotten.
Forgotten? How could you forget the baby you're carrying?
I'm sure I wouldn't if I were. Only I'm not. I never had one.
What?
Oh, Buford, don't splutter so. If you'd half a brain in your head, you'd have realized that long ago.
It was all a trick to get me to marry you.
At the time, you seemed such a catch, and the competition was a little heavy, so I thought I'd just make sure of you. And it worked. I'm really sorry to have disappointed you about the child.
Disappointed? You don't know how relieved I am. Now there's no problem.
What do you mean, no problem?
To end this marriage, to get a divorce.
You think that's no problem?
It shouldn't be. I'm prepared to make a reasonable settlement.
And just what would you consider reasonable, Mr. Montgomery?
We can waive the money I loaned your father and call it a day.
The money you loaned my father. That wasn't a loan. That was a little payoff for a nice background of Southern gentility to trap me a man. The Colonel and his wife are just as phony as I am, dear heart. And they are long gone. I'm where I want to be with a name I like, and I'm not giving it up for anyone. You are never going to get rid of little Nancy Lee. No how, no way at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, dear husband, Why, Hannah. Hello. Did you get a nice earful?
The door was open, Mrs. Montgomery, and William asked me to come in here and tell you that he's waiting outside with your horse.
He could have told me himself.
And I hope that damn beast throws her and breaks her neck. All right, Hannah, what are you waiting for?
It's your mother, sir. She's in a state. She insists on seeing you.
No. I've had enough of Montgomery women for one day. Tell her No. Forget that, Hannah. I've changed my mind. I think I will pay Mama a visit. I have a little surprise for her.
But you can't be so cruel, Buford. Keeping me here locked up like an animal. You've got to let me go.
You know I can't do that, Mother. I've explained again and again why you can't suddenly turn up alive.
Oh, but I can't stand it anymore. It's like being buried alive. Oh, Buford, it's so lonely.
I know that, Mama. And I know it just plain isn't fair. So I thought of a solution.
What, dear?
How would you like to have a nice, permanent companion?
Did I make an unguarded statement that Buford was no match for the ladies? Perhaps in one sense that's true. But in another, well, it seems that Nancy Lee is going to have cause to regret her match with Buford. We'll find that out shortly when we return with Act 3. Now, it's one thing to get away with disposing of someone already legally certified as dead and supposedly suitably interred. Nancy Lee is another problem. She can't have a convenient epileptic seizure. Can Buford get away with it?
Nancy Lee, I've been thinking about us.
Don't waste your time. Nothing's going to change. I've got nobody but you and nowhere in the whole wide world to go. I'm a permanent fixture, Buford.
Oh, I know that, honey. And I was wrong to think anything else. Don't you know I really want you here with all my heart?
On my terms. Don't you try to fancy talk me.
Won't you please let me tell you what I was thinking about?
If you make it short.
And sweet. What I was going to suggest, just to clear the air, sort of, and give us both a chance to get a new perspective, was a trip.
I don't want to go anywhere else with you.
Oh, I didn't mean together. I meant just you alone, sugar. Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia. You could buy yourself a whole new wardrobe. Like it was the trousseau you never really had.
Oh, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia.
Even Paris, France, if you want.
Paris, France. Oh, Buford. Do you mean it?
Anything's worth trying just to work things out for us. And to prove I mean it, you just go tell all your friends and everyone around that you're on your way.
Oh, won't I make them squirm with envy? Washington, Philadelphia, Paris, France.
Then you'll go?
What woman will pass up the chance? Well, I'll ride everywhere this week and let everyone know. Just one thing, Buford, you ought to understand.
Well, what's that, sugar?
This doesn't change anything. I'm still going to spend the rest of my life right here in this house.
Oh, I know that, Nancy Lee. I know that for sure.
Master Buford, you just can't get away with it.
Now, you hush up, Hannah. I'm going to.
But what will other people say?
There's nothing for them to say. Nancy Lee went off on a little trip, and she never came back.
Master Buford, you're flying in the face of God.
Hannah, to the devil with it. Now, you do as I say, here?
Yes, sir.
Now, you and William have already got the extra bed set up downstairs, and the chest of drawers and so on.
Yes, sir.
Fine. Then get busy and take all Miss Montgomery's clothes downstairs. Shouldn't take you too long. Most of her wardrobe is already packed.
What am I going to tell your mother? Ever since we moved the extra furniture in, she's been like to drive me out of my mind asking questions.
You haven't told her who to expect.
You said not to.
That's quite right, Hannah. We have to preserve the proprieties. I think it's my place to introduce my mother to my bride.
Oh, Miss Montgomery?
What is it, Hannah?
Master Buford asked me to have you go right downstairs as soon as you got back from riding.
But I want a bath and change.
He said right away, the moment you got here.
Why?
He said he had a little surprise for you.
Oh, very well. Buford?
Nancy Lee?
Yes, what do you want me for?
Come on down, I'll show you.
Oh, for goodness sake. Hold that lantern a little higher, I can't see.
How's that?
Better.
Right over here by the back wall.
Hannah said you had a surprise. Why, Buford, you're going to do it.
Do what?
Put in my wine cellar while I'm gone.
Something like that.
Of course, we'll have to build regular bins instead of these old rickety shelves. You know what I thought when I was looking about down here before?
Oh, what was that?
If we tore down these shelves... Well, what I mean is, I was sort of stepping off the house upstairs, and it's some longer than this cellar.
Is it?
Yes, I walked off the cellar, too. You suppose there might be any room behind there we could sort of scoop out to make it bigger.
Now, why don't you and me just try and find out?
Why don't we? Of course, I reckon you'll need help.
Oh, I don't think so. It might be quite easy. Like this, for example.
It's a secret door. And a room. There's someone in there.
A room you're going to be sharing for a long time.
No, I won't go in there.
Oh, yes, you will.
I'll scream.
You'll do as you're told. You bit my hand.
You can't.
Get in there.
You can't keep me in here. I'll scratch your eyes out.
Oh, no, you won't. You'll keep your mouth shut for once and do as you're told.
Oh, no, I won't. You wouldn't dare shoot me.
Don't tempt me.
Buford, put that pistol down. No. It can't be. Who are you?
Don't you remember the first Mrs. Montgomery?
But your mother's dead.
A popular misconception. Let's just keep this private, shall we?
You're really Judge Montgomery's wife?
Certainly. Buford, what is this slut doing here?
Now, Mama, that's not nice.
Isn't this that Nancy Lee person I warned you to stay away from?
Yes, sir. Maybe about the one time you were right, Mama.
Well, get her out of here. I don't want her. And I demand you release me, too.
You know I can't do that. The best I can do is provide you with Nancy Lee.
You're not going to lock me up with this horrid old woman.
Now, that's no way to talk to your mother-in-law.
Her what?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mama. In all the excitement, I forgot to tell you. Nancy Lee's my bride. We got married.
Oh.
That makes you both Mrs. Montgomery. That's how come I thought it would work out real nice to have you roommates. Sort of keep it all in the family.
Ma. Sakes alive, William. You startled me so I almost burnt my hand on the stove.
Ma, what are we going to do?
What is it, son? Here, sit down. It's shaking all over.
You know that big old stone you wanted down in the preserve cellar to make a table of? For making cornmeal and such?
Yes.
Well, a while ago I took it to bring it on down for you.
You lifted that heavy stone by yourself?
It's what happened when I was down there.
What?
Well, I didn't have no light, and I didn't hear Master Buford come on down there. But all of a sudden, I see him light a lantern. And as far as I can say anything, Mrs. Montgomery come on down there to join him.
I know. I sent her down there.
You? You knew what he was going to do to her?
Son, you got to understand. I can't help myself.
You knew he was going to throw her in that hidey hole with old Mrs. Montgomery?
I knew.
But she's so pretty. And he hurt her, Ma. Master Buford hurt her. He took that little girl that's like a little chickadee bird. And he's going to shut her up in there.
Don't think about it now, son.
I got to think on it. I couldn't be shut up, Ma. I couldn't be shut up nowhere.
I know that, son.
I'll just take my own throat with my hands like I've done with someone a long time ago.
Don't, William. Don't do that to yourself.
No. Not to me. To Master Buford. To Master Buford, unless he lets her go. That's who I got to.
No, William, no. Listen to me. Let me explain.
Let me go, Ma. Let go.
William, you've got to understand that
Ma? Ma, you all right? I hope I didn't hurt you. Ma? No. You all right? Just sleeping. I'll wake you, Ma. I'll wake you just as soon as I set that poor little bird free.
I spent my life trying to get free of you, Mama, and I did. Then I got myself trapped again. Now I've got to get free of Nancy Lee, too. Goodbye. You'll never see me again.
You can't leave me here with this old woman. I can't be shut up anymore.
You've been drinking again. You look drunk.
I feel drunk. Drunk with relief. Hannah and William are all you'll ever see from now on. As far as I care, you could both rot. What's that funny smell? My head. I need a drink. What? Who's that?
It's me, Master Buford. I'm sorry for what I got to do. Master Buford. Master Buford. I didn't mean to do nothing, Master. I didn't mean to do nothing. It was just a bird has to fly free. You can't keep it locked up.
William? William? Are you down there?
I'm here, Ma.
What are you doing? What's happened? Where's Master Buford?
I'm glad you woke up, Ma. Something's happened to Master Buford.
Oh, my God. Move aside. Let me see.
I didn't mean him no harm. It was just Miss Nancy. I didn't want to hurt him, Ma. Ma?
He's dead. Oh, William. William, you killed him.
I never even touched him, Ma.
How would you know? Poor twisted mind. How would you know? Heaven help me. What are we going to do now? I've got to think.
Well, I'm all packed. And William is taking my things down to the carriage now. What about you, Mother?
I suppose you have to call me that.
We might as well get used to it. Just as you'll have to try to sound a little fonder when you talk to your daughter, Nancy Lee.
Very well. Nancy Lee. And I not only am all packed, but my trunks have already been taken to the railroad station.
All ready for our new life.
Yes.
Oh, come on now. This was all worked out before the funeral.
And you've had a lovely time of it, haven't you? Playing the bereaved widow, being wined and dined in sad farewell. Well, I had to stay hidden at home.
Well, you could scarcely come popping out of the grave without creating a legal snarl.
I know. It's better this way. I hope we can smuggle me out successfully.
At night, in Hannah's cape, there'll be no question.
Nothing left to be done.
I don't think so. Hannah and William will stay with the house until the estate is sold, and the lawyer will forward us the money wherever we settle.
Wherever we settle. You and I. Not much of a life to look forward to.
It's the best your son left us.
Your husband. Buford. I wonder about his death.
Why? The doctor certified it as a heart attack. You don't think William...
Oh, no. William is so simple-minded that if he says he never touched him, he never did. No, it was something else.
What?
That was the same doctor who wrote out my death certificate. You don't suppose Buford, by any chance, could have had epilepsy? It's a disease that does run in the family, you know.
If Sarah Montgomery should have been right, then poor Buford went to far more than his just reward. After all, the coffin was already in the ground for over a week. But that's really too horrible a prospect to dwell on, isn't it? I'll return shortly. Before I go, I really do owe you an apology for that quite dreadful picture of poor Buford Montgomery awaking to far more confined quarters than he condemned his mother to. But as a storyteller, you have to agree, the irony is perfect. And then, of course, also, I did promise to curdle your blood. Our cast included John Barragray, Ruby Dee, Bryna Rayburn, Roxy Roker, and Todd Davis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Girl is the bait when a computer sets its program to kill the $6 million man.
Kalamazoo, Michigan. A great place to raise a family. But towns like Kalamazoo depend too much on foreign energy. Amoco found enough reserves in Michigan to satisfy the needs of a city like Kalamazoo for over 20 years. But that's only part of solving America's energy problem and keeping the Midwest a nice place to raise the next generation of Americans.
Rob and I live together. We love each other, and living together fits our lifestyle.
We've thought about getting married and making the whole thing legal, but we've seen a lot of our friends split up after they tied the knot, and that scares us.
Maybe it's a cop-out, but we really do love each other, and we're just trying to make that love work. It's a hard decision.
I'm Terry Murphy. Join me for a close-up look at living together, those who made it, those who didn't, and why, tonight at 10 on Eyewitness News.
African Queen, a movie classic, Saturday at 10:30.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. A gunman has robbed a bank in your city. From his method of operation, you know he's dangerous. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, May 4th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. It was 12:36 p.m. when I got the call, and it took me 8 minutes to get back to the city hall. Robbery squad room.
Back here, Joe?
Yeah.
Back here.
What's up?
Oh, bank job and slugging. We got a rule on.
Where?
Corner Melrose and Fountain.
Anybody else on it?
Yeah, J.J. and Murph went out.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Friday, Smith?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You two going to cover the bank holdup?
Yeah, we're just leaving.
Donahoe called in. He's out with J.J. and Murph.
Uh-huh.
They got it covered out there. Skipper wants you to tag Georgia Street and talk to the guard. See if you can get any information out of him.
All right.
What's the name?
I haven't got it. There's a uniformed man with him. Old guy's in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
When the thief left the bank, the guard tried to stop him. Old man pulled a gun, misfired, pistol whipped the old guard.
Mm-hmm.
He's in critical condition. We just got word that you can talk to him if you get right over there. Better make it fast.
All right.
And good luck.
Yeah.
We got to come up with an identification. We got to get it in a hurry. The guy's still running. Matter of time before somebody gets in his way.
Yeah.
We can't count on it next time. The gun jamming.
12:47 p.m. Frank and I left the city hall and drove over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. It took us 5.5 minutes traveling code 3. We went up to the third floor and met the officer who'd been with the guard.
You fellas from Central?
Yeah, Friday and Smith.
I want to see the victims.
You missed him.
What do you mean?
He died 5 minutes ago.
We checked with the doctor in attendance and found that the victim had said nothing to aid in identifying the suspect. We returned to the office. A local broadcast on an APB had been gotten out on the man carrying his description. The crew from the crime lab had gone over the premises of the bank without gaining any new information. The clerks and tellers had been brought to the city hall to check the mug books. Everything possible was being done to apprehend the bank guard's killer, but without being able to identify him, the job was almost impossible. At 2:48 p.m., we got a call from Captain Donahoe.
That's right, Skipper. Mm-hmm. No, they're in the mug room now. No, not yet. Oh, wait a minute. Joe, you want to toss me that pad there?
Yeah, sure.
Here you go, Skipper. Yeah? Mm-hmm. I see. I got it. No, we'll check right away. Yeah, as soon as we find out. Yes, sir. All right, goodbye.
What do you got?
I checked around the neighborhood, found a newsboy, saw the suspect leave the bank.
Yeah.
Kid got the license number.
An immediate check was made with the Department of Motor Vehicles and with our vehicle records. It took us 2 minutes to get the information. Yeah, we figured it'd turn out that way. Hey, you want to give me the address? All right. Okay, we'll run it out.
How about it?
Car was stolen a week ago. A team of men went out to talk to the owner of the automobile. Additional broadcasts were gotten out on the stolen car carrying the license number, the make, and model description. In the event the car was found abandoned, it was to be staked out and we were to be notified. Roadblocks were set up in the area adjacent to the bank and all vehicles were checked. Captain Donahoe came in from the scene and a meeting was held between him and Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. At the time, 25 officers from Robbery Division were trying to find a lead to identify the thief. We knew what he looked like, what kind of car he was driving. We knew what kind of gun he had and how much money he'd stolen, but we didn't know who he was or where to find him. The night dragged on. At 1:26 a.m., we got our first break in the case.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm one of the bank tellers.
Yes,
The officer who was with us went out to bring in some coffee.
I see.
He said if we found anything, to come in here.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we have. All of us agree. We're real sure.
What is it?
The hold-up man. We found his picture.
The suspect was identified as Thomas Bud Carey, WMA, 26 years. According to his package, he'd been arrested the first time when he was 16. He'd served a total of 5.5 years in state institutions. We checked with Fred Galloway of the Adult Authority and found that there was an outstanding warrant on Carey for parole violation. Additional broadcasts were gotten out carrying his name and description. Officers in the field were notified of the latest developments. While other teams of men covered Carey's known hangouts and friends, Frank and I left the office and drove out to see his mother. She lived in a run-down apartment house on the east side of town. The building was dark when we got there.
Yeah, here it is, number 5. What's that?
Yeah, they ought to put a light in here. This ought to be it.
Yeah.
Figured Easy Carey might be here. Open up. Police officers, we want to talk to you.
Nothing for the cops. Get out of here and leave me alone.
Come on, Miss Carey, open up.
I ain't Miss Carey no more. Now go away.
We can do it 2 ways. You can talk to us here, or we can go downtown.
What's it about?
Your son.
On in. Where's he going?
We want to check.
For what? There ain't nothing here. One lousy room. That's it.
We can see.
It's the kitchen. Better take a look in the stove. Might be something there.
That place is clean, Joe.
Not true either. Now, what do you want?
Have you seen your son?
You in trouble again?
We'd like to talk to him.
What's he done now?
You know where he is?
No.
You know where we can find him?
I haven't seen him for a couple of months. Might as well be dead.
Well, he isn't.
Ain't any difference to me, one way or the other.
You know where he lives?
It ain't here.
That's no kind of an answer.
Question don't fit either. Look, I'll tell you. I'm his mother. Long time ago, I gave him to the world. I've had trouble ever since. Gallagher again. I'll sleep with the radio on.
Lady, you got any idea where we can find your son?
No.
You got any close friends?
Maybe. If he has, I don't know.
How about girls?
What about him?
Has your son got one?
Last time I saw him, he had a couple. Both of them married. Same as always. He couldn't do anything the easy way. If it wasn't a problem, he'd make one.
Is there any place he'd go if he was in trouble?
What kind?
Ma'am?
What kind of trouble? What's he done this time?
It'd be better if we talked to him about it.
Yeah, always that way. Talk to him. Won't do any good. I tried for a lot of years. Didn't do no good. You know why?
What's that?
You know why it don't do no good?
Go ahead.
Because he don't listen. You can stand right in front of him and scream the top of your head right off, and he don't hear you.
Is that right?
When he was little. First time I caught him stealing, I talked. All day and all night. For a week, I talked. He stood there and looked at me. When it was over. You know what he did? You know?
No, ma'am.
He did it again. Every time he turned around, he stole something. I tried it all. Beatings, yelling, all of it. I tried it all. His father walked out when Bud was 6 and left us by ourselves. I did everything I could to bring him up right. Read the book. Saw the minister. Even had the relief people talk to him. He just wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
That time when he was 16, when we first picked him up, I thought that might do it. You know, being in jail, judge in the court. Oh, I prayed it'd work and it'd change.
Yeah.
It didn't. A couple of days later, he was right back.
You tell his probation officers about it?
Bud was 5'10" when he was 16, weighed 170 pounds. If I'd opened my mouth, he'd have hit me.
Pretty hard thing to say, isn't it?
Oh, it's harder to live with. All the time, all the tears. I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of working. I'm tired of being alive. I used to pray for him. Ask God to make him come out of it. Be a good man. I prayed and I prayed. And I figured I was praying for the wrong thing. So I changed.
Yeah.
I know him. I know how he thinks and what he'll do. He's mean. In the soles of his feet, he's mean.
Mm-hmm.
I still pray. Maybe you're the one to do it.
What's that?
Kill him.
Frank and I arranged for a stakeout on the building, then we drove back to City Hall. Captain Donahoe and Chief Brown were directing the search from the robbery office. The morning papers had carried the story, and we were receiving calls from citizens who'd seen Carey. From the report, it was believed he'd gotten out of the blockade area, and he was heading for the San Fernando Valley. Roadblocks were thrown up on streets leading off the freeway, and additional men were called in from the Valley Division to aid us in the search. 7:42 a.m. It had been 19 hours since Carey had held up the bank. In that time, the entire facilities of the police department had been devoted to his capture. Lieutenant Dave Terry from the sheriff's office had joined Captain Donahoe and was coordinating their activities with ours. 7:45 a.m. Frank got back with some hot coffee.
Anything new?
No, got a report Carey was seen at the Vineland cutoff.
Checked out?
Don't know yet.
And I got some coffee for you, George.
Oh, thanks.
Anything happen?
Yeah, we got him pinned down.
Where?
Valley.
A lot of ground.
Well, we just got a call. Carey pulled into a gas station in Riverside. Attendant recognized him. Tried to stall. Carey got wise, started to leave.
Yeah.
Pulled a gun, shot the man up pretty bad.
Kill him?
No, they got him in Valley Emergency.
What about Carey?
Still loose.
Stoner?
Yaska.
Friday, Smith.
Hi.
Hi, Skip. We got him.
Where?
Broke into a house on Woodman. A couple of motorcycle officers got him pinned down.
Well, let's go.
Joe.
Yeah.
Tag the business office. Check out everything in the racks.
All right.
Go with him, Frank. We'll need gas shells and masks. Barricade and penetration. Better take a box of double aughts for the shotguns and plenty of 45s.
Right. You be there?
Leaving now.
I'll go with Joe and Frank.
Okay.
Let's go.
It's getting rougher.
Yeah. Wonder about the house he's picked.
What do you mean?
Who's in it? What kind of place it is?
Doesn't make a lot of difference. We still got the same job.
Huh?
We got to get him out. We left the city hall and drove out to the valley, code 3. By the time we'd gotten there, several other officers from Central Robbery and the Valley Division were on the scene. We talked with Sergeant Pat Murphy of our office.
What do you know about the place?
6 rooms. Here, let me lay out for you. Got a pencil?
I got a pen here.
Oh, thanks. All right, now, the house is built in the shape of a U.
Mm-hmm.
The living room runs along the front, the dining room here on the corner.
Here?
Yeah. Now, the kitchen is here, and here's the back door.
Any cover there?
Officers have found him while watching it.
Yeah.
There's a closet here off a service porch.
Go on.
On the other side, there's a bedroom here, door, the bath, and another bedroom.
Just the two doors.
Yeah, the front and the one off the kitchen.
Where'd you get this layout?
I talked to the woman next door. She's a friend of the family, owns the place, been inside a lot.
Where are they?
With the family?
Yeah.
We're not sure. Her neighbor says she thinks they're all out, and the man goes to work at 6. Woman usually drives the kid to school about 7:30.
Who put out the call?
Motor officers. They saw the car parked at the curb, went to check it out. Curry was inside. He made the house.
They try to get him out yet?
No, they weren't sure he was alone.
How'd you do?
Well, we got here right after they did. By the time we got to Kirby, started to shoot.
Any chance of getting to him from the back of the house?
Oh, it'd be rough. The shades are all pulled down. Hard to tell where he is. If we go in, he could be sitting under the window waiting for us.
How about the phone?
We tried, and he won't answer it.
Is that all of it?
Much as we got. Well, what do you want to do?
I'll give him a chance to walk out. It'll be his choice.
Talk to him?
Yeah. Give him a chance to open the door.
Well, it's going to be hard. We haven't been able to get near the place.
Now, big thing's to make sure he's alone.
As far as we've been able to tell, he is. There's no movement inside, no noise. Trying to round up the family now.
Can't wait for that. Let's get on it.
I'll try to talk to him.
Well, you can't make it, Joe. He's in a box and he knows it.
Well, maybe that'll bring him out.
You want to do it? Go ahead.
All right.
He makes a move. Get out, fast.
I won't need that.
We'll give you cover, Joe.
Last time you heard from me was in the living room, is that right?
Yeah, there's 3 windows on the left there.
Okay.
Easy, Joe.
Carrie? 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 Come on, Carrie. You can't sit in there forever. Play it smart. Walk outside and it'll be all right. Don't cause any more trouble now. How about it? Carrie? You're making it rougher on yourself. Come on out, Carrie. You can't win. You know that. No, get out of there! I don't have to tell you it didn't work.
Yeah. Clock ran out before you started.
Carrie isn't going to walk.
No.
Well, he called it.
Yep.
Get the gas guns.
The people living across the street and on each side of the house were asked to leave their homes in the event there would be any more shooting. The riot guns were brought from the car and they were loaded with penetration gas shells. Because of the physical layout of the house, it was decided to shoot into the rear of the building and try to drive the suspect toward the front of the place. Officer Murphy, along with Lieutenant Stoner, went back to the alley that ran along the rear of the property. The 2 uniformed men covered the sides of the house, and Frank and I took up our stations in front of the building. 9:14 a.m.
How's the time?
Well, they ought to be in position. You all set on that gun?
Yeah. You think you'll give up?
I don't know. Flip a coin.
Ought to be laying it in now pretty quick.
There it goes.
The way the house is divided, he could close the doors to the back rooms and keep us going for a while.
We still have an idea where he is in the house.
Yeah. You're sure pouring it in.
Yeah.
That's lousy stuff.
Hmm?
Tear gas. Lousy. Still remember it from the academy.
Frank. Front window. See it?
No. Where?
Shade was pulled back. I think I saw something.
Was it Carrie?
Get the Stoner. Tell him to hold the gun.
Yeah.
There's a woman in there with him. Because of the possibility that there might be another person in the house, all shooting into the building was stopped. An immediate effort was made to identify the other person. The owner of the place, Virgil Bush, was contacted. He told us that he and his wife had left the house at about the same time. She'd taken their son to a neighborhood school, and then he thought that she'd returned to the house. A check was made at the school, and the youngster was found to be present. From all indications, Mrs. Bush was in the house with Carrie and was being held a hostage. 10:56 a.m., we met with Captain Donahoe and Lieutenant Stoner.
Any chance you were wrong, Joe?
No, I don't think so. Right after the guns went off, I thought I saw the woman at the front window. Looked like she was trying to get out.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do now, Skipper?
Not much left. That woman's got to get out of there before we can go in after Carrie.
Best way to do that's go in after her.
Yeah.
What about using triple chasers?
Might work.
If we go in the back way, we can drive Carrie toward the living room.
Yeah, but what if he takes the woman with him?
Keep him busy enough, and he won't.
Figures she's given him plenty of trouble by this time. It'll be rough for him to drag her along.
Then it might work.
Who's going in?
Frank and I can do it.
You can give us a cover.
Where are you going to make it?
Which rooms did you hit, Stoner?
Back bedroom and the kitchen.
That covers both sides of the house, then.
Yeah.
The gas holding?
As far as we can tell, it's still there.
It might be better then to go into the bedroom. Drive Carrie into the living room. Hope we can pick up the woman on the way.
All right. You got the masks?
I'll get him. Want to give me a hand, Frank?
Yeah. We'll give you all the cover we can, Joe.
Good.
We can't shoot into the house, but we'll make Carrie think we are.
All right.
Once you got the woman, bring her out.
All right.
If Carrie goes into the living room, don't try to go after him. Let him sit for a while. We'll take care of the rest of it later.
Okay.
Here you go, Joe.
All right.
Here are the triple chasers. 6 of them ought to do, huh?
Yeah.
I'll take the sawed off. We should be able to handle him with that.
Yeah.
I don't have to tell either one of you to take it easy.
No.
We want that woman, but we want her alive. Anything comes up that gets in the way, pull out. Don't wait to ask questions.
Right.
All right, get on it.
Let's go, Frank.
Right.
Joe.
Yeah.
Carrie's rough. He's playing for keeps. You know he'll kill you if he gets a chance.
Well, that makes it easy.
Hmm?
We won't give him one. Frank and I went around to the back of the house and put on the gas masks. He loaded the shotgun and flipped off the safety. I checked the triple chasers. They're about the size of a beer can, and they're built like a hand grenade. 2 seconds after the pin is pulled and the lever is released, the shell explodes into 3 parts. Each of them throws out a large quantity of tear gas. By using them, an officer can completely fill an area with gas almost immediately. A few minutes after we were in position, the covering gun fire started.
Oh, that's it. Let's go.
Yeah.
You going to toss one in the bedroom?
Better make sure it's clear.
Okay.
I'll watch it.
Go ahead. I'll cover you.
Right. All right, come on.
All right. That's clean.
Yeah, let's get the next room. It's the bathroom, isn't it?
Should be.
Well, if you get the door, I'll toss the shell.
Right.
Wait a minute.
You got the pin?
Wait a minute. Ah, go ahead. Give it a second.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
It's empty.
Yeah. Bedroom next?
Uh-huh.
Hold it. Okay. Now, let's go. It's Carrie. He's in the living room.
You better get him.
Wait a minute. Huh? On the bed, it's the woman. Come on, we better get her out of here.
Right. You naked?
I think so. Get that window, will you?
Yeah. Wait till I get the shade. I'll go first, and I'll take her on the outside.
All right.
Hold it right there, Carrie.
It's us, Murph. Friday and Smith, give us a hand. We got the woman.
Here, let me help.
Okay, Joe.
All right, you got her?
Yeah.
All right.
Come on, let's get her out here.
Wait till I get this mask off, will you? Okay, Joe.
Wait a minute. Yeah. How's the woman?
Oh, she seems to be all right. Want to give me a hand getting this tape off?
Yeah.
Thank God you made it. I thought he was going to kill me. Every minute I thought he was going to kill me.
You're all right now, Miss Bush. Take it easy.
He's crazy. That man's crazy. If you hadn't got it, he'd have killed me, sure. I know
All
it.
right, Miss Bush. Let's get out of here. Come on.
You got her, huh?
Yeah, Skipper.
You all right, ma'am?
Yes, it isn't his fault, though. I've never seen anybody like that before.
All right, Mrs. Bush. You want to take her to the car, Murphy?
Sure. Just a minute, ma'am.
What?
Can you tell us how many guns Carrie's got?
What?
How many guns did you see?
What difference does it make?
Makes a lot of difference to us.
I don't know. He's got a pistol.
Yeah, we saw that. Anything else?
Yeah, he's got a rifle, too, a shotgun, I think.
Did you see it?
He brought it into the house.
Where is it?
What do you mean?
What part of the house is it in, do you know?
The front room, I guess. That's where it was the last time I saw it.
Has he got any shells for it?
Yeah, a lot of them. But his pocket's full.
All right, that's all. Thank you.
You going to get him now?
We're going to try.
You'll have to shoot him.
Ma'am?
He told me so himself. Said you wouldn't take him alive.
Uh-huh.
Told me if you tried, he'd take a couple of you with him.
Well, it isn't going to change things.
Hmm?
He's still going. Ms. Bush was taken to one of the neighborhood houses, and we got ready to take the suspect into custody. The house was completely surrounded. All of the doors and windows were covered. Each man was instructed to shoot to kill in the event Carrie tried to escape or made any effort to fire into the crowd. In a last attempt to get him out of the house without additional bloodshed, the bullhorn was brought from the car, and we tried to talk to him.
Here you are, Joe.
All right.
Tell him this is the last time around, Joe. We're through playing games.
Right. Carrie? Carrie, give it up. Throw those guns out and you follow them. All right, we'll tell you where you stand. There are a lot of us out here. We've all got orders to kill you if you try anything. You think you can sit in there and we can't touch you? You got it wrong. We'll blow the roof off if we have to.
Tell him he's got 10 seconds, Joe.
All right.
Count them out for him.
Right.
Stand by with gas guns.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Joe.
Terry, you're running out of time. We'll give you 10 seconds to come out of there. It's the last time. Throw the guns out and come out after them. 10 seconds, Terry. That's all you got. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's all you got. Time's up.
All right, throw him in. Cover that front porch.
Here's a machine gun, Joe.
I got it.
Must have good lungs.
Yeah.
Toss some more in.
Got to come out pretty quick.
Yeah.
There he is.
Got that shotgun. He's down.
Yeah. Easy now. Terry. Terry?
Not moving.
Cover me.
Yeah.
How about it? It's all right. Must have been dead when he hit the floor.
Yeah, we were lucky.
I don't know.
What?
We had to kill him.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On Monday, May 9th, an inquest was held in the coroner's office in and for the county of Los Angeles, state of California. The coroner's jury found that the death of Thomas Herbert Carey was caused by gunshot wounds resulting from an attempt to resist arrest. The officers were absolved from blame.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Milk-Bone Dog Treats. The only dog treats like crunchy little hot dogs. Crunchy golden outside, meaty tasting inside.
Hot diggity, Milk-Bone Dog Treats.
Milk-Bone Dog Treats. The only ones that taste hot diggity delicious.
Hot diggity, Milk-Bone Dog Treats.
Hey, you guys who brew Anheuser-Busch Natural Light, listen up. This is a great tasting light beer, but even a good articulator like me has trouble renouncing the name. So I made an incision. Since it's brewed naturally with a real natural taste, I just asked for a natural. I'm telling you, people won't settle for just any light beer when they can have a natural, and you can misquote me on that. Another natural, please. I'm serious. This is one good tasting beer. I just asked for a natural.
Here's a pair of products for a really clean bathroom. First, Lysol Pump Spray. Basin,
tub, tile cleaner. Cleans and shines without scratching. Removes mold and mildew. Kills athlete's foot fungus. Next, Lysol toilet bowl cleaner. Its directional spout sends disinfecting cleaning power everywhere, even under the rim. Rust stains, dirt, and germs brush away.
Lysol products kill household germs on surfaces where they grow, including germs that cause odors.
Hi, Ben. Hey, that's what I want. Roll of Lifesavers. Peppermint. Bad taste in my mouth.
Can't have any. Just sold the last roll to myself.
You don't have one roll of Peppermint Lifesavers?
No. I'll sell you half a roll.
Their cool flavor has been around for years and years.
That's more like it.
Lifesaver.
You're a lifesaver.
No, I'm a merchant.
Monday, meet 3 lovely detectives who'll give their all to tame the Wild West.
Ollie!
They're beautiful, adventurous,
She tried to escape.
and will do anything to get their man.
Will you just shut up?
Well, almost anything.
Oh?
They gave their all to capture the hearts of the West. Quit teasing, gal.
Oh, dear.
They had charm and style. They were wild and woolly.
Watch Monday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on ABC.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, guess who's coming down tonight? None the less than Russian royalty. Is he a czar? No, this is a little guy. He's more of a sardine. And for a Russian, he's a very smart guy. Yep. He's so smart he ain't never been near Russia. What? Well, you know, Duffy, some guys become princes by birth, others become princes by marriage. Mike just had cards printed. What does he do? What does any prince do? He runs a restaurant. Yeah, the famous Romanovs in Beverly Hills. With the prices he charges, he had to take to the hills. What he charges for a meal, for 6 months a guy could eat in our place and still have enough left over for the funeral. By the way, the building inspector is here. Yeah, he's trying to slap us with a violation. Well, you see, while he was looking up inspecting the ceiling, he fell through a hole in the floor. So he's laying down there in the cellar, and suddenly he looks up and sees the violation. There's another hole in the roof. So he says to me, he says, listen, don't water come in through there? So I trick him. I tell him the truth. I say, the water only comes through when it rains. Huh? Just a minute, Duffy. The guy's out just leaving. I'll call you back. Oh, Eddie.
Yes, Sergeant.
Please show the building inspector the door.
Oh, that'll be easy.
What do you mean?
He's laying underneath it.
What, you mean that the door fell off the hinges again after all the trouble I went to fixing it?
Yep.
I guess they just don't make tape like they used to. Well, get him out from under the door, Eddie, but be polite about it.
You mean not first?
Don't be funny, will you? And while you're over there, you might push the front wall back in place.
Well, that old front wall? Why don't we just leave it tilted against the back wall and get that wigwam effect?
Isn't that a bad idea? It might attract the Indian trade. What was that? Was that the building inspector?
Yep.
What happened?
A piece of the wigwam just whammed him on the wig.
Well, that does it. This place has just simply got to be fixed up now. Hello. Hello, Duffy. Look, this place is in an absolute state of deploracy. Well, why don't we sell it? Who'll buy it? Ooh, a businessman, investor, speculator.
No, sucker.
Well, look, Duffy, what do you take for the joint? $13,000. Duffy, inflation ain't inflated that much. Huh? Well, what do you give me if I sell it? 5%, huh? Okay, it's a deal. Now, let me see. 5% of 13,000. 8 goes into 13 about once. That gives us 5 for a hangover. Now, let me see. 13 that's a 1 and a 3. That's 4. Plus 5 is 9. Turn it upside down, it's a 6. Now, let me see.
Oh, look, Mr. Archie, nobody'd buy this broken down dump.
Eddie, what do you mean broken down dump?
He's right, Miss Duffy, and we're going to sell it. Look at the joint. Holes in the floor. Holes in the ceiling.
So what? We're the only place in town that can advertise cross ventilation. Up and down.
Please, leave us face it. The joint ain't fit for man or beast.
Hello, Arch.
Hello, Finnegan.
And how are you, fine day?
Fine.
How are the wife and the kitty?
What? The wife and the kitties, Finnegan, you know I ain't married.
I know, but it seems such a friendly way to start the conversation.
Please, stop the nonsense talk, will you, while I'm trying to comb out my membranes, figuring a way to sell this tavern.
Sell the tavern?
Yeah.
But, Arch, you can't do that. The tavern is part of Third Avenue, like the Elm, or the sidewalks, or the sewer.
That's sweet of you, Finnegan. And another thing, Archie, if Papa sells the place, what's going to happen to you?
What do you mean?
A thing like that might force you to go to work.
Needs be what bees must be.
No, Arch, I ain't going to let you do it. I ain't going to let this place go if I have to buy it myself.
You're going to buy it?
I might. How much you asking?
$13,000.
$13,000, huh? Is that more than $1.25?
Will you quit bothering me? I got too many things on my mind here to fool around. I got real royalty coming down here tonight.
Royalty?
Yep, and guess who he is?
Queen Victoria?
No.
King George?
No.
King Kong?
No, but you're getting close.
The Arch, who is it?
Romanoff.
And his violin?
Duffy, that's Rubinoff. Rubinoff. This guy's a prince.
Well, Rubinoff ain't a bad guy neither. Ooh. A prince coming here to the tavern. Hey, Arch, an idea just came into me head.
Well, just leave it there. It'll die of loneliness.
You're no kidding, Arch. Arch, this is a great idea. Why don't you sell the tavern to the prince?
Don't be silly. Hey, Eddie, I just had a great idea.
Oh, what?
Well, I was thinking maybe I'll sell the tavern to the prince.
Say, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Miss Duffy.
What, Eddie?
Mr. Archie's going to sell the tavern to the prince.
That's a swell idea. Finnegan, did you hear that?
What?
Archie's going to sell the tavern to the prince. What do you think of the idea?
Stinks.
That's just because he didn't think for himself. Now, let me alone a minute while I figure what's in this deal for me. Now, that's $13,000. Maybe I ought to change that into rubles or kopecks. Pieces of 8. Pieces of 8. So 8 goes into 13. Goes in twice if you squeeze it. 6, 5, 9. me see. We carried a 12. No, that's too heavy. Better carry the 7. Now, I get 5%. 5. You push over the decimal point. Won't push. Guess I'll have to fracture the dominator. Fracture the dominator and divvy up the quotient. It gives me 7, Zypher, 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 Zypher. Naught, 00, Zypher. Eddie, wake up, Finnegan. Stop that snoring. Now, let's see. Naught, 00, Zypher, Zypher. Nope, it can't be done.
So what can't be done?
There ain't no way to figure 5% of 13,000. I'll have to jack the price up to 13,489.
Sorry, Rabble. That means cake.
Finnegan, wake up. What are you dreaming about?
Oh, sorry, Arch. I was dreaming I was a prince.
Romanov?
No, dozing off. I was dreaming I was Prince Charming.
You, Prince Charming? There's a laugh.
No, it was very romantic, Arch. I was dancing with a beautiful dame named Cinderella. Then suddenly, every night at 12 o'clock, she turned into a pumpkin.
But this Cinderella was really gorgeous, huh?
Yep. Boy, it must be wonderful to be a prince.
Yes, sir, I guess so.
Yes, sir. Imagine, every night, pumpkin.
Well, you got the head for it, Finnegan.
Dear Arch, how does a guy get to be a prince?
Well, to be a prince, your mother has to be a queen, and your father has to be a king.
Gotta have both, huh?
That's right. It's all politics, which reminds me, we gotta royal up the place here. Eddie,
yes, sir?
Eddie, what can we do to make the prince feel that he's back in the palace?
That we can do.
Why can't we?
Because with all the king's horses and all the king's men, this place will still smell like all the king's horses.
We gotta do something to make the guy feel at home, huh? Now, let's see, that beer barrel over there, that could be the throne. The bunk starter could be the scepter.
What's the scepter?
Scepter, it's King Shillelagh, you know? Now, let's see, in a free lunch, that pig's head there, that could be the head of the Politburo. Then when the prince comes in, I want everybody to curtsy and bow down. And, hey, what's that laying on the floor over there?
That's Mr. Moriarty.
Oh, well, turn him face down. He can be pledging allegiance. Let's see, what else? Wish we had a red carpet to unspread.
Sorry, no red carpet.
Wait a minute. Miss Duffy, how about unrolling the roller towel?
I thought you wanted red.
Yeah, that's right. The roller towel's black. Hey, why don't we use that red tablecloth?
That's black, too.
Too bad we ain't got a strip of red sawdust. Hey, Eddie, is this a crazy idea? How about putting some ketchup in the sawdust?
Well, not so crazy. What do you think our hamburgers is?
Well, never mind anyhow. It's too late. Here comes the guy now.
Oh, little fella, ain't he?
Yeah, he's little, Eddie, but he's every half inch a prince. Well, Prince, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Prince, I am prostrate to once again visage the face of your Royal Exalted Highness.
Please, Archie, don't call me your Royal Exalted Highness.
Why not?
After all, this is a democracy.
Well, so?
Just call me your Royal Highness.
Sorry, Mike. By the way, your Royal Highness, there's one question I'd like to ask you.
What's that?
Well, how come you got a Russian name and an English accent?
Well, I lived in Russia, but I went to school in England.
What? Must have had a tough time getting home to lunch, didn't you? Don't you get it? That's an American joke.
American joke, eh?
Yeah.
It should have been deported.
Well, so much for jokes. Prince, how would you like to buy the tavern?
Me, a Romano, purchased the Siberian Cereals?
What's wrong with the place?
Well, for one thing, it simply reeks.
What are you talking? The place ain't reeked in a week.
Look, old boy, my title has often been questioned, but my sense of smell, never.
I can understand that, Your Highness. After all, you've had the nose longer than the title. So you don't want to buy the place, huh?
Absolutely not.
A troublemaker. I got an idea. Hey, Eddie.
Yes, sir?
Eddie, pour the Prince a shot of our bar rye. Maybe it'll soften him up.
Soften him up. It'll dissolve him.
Well, try it anyhow. Well, Prince, make yourself to home. Sit down and take the load off of them Adler elevator shoes.
You sit down. You forget, Archie, that I'm a prince.
What of it?
I can never sit in my own royal presence.
You mean to tell me that you always stand up?
Except when I'm incognito.
Then what do?
I permit myself to tilt him.
Well, that's one thing about the tavern. We aim to please. You want to tilt, you tilt. Eddie, show His Highness to the pinball machine. Incidentally, that pinball machine makes a fortune for us, Your Highness.
It does?
Yep, not that I'm trying to sell you anything, but I must say that this whole place here is a gold mine.
It does look a bit like a hole in the ground.
Okay, you call it ham, we'll call it ham. How would you like to buy a hole in the ground?
But I have a reputation to uphold. What kind of food do you serve?
Food? That's one thing we're particular about, our food. The minute it changes color, out. Yes, sir, we got nothing but the best.
I see. And what kind of music do you have?
Only an 18-piece jukebox.
No, I mean entertainment for the supper trade. You have sophisticated singer?
Why?
So the food can float on the wings of song from the mouth to the stomach.
Duffy, please. You just said mouth to the stomach, not a round trip.
Please introduce me.
Introduce you, okay. Prince Romanov, Miss Duffy. Kremlin, Gremlin.
I'm happy to know you, Blitzky.
Likewise, I'm Shursky. Oh, you know something funny, Prince?
What?
For a highness, you're built awfully low.
Miss Duffy, please, your court manners. Remember, you are in the presence of royalty, no matter how sawed off.
Now, you were talking about entertainment. Did you say you had a sophisticated singer?
Well, please, back to the cash register.
Just a second, Archie. She has an interesting voice.
You think so, huh? Eddie, I think you was right. That bar rye must have dissolved him.
Tell me, Miss Duffy, do you know any French songs?
Oh, but oui.
Very well. I would like to hear you.
A French song? Perish forbid. This could bring back the guillotine. But the sail is a sail. Go ahead.
Hold me close and hold me fast. The magic spell you cast. This is La Vie en Rose.
This is what drives men to the Foreign Legion to forget.
chow how.
Oh, this is awesome.
When you press me to your heart, ooh, I'm in a world where roses bloom.
This dame is from an old French vaudeville team called Levy and Rose.
Stand the weed for moi for the weed in the deep breath. Lingerie for la vie. Keep your hand and search to be, and lore and life will be. Lovey, oh,
Well, Prince, what do you think of Miss Duffy singing?
I made better sounds when the Tsar beat me with a whip.
Yeah,
No, Archie. If I buy the Tavern, I think I'll use the jukebox. It sounds better.
Sounds better, huh? Built better, too. Well, Prince, it looks like our deal is consumed. 13 grand and she's yours.
The Tavern or Miss Duffy?
Tavern. Miss Duffy, we throw in with the pig's feet. Oh, what do you say?
Archie, before I buy this place, I have to sample your cooking.
You want to sample our cooking, huh?
Well, that makes one less Russian to worry about.
Hey, please.
What about it, Archie? May I meet your chef?
Our chef? Oh, our chef. Yeah. Hey, excuse me a minute. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, come here. We got to dig up a chef. Look, that broken down Russian, that piano teacher of yours, that Yasha Penyaslavny. Can he cook?
Why?
If he can cook, you've got a job as a singer.
Such glimpses you've never tasted.
Mm-hmm. With your singing and Penyaslavnik's cooking, this'll be one way to find out.
Find out what?
Whether or not the Russians have the A-bomb. Well, go get Penyaslavnik quick. Now, we're going to need him if I'm going to collect that 5% for selling the Tavern. Prince, I'd like you to meet our chef. He'll be here any minute. Now, what's your favorite food?
Blintzes.
Prince, please, don't leave yet.
I'm sorry, Archie.
Please, the Russian chef will be here any minute.
Oh, yeah.
Well, speak of the devil. There he is now.
Oh, yeah.
Prince Romanov, this is our Grande chef, Yasha Penyaslavny.
Da.
Well, at least nobody has said no yet. These guys must come from unoccupied Russia. By the way, Yasha, tell the Prince here, what's your specialty in cooking?
My specialty? In St. Petersburg, I am famous for my lemon chiffon pie.
Lemon chiffon pie. How you make him, Yasha?
I am using 3 lemons to 1 yard chiffon.
Well, Prince, tell me, does that convince you?
No, Archie. The real test of the chef is the salad.
Ooh, my salad. Such salad you are never tasting.
Oh, really? How you mean, Yasha?
Never mind the recipe. Have him mix the salad, and Prince Romanov will eat it.
Good night, sweet prince.
Okay, it's a deal. Now, first to my salad, I make the Russian dressing.
Russian dressing.
Salad bowl, please.
Salad bowl.
Mustard.
Mustard.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
My gloves, please.
Here you are. Your gloves.
Thank you. I drop the gloves in the bowl. And next, vinegar.
Vinegar.
Lettuce.
Lettuce.
Tomatoes.
Tomatoes.
Scalpel.
Yasha.
I mean scallop.
Yeah.
Tamales.
Tamales.
Tequila.
Tequila.
Tabasco.
Tabasco.
So now I stir. So now I taste. It's been sold. Now, olive oil.
Olive oil.
Artichoke.
Artichoke.
Cucumber.
Cucumber.
Tutti frutti ice cream.
Tutti frutti ice cream.
This is ridiculous. Tutti frutti ice cream in a salad?
Okay, so we change it to vanilla. Next, garlic.
Garlic.
Ketchup.
Ketchup.
2 eggs, sunny side up.
Wait a minute. You put fried eggs in the salad?
No, the eggs I'm eating myself. The salad is making me hungry. Next, onion.
Onion.
Whipped cream.
Whipped cream.
So we are holding all the ingredients together. 1 tablespoon glue. Gentlemen, the Panjaslavnik salad.
Well, go ahead, Mike. Try it.
Archie, you are forgetting protocol. Royalty never eats first.
No, huh?
After you, old boy.
Really? I ain't a bit hungry.
I'm sorry, Archie. In that case, the whole thing is off.
The deal is off, but Prince. I ain't done. Okay, give me the fork.
Hello? Who is this? Mr. Duffy? This is Prince Michael Romanov. What? By your tavern? I'm sorry, old boy. I might have, but Archie tried to palm off a fake chef on me. And if there's anything I can't stand, it's a phony.
Well, it's now time for the question of the day. And today's question is, which of the Terminator movies is your favorite? For me, I have to say it's the first one. Not saying it was all downhill from there. I do very much like the special edition of the second movie, but there's just something special and a unique charm about the semi-low-budget nature of the first one and the fact that it really is one long scene of just cat and mouse for about an hour and a half that I just really find appealing. You just have a short intro text and then you're in it and it's not going anywhere. It's just a very special and intense movie that always feels like it's moving forward at a relentless pace. But what is your favorite Terminator movie? Comment below to let us know. And now, let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Ortez, the strange Mexican discovered by Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson in the old Croft ranch house, has told the boys that Rip Bender killed his brother and stole a chart showing the exact location of a vast hidden treasure buried in the mountains on the Croft ranch. Old Mr. Bender is seen around the deserted ranch house, and when confronted by Speed and brought inside, attempts to shoot the Mexican. To prevent trouble, the two pilots fly Bender back to the Diamond A Ranch, and then take off alone to inspect the mountainous region between Twin Peaks, forming the western boundary of Mrs. Croft's property. As they cruise over the mesa, Speed notices tracks made by airplane wheels on the isolated tableland. And now, we find them cruising over the mesa.
Take a good look now, Jimmy. Right under us.
I think I see what you mean.
Those long tracks in the short grass, they've been made by airplane wheels.
Oh, yeah, and look, Speed. They lead up to that clump of trees on the edge of the clearing.
You know, this mesa has been used as a landing field. There's not a doubt about it.
Well, gee, think of that. A landing field 7,500 feet up in the mountains, hidden away between these Twin Peaks.
Hidden away is right. Aye, there are a number of tracks down there, kid.
There certainly are. Hey, Speed, why would anyone be landing airplanes up here?
Let you and me go down and find out. There's certainly plenty of room to land.
Okay.
Shall I go down?
Yeah, go ahead. Now remember, you're landing at a very high altitude. The air's pretty thin up here, so you're going to land a lot faster and require more room to get off.
Well, gee, I hadn't thought of that.
When you're used to flying out of fields at sea level and then get on fields such as this, you're liable to run into trouble.
Hey, this'll be a new experience, all right. But there's worlds of room here.
Sure, you won't have any trouble.
Hey, I can sure feel the difference in the way the ship handles. The controls are kind of sluggish.
It's no wonder. The air at this altitude is at nearly half the density that it is at sea level.
Well, hold everything now, Speed. Here we go on the landing.
Okay, now, take it easy.
Well, that didn't seem so hard.
Fair enough. You set her down like a veteran. Now taxi over to that clump of trees, Jim. They're over to the right.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's where the tracks lead to.
This ground's smooth as a billiard table. Whoever first picked this place for a landing field sure knew his stuff.
They didn't miss it. Well, now what, Speed?
I better cut your switch and we'll have a look around. We're in no hurry.
You know, Speed, I think this is the most wonderful sight I've ever seen. Why, this place is entirely surrounded with mountains and those twin peaks at either end. Oh, boy, they sure make marvelous landmarks.
It's quite a spot, but I'd sure like to know what it's used for.
And Rip Bender probably lands up here. He's the only one around with a ship.
Well, Bender may have landed up here, that's true. But other airplanes have used this place. Now, look here, Jim, you see that? There's some airplane tracks. Now, see that wide tread? A little ship like Bender's couldn't make that kind of a track.
By Jiminy, you're right about that, Speed. Hey, and look here. You can see the imprint of the tire on the soft ground. And a big wheel made this one, too.
Yeah, that's it. Why, here, you can compare them with the tracks our wheels made. Notice the difference?
I sure do. Well, what's the answer, Speed?
Well, you got me. There are no big ships operating around this part of the country that I know of. Of course, it may have been a hunting party or something like that.
Hey, look here. What do you make of this?
What do you see now?
Isn't this an old can of lubricating oil?
Well, I'll be hanged. It sure is. Look, there's 2 or 3 more of them around here.
You know, some people have used this place as a regular airplane base, I guess.
Yeah, it sure looks like it.
Hey, look off there in the trees, Speed. What's that?
Huh? Come on, let's have a look, Jim. It's a shack of some kind.
Hey, it's nicely hidden away in the trees, too. You can't see a thing until you're right on it.
What's this? Some drums of gasoline. Well, they're full, too. Well, we're discovering things, Jim. Hey, let's go inside the shack.
Okay, let's go.
Well, not even a lock on the door. Whoever it is doesn't worry much about being bothered up here.
Hey, look, Speed. An old oil cook stove. There's a frying pan and a few dishes.
Huh. Must be a shack some fellas who own an airplane use for hunting. Huh. Believe me, that's a great way to get up here, too.
Oh, yes, Speed, but why would they put gas and oil up here? They could refuel at Devil's Pass Airport, fly up here, and get back to Devil's Pass without having to refuel again.
You're sure right there, Jim. In fact, they could go back and forth to the airport 3 or 4 times without refueling. Now, this is sort of funny.
And how do they get those big 50-gallon drums up here? You know, I wonder if there's any connection between this place and the ship that Barbara and I heard cruising above the clouds last night.
Say, that's a thought.
Sure. When you're above the clouds the way we are now, this field and the Twin Peaks are easily visible.
Well, there's this much about it. Someone has gone to a great deal of trouble to develop a base up here.
Say, I wonder if we could find Ortez if we flew down around the Croft shack.
Let's do it. I guess there's nothing much more to see up here. Let's take off, Jim, and fly over to the ranch.
That suits me, Speed. I want to hear the rest of Ortez's story anyway.
When he sees our ship flying around, he'll probably signal us some way.
Well, I told him to be on the lookout for us after you pulled old man Bender out of the shack. I didn't want Bender to hear me.
You know, the one reason I'd be inclined to believe Ortez is the way old Bender acted.
Do you suppose Rip Bender killed Ortez's brother?
Jimmy, Rip Bender would do about anything for money. At least that's the way I size him up.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Speed. That guy looks to me like a sneaking coyote.
Well, here we are. Climb in and turn her over.
Okay, gotcha. There we are. Are you ready, Speed?
Now, go ahead. Now, listen, Jim. Take a good long run. Remember, you're used to taking off at Kansas City, where the elevation is over 1,000 feet. Here, it's over 7,000.
I'll watch it. Is it safe to go down through the clouds now?
Sure, throttle back and go on through. You should come out right over the Croft Ranch house. Yeah, that is if you're a good navigator, Jim.
You mean if I'm a good guesser, Speed?
Take your glide easy now. A slow glide. These clouds may have dropped a little since we climbed up through them.
Okay. I'll be careful.
How do you like this cloud flying, kid?
Oh, boy, I love it. It sure is a lot of fun.
Now, watch it now. Your glide's a little too fast. Keep your eye on that airspeed indicator.
There we are. Right under the clouds. I'll give her the gun now and take a look around.
Isn't that the ranch house off to the south, about 3 miles?
Yeah, that's it, all right. I thought I'd hit it right on the nose.
Oh, no. You not only have to be good, but lucky when you do that.
Hey, Speed, what's that? Over there, west of us.
What do you mean, Jim? I don't see anything.
Look, crawling up that mountainside, see? Looks like a couple of fellas. At first, I thought maybe it was Ortez.
Oh, I see what you mean now. Well, I'll be darned. It is 2 fellas, sure enough, crawling up that mountain. Wonder what they're doing. Let's take a run over that way, Jim.
Right. Say, I wonder if that's Ortez and his brother. You know, maybe that was just a stall and his brother wasn't killed at all.
Oh, that's a thought. We left Ortez right around in this vicinity, too. Circle around, Jim. See if we can recognize him.
One thing for sure, they see us. They're looking up.
Yeah, look at them duck under those trees. I guess they don't want to be seen.
I'll bet you anything that's Ortez. That long story he told us about his brother was a lot of bunk.
I wouldn't be surprised. Say, look down there in that gully right back of them. See? See those 2 horses tied up?
Yes, sir. They've tied their horses there and started climbing up the mountain.
I'd like to know who those boys are.
Hey, remember, Speed? Old man Bender said Ortez was a horse thief. Maybe they are. Maybe those are a couple of horses he's stolen.
I'll tell you, let's you and me go down and find out. I'm curious to know what's going on in these mountains.
Well, so am I, but... Jiminy, how in the world are we going to land down there?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me take a look around.
Well, I don't see a spot you can land, Speed, for at least 2 or 3 miles.
Jim, I think I can set this ship down in that clearing just above the gully there.
What? Why, gee, Speed, that's impossible. No one could land an airplane in that small place.
No, that's not so small.
Well, yeah, but it's entirely surrounded with trees.
I can make it, kid.
Well, I'd sure never try.
Here, I'll take the ship.
Okay, this is going to be good. Go ahead, it's yours.
Now, I'll just dust off the top of these trees and pancake her in.
I don't know how you'll ever do it.
Yeah, the trick is to come in awfully slow, Jim. And just before you get to the clearing, bring your nose up and gun it a little. Now, what's this?
Gosh, Speed, look out! Look out, Speed! Oh, boy. Oh, you made it.
There you are. You see, Jim, you can get into an awful short space when you have to.
I learn something new about flying every day.
Yeah, so do I. Here, I'm going to set our parking brake and leave the engine running. Come on now, let's slide down into that gully and see what's what.
Hey, look, Speed. Those fellas are coming back down the mountain, headed for their horses, see?
Yeah. Flying around scared them, I guess. They're up to something or other, all right.
Oh, come on, let's hurry. If we get to their horses before they do, we'll have them.
That's the idea. Hey, Jim, did you put that gun in your pocket? The one that's strapped inside the cockpit?
I sure did. You never know what you'll run into down around here.
All right, take it easy now. They're the horses.
Hey, I think we got here in time, Speed. Do you see them anywhere around?
Yeah, one of them's staying with their horses, but here comes the other one. Okay, now get your gun out. Here's where we may catch Ortez in a little lie.
I'm all set.
Now listen, Jim, as he comes out from behind that draw, throw your gun on him. Now get set.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
All right, kid. Jimmy, hold it. Hold it. It's a government agent, Russell.
Russell? Well, what do you know?
Who is using the isolated landing field high up in the mountains? And what is Russell doing in this lonely land? And who is with him? For the answer, tune in to the next exciting episode of the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Hey, don't get up. You just had a baby.
Come on, I love to look at her.
Dr. Davis. Bill's helping Fred put up the crib. And I'll pick up some diapers for you.
Hey, thanks. Be sure to get Pampers, will you?
Oh, an expert already?
More hospitals use Pampers than any other diaper to save on laundry and help keep clothes and bedding dry.
But what I like best is the way Pampers Stay Dry Lining helps keep my baby's skin dry.
You really are an expert.
Ask any mother about Pampers dryness. One of the worst kinds of congestion is sinus congestion, so the makers of doctor-recommended neosynephrine made something special, something so effective it starts to open blocked sinuses fast and keeps them open up to 2.5 times longer than ordinary sprays. New neosynephrine 2, used as directed. It's so effective, a couple of sprays in each nostril helps relieve your sinus congestion just about all night. Or all day. New neosynephrine 2, long-lasting relief from sinus congestion.
And that Funicello on the beach. Familiar, right? Except these days, I'm with my family. And lots of Skippy peanut butter. The kids love a real peanut taste, so for us, it has to be Skippy. You see, Skippy's not like other national brands. Skippy has more ground-roasted peanuts. Why, there's 1.5 jars of peanuts in every jar. And more peanuts naturally mean real peanut taste. So if your kids love a real peanut taste, like mine, it has to be Skippy.
I like to give 100% to whatever I do. And I like a soap that does, too. That's why I use Dial. Dial soap makes me feel 100% clean all over. And Dial's special deodorant protection lets me take that clean, fresh feeling into my day. I like feeling clean and fresh. And who knows more about that than Dial?
Aren't you glad you use Dial? Aren't you glad?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Bea Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, along about this time of year, I always wish I could make a personally conducted tour of your home. Winter's practically around the corner, and I'd like to make sure that all your linoleum floors are properly protected with Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. If you've never used Glow Coat, you'll really appreciate this tough wax protection. For one thing, you'll find it so much easier to keep your floors always clean and nice-looking. When the children or the delivery boy track in mud and dirt, or when you spill something, you don't have to perform a major cleaning operation. You simply wipe the shining surface of your floor with a damp cloth. And right away, it's clean again. Its color's bright and beautiful. Easy to use? Glow Coat certainly is. There's no rubbing or buffing. Just apply it, then let it dry. Glow Coat shines as it dries. How about that? Don't you think it's a good idea to protect and beautify your linoleum and other floors with Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat? Well, now that the meat markets are again echoing to the happy laughter of contented butchers, a roast in the oven is not something you have to hide from the neighbors, like Aunt Sarah taking snuff. Meet two people at 79 Wistful Vista right now who have a roast in the oven. Yes, we mean Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Boy, don't that meat smell good. I haven't flung a fang into a hunk of beef for so long, I'm almost getting to like vegetables. Isn't that a horrible thought?
You always like salads.
Salads you can doctor up so it don't taste like vegetables. Hey, did you get a roast big enough?
My dear boy, a 5-rib roast of beef is enough for 6 people.
That's for me, kiddo. I'm so meat hungry I snapped at a fat Airedale yesterday.
See, I was thinking, dearie, why don't we have someone over for dinner? Maybe Dr. Gambler, Mayor Latrivia?
Ah, they're so busy tying the feed bag on Fifi Tremaine, they wouldn't have time to... Hey!
Yeah?
I got a great idea. What's the shutter for?
That's just an automatic reaction to any great idea of yours.
But this is a Lulu. Look, let's ask Gamble and Trivia over for dinner. And Fifi Tremaine. Can't you picture them two Romeos fighting to pass her the salt?
Say, McGee, I think you have a very good idea there.
Huh? You do?
Yes.
Ooh.
I think it would be a nice, hospitable gesture to Miss Tremaine. She's new in town, and I'd like to...
Me, too. I'd like to see a hairpin that can make two middle-aged college graduates act like high school sophomores on a hayride.
Now, listen, don't you fall in love with her, too, dearie.
Don't you worry your little head, Snooky. I just took up your option for another 100 years. Besides, she's an actress, and I don't go for actresses. They go into deathbed scene every time they pull a run in their socks.
Say, how do you know so much about actresses? Is there some chapter in your life I skipped?
I think I skipped one. Do you remember all the years I was in vaudeville with old Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois? I saw enough female acrobats, magician's assistants, and Hepburn imitators to last me 7 lifetimes. I always says that I just...
Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia, old man. I was just going to call you up.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Molly. Hello, Magee. What were you going to call me about? You know my policy against fixing traffic citations.
Just because the city runs and slaps a fire plug in all the good parking places don't mean I'm always the taxpayer that gets caught, Latriv.
We wanted to ask you over for dinner tonight, Your Honor.
Well, thank you.
There's a beef roast in the oven that would make a cattle rustler bite his branding iron, Mr. Mayor.
How's about it, Latrivia? Strictly informal. Green tie and tennis shoes.
My friends, there's nothing I would rather do, believe me. But I have a council meeting tonight that I simply must attend.
Skip that burglars' convention and come on over. We're going to have Fifi Tremaine, too.
Really? Miss Tremaine? Well, now, No, it's impossible. Thank you very much anyway.
You better consider it, Mr. Mayor. Rare roast beef, brown potatoes, bacon powder biscuits, mixed green salad, coffee, pumpkin pie, and Miss Tremaine. Those are rich dishes.
I know. It's a horrible decision to have to make. Possibly I can get over here later in time to escort Miss Tremaine home.
Oh, yeah? That's what you think. Take my advice, Latrivia, and be here.
He means that Dr.
No. I'm sorry, really sorry. This council meeting is extremely important. Councilman McAdam wants 14th Street repaved with concrete.
McAdam?
No concrete. He says that
Well,
concrete...
if Councilman Concrete wants McAdam...
It isn't Councilman Concrete. It's McAdam. He wants the... No. No, thank you. I have no desire to get embroiled in one of those things today. Thank you for the invitation, Molly.
Well, we're sorry you can't make it, Latriv. Some other time, maybe.
I hope so. Good day.
Good day, Your Honor.
Well, that kind of ruins my plans, kiddo.
I don't think we ever did tell him that Dr. Gamble was coming. If he'd only known that...
What? Gamble coming?
Sure, that's why we were...
Set a place for me, Molly. I'll be here.
Well.
That guy can change his statements faster than a politician. What am I saying? He is a politician.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Nola.
I just talked to Miss Tremaine on the telephone. She's going to be here for dinner.
Swell. How about Doc Gamble?
Why don't you call him?
Okay, hand me the phone.
Why don't you just reach over and pick it up?
Better dialogue this way.
Oh. Here.
Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Receiving Hospital. Yeah. I don't know why they call it the receiving hospital when most of their work is deliveries, but... What, operator? Oh, hi, Mert. How's every little thing, Mert?
Oh, dear.
What's say, Mert? Your mother got her hand caught in a what?
Heavenly days. What happened to Myrtle's mother?
Playing bridge and got her hand caught in a finesse. What say, Mert? Okay, connect me.
Be sure and tell the doctor
Wait a minute. Hi, Doc. This is Fibber Magee. We want you to come over for dinner tonight. We're having roast beef. The trivia's coming, too. Oh, you can't, eh? Oh, I'm sorry you can't make it. Okay, boy, you're the doctor. But look, kid, Fifi's going to be here. Goodbye.
Why are you looking at your watch?
I want to see how long it takes him to call back. He's so... Hello? Okay, about 7:30. He'll be here.
Now, look, McGee, if you're planning on any deviltry, getting those two men to fighting or something, now, please forget it.
Oh, well, shucks, just a little good-natured ribbing, isn't it?
No.
Okay. The situation is fraught anyway, without any help from me. This will be the big...
Come in.
It's just me, Mrs. McGee, Elsie Merkel from the Beauty Saloon.
Oh, hello, Elsie.
Hi, Elsie. I'll take the compact.
All right, here it is.
Thank you, Elsie. I hope it wasn't too much trouble.
Oh, not in the least likely, Mrs. McGee. Anyways, it was such a nice day for a walk, I thought I'd go out for my daily conversational.
The word is constitutional, Elsie.
Not the way I do it, Mr. McGee. I'm a regular talkie-walkie. Besides, I just love to go for a long walk in the rain. It's a kind of poetic or something.
Yeah, but Elsie, dear, it isn't raining.
Well, they're washing the windows on the Wistful Vista Trust building, which is almost the same thing. I walked there 4 times. Do you like to walk, honey?
Well, frankly, no, Elsie. No, I think it's the worst way to get any place that was ever invented.
Me, too. I had a job once delivering mail back in Peoria. My feet got so tired, people complained I wasn't giving them civil service. Got fired. They let me keep my uniform and mail pouch, though.
Yeah, like so many government jobs, you get left holding the bag.
Did you ever have a government job, Elsie?
Practically, Mrs. McGee. I used to run the beauty shop in the Pentagon building.
Oh, in Washington.
Yeah, and did I have customers? The biggest society women in Washington used to come over to my shop all the time.
No kidding. To have their hair done?
Not use the telephone.
Oh.
My, those Washington women always look so well-groomed, don't they, Elsie? Especially those lady congressmen. You know, I saw that Mrs. Biltz from our district in the paper today, and her hair was such a beautiful blonde. Is that natural, Elsie?
I'm sorry, Mrs. McGee, but in Washington, that's known as a top secret. Besides, she swore me not to tell when I bleached it for her the first time.
Well, we don't want you to break any promises, Elsie. It kills me, though, the trouble some women go to stay beautiful. I'm glad men don't have to go through all that.
Ho, now. Some men are just as bad as women, McGee.
Oh.
Aren't they, Elsie?
You never spoke to her, honey. I've got a gentleman friend, which he's all the time admiring his hands, and he spends all afternoon on his nails.
Spends all afternoon on his nails? My gosh, he must be a dude.
No, a carpenter. He sits on a keg and plays gin rummy. I gotta go now. Goodbye.
You know, dearie, that girl understands people pretty well. She's nobody's fool.
Yeah, give her time. She'll get married one of these days. Hey, ain't that roast about done?
Nowhere near. Say, you don't think they'll expect cocktails tonight, McGee?
No, the trivia don't drink, and you know what Doc Gamble says about drinking.
No, what does he say?
He says it makes such fools of people, and most people are such fools to begin with, that it's compounding a felony.
Well, that sounds exactly like the doctor.
Yeah.
He's always...
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junie. What's the matter? If you're sniffing at my shaving lotion, it's what you give me for Christmas.
No, I'd swear I smelled a roast beef cooking. I remember that smell from years back.
That's what it is, all right, Mr. Wilcox. Dr. Gamble and Mayor Latrivia are coming to dinner tonight, and Miss Fifi Tremaine.
Oh, yes, I've met her. Wonderful woman.
What's she like, Junie?
Well, I'd say Miss Tremaine was charming, beautiful, well-groomed, and highly intelligent.
That don't leave much unless she also does leather tooling and watch repairing. She's kind of smooth, eh?
Oh, yes, a very cosmopolitan woman.
That's what I judged from some of her subscribers.
Well, look, I don't want to keep you kids when you're busy here.
Okay.
I just dropped in to read this wire from Racine.
Oh.
Listen. Harlow Wilcox, Representative, S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, makers of Glow Coat, which gives your linoleum and other floor coverings that beautiful glossy effect. Wistful Vista. Then it says, expecting you, Racine, next week. Big celebration.
Oh.
Signed, S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, makers of Glow Coat, which shines as it dries in 20 minutes or less to a bright, gleaming finish. Racine, Wisconsin.
Western Union must love those guys, Waxy. 7-word telegram with 7 minutes of signature on it. My gosh, they use up 3 miles of telegraph wire just for the address.
That's not what bothers me about the wire, Mr. Wilcox.
Huh?
Is that all that's there?
Oh, yeah, how about...
Oh, no, there's a postscript here. It says, P.S., bring the Magee.
Oh.
Signed, Glow Coat, which gives you linoleum and other...
We know who it's from. You told us.
Yes, and we'll be there next week, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, swell. Well, I've got to scram now. Spaniel Eyes and I are entertaining at dinner tonight, too. I promised I'd get home and lend her a hand with it.
Well, good for you. Do you cook, Mr. Wilcox?
No, not much, but I told her I'd help her get the stuff out, spread it around on the floor. And...
Spread the food on the floor? Why, that's the most...
No. The Johnson self-polishing Glow Coat. Leaves a beautiful glossy effect that you can't...
Okay. You gotta go now, Junior. Swell. I hope your dinner is a success.
Oh, it will be. We're going to the best restaurant in town.
Restaurant? Well, then, why spend that time slicking up your kitchen linoleum, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, gee whiz, suppose as we went out the front door, a burglar should sneak in the back. Can I, a Johnson's wax representative, afford not to have a bright, gleaming linoleum? Why, I'd be the laughing stock of the underworld.
You know, I could get to resent that guy if I wasn't naturally tolerable. And if it wasn't for a few other things, such as coming the mail once a week. Usually a little late.
If it'll get your mind off it, sweetheart, you can help me set the table.
Okay.
Now, let me see. Put those salted almonds over there on...
Oh, boy, if that's them, they're early. Come in.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Have a chair.
No, thank you, Mr. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife. Sweetie Face has been practicing drop kicking ever since the football season opened.
Oh. Well, what's that got to do with your not sitting down, Mr. Wimple, as if I didn't have a sneaking suspicion?
She lost her footsie ball up on the roof and drop kicked me up there to throw it down again.
Well, you ought to get your private flying license for that, Wimp. You've learned to fly by the seat of your pants.
How's everything else around your house, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, just peachy, Mrs. McGee. Peachy dandy. I sold 3 greeting card verses yesterday, and they ordered lots and lots more.
Oh, what kind of greeting cards, Wimp? You mean like Happy Easter to a brave little boy who just had his tonsils out? Stuff like that?
Well, something like that, Mr. McGee. I wrote a Thanksgiving card I thought was rather a turkey.
Well, we'd love to hear it, Mr. Wimple, if it's not violating your copyright.
It goes like this, Mr. McGee. Thanksgiving is a lovely day.
Say, I like that. That's great, Wimp. It's concise and clear.
There's more to it than that, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Thanksgiving is a lovely day.
Very nice. It rhymes with the first line.
That was the first line, Mrs. McGee.
Oh.
Don't stall, Wimp. Finish it.
Thanksgiving is a lovely day. There is no holiday to beat it. When you have relatives all around, then give them the bird and make them eat it.
That's beautiful, Wimp. Fine sentiment.
Well, it's commercial, I think. Would you care to hear my verse about Christmas now?
I'd love to, Mr. Wimple.
All right.
But I've got a roast in the oven. I better go see about it.
It's called Christmas.
To Christmas. Gee, that's nice. Well, I think I better go help Molly with the roast.
Oh, Christmas morn is a time of joys, of children making awful noise, slugging each other with their toys, their little faces glistening. When Santa brings them sleds and snow, crashing into trees they go. Just try to sleep. They're screaming so. Oh, gee, nobody's listening.
The Kingsmen sing on the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
All aboard! Goodbye to the north, goodbye to the south, and so long to the golden west. On foot or by train, by horseback or plane, we're off to the place we love best. On the boardwalk in Atlantic City, we will walk in a dream. On the boardwalk in Atlantic City, life will be peaches and cream. There where the saltwater air brings out a lady's charm, there in a rolling chair, she'll roll right into your arms, in your arms, in your arms. Cinderella, you will find your fella, someone that you waited for, in romantic, enchanting Atlantic City, down on the old New Jersey shore. From Kansas, Nebraska, St. Paul, Minnesota, Montana, Rhode Island, Wisconsin, Dakota, by carrier pigeon, by camel and sleigh, the whole population is on its merry way to the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Everything is a dream on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Life will be merry, a big bowl of cherries, a tub full of peaches and cream. There where the saltwater air brings out a lady's charm, there in a rolling chair, she'll roll right into your arms. Cinderella, you will find your fella, someone that you waited for. Romantic, enchanting Atlantic City, down on the New Jersey shore.
That's everything, Magee. Let me see now. Napkins, silver, ashtrays, water.
How about iodine?
Iodine for what?
With these sharp knives and Gamble and the trivia not taking their eyes off of Fifi Tremaine, somebody's bound to stab themselves.
Well, they could eat from memory. Now let's see if...
My gosh, what is... It's an ambulance. Stopping here.
Oh. Come in. Heavenly days, Dr. Gamble, on a stretcher.
Doc, are you hurt, boy?
What? Oh, no. I just had my pants pressed and don't want to get them wrinkled. Thanks very much, boys.
Well, that was a very effective entrance, Doctor.
It was in the interest of good grooming, my dear, not dramatic. Is she here yet?
Who, Doc?
Miss Tremaine.
Oh, Miss Tremaine. No, she hasn't arrived yet, Doctor. Do sit down and be comfortable.
Well, I'll sit down, but I doubt if I'll be comfortable. This collar is stiffer than a host at a bachelor dinner.
You sure are dressed up, Gargles. First time I ever saw you when you didn't look like an old seat cover.
Don't judge a man by his clothes, Chowderhead. Look at Mahatma Gandhi, the leader of millions. And what does he wear? Horn-rimmed cheaters and a pillow slip.
Very true, Doctor. My mother always used to say, beware of the man with razor-sharp creases. He's probably wanted by the city police.
Yes, by the way, Miss Tremaine, why doesn't she come?
Oh, just be patient, Doctor.
Oh.
She'll be here. It's still early.
Yeah, maybe Latrivia stopped to pick her up.
What? Do you really think he...
No. She's coming alone, Doctor.
I was just kidding, Doc. Hey, what if the mayor shows up in white tie and tails?
He wouldn't dare.
Oh, I don't know. He's such a stickler for formality, you know, and...
Hey, a police car. It's coming here.
If this is a raid, Magee, I never saw you before.
Come in.
Well, hey.
Thank you for the escort, men.
Not at all, Your Honor. It's a pleasure and a privilege.
Magee, it's Officer McClanahan.
So and the boys and myself consider it a great honor, Your Honor, to have the great honor of serving such a great Your Honor as Your Honor, Your Honor.
Oh, my gosh. that, apple polish?
It's happy we are to serve such a great public leader as yourself. A man as fearless and as honest as the days are long. He being on a short shift this week. A man whose term as mayor of this fair city has been the finest example
All right.
of...
Thank you, officer. You flatter me.
You told me to flatter you, you spalpeen. Well, Your Honor, I've got it wrought in black and white just as you give it to me at the station. Butter me up, you said. There's nothing impresses a lady like pomp and circumstance.
That will do, McConaughey. You may go, all of you.
And you can relax, Latrivia. Fifi's not here yet.
Oh. Good evening, Molly. Hello, Magee.
Sit down, Your Honor. I think you know Dr. Gamble.
Yes? How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Mr. Mayor? We seem to meet rather often these days.
Sort of coming and going, eh, Doc?
Well, it's been a nice day, hasn't it?
Delightful.
Very pleasant.
You guys must bowl Fifi over with your snappy repartee.
I suppose you've both been very busy lately.
Yes? Very?
Yes, quite.
I got a piece of string if you two fellas want to play a game of cat's cradle.
No, thanks.
Thanks.
Has Fifi... It seems... If I was taken after a day...
Oh, I'll get it. 79 Whistle Vista, Molly Magee speaking. Who? Oh, yes, Mr. Maine.
Let me speak.
Sit down. Both of you. My wife will tell you if you're wanted.
What was that, Mr. Maine? Oh, sure, I realize how those things happen. Bring your friend along by all means. We'd love it. Goodbye, Mr. Maine.
What goes, kiddo?
Get another place at the table, Magee. Mr. Maine had a friend drop in suddenly from out of town.
Is that Latriv? Fifi's bringing a friend for you. Isn't that nice?
You're the odd man here, Doctor. Miss Tremaine is bringing a friend for you.
Uh-oh. Who'd she say it was, Molly? Anybody we know?
No, just someone she met on an Army Camp USO tour.
Oh.
I didn't recognize the name. She said he was very well known overseas.
A man?
Yes. His name is Kilroy.
Kilroy?
Good heavens.
Kilroy here? Oh, this will be ridiculous.
Here's a little question. Name 5 different Johnson's wax polishes. There's paste and liquid wax, low coat, carnel. That's 4. Can you guess the 5th? Why, Johnson's cream wax, of course. The newest member of the famous Johnson family that was especially developed for your furniture and woodwork. In appearance, it's a creamy white liquid and as different from oily furniture polishes as night from day. Cream wax contains several effective cleansing ingredients. It also contains genuine wax. So Johnson's cream wax not only removes dirt, spots, and fingerprints easily and quickly, it also leaves a beautiful satin-smooth wax luster on the surface. Dust and dirt won't cling to this smooth, non-oily wax finish. So an occasional light dusting is all that's needed to maintain the bright, wax-polished beauty. Can you imagine anything more perfect for your furniture, light and dark woodwork, tabletops, refrigerators, and kitchen equipment? Try it, won't you? Johnson's cream wax.
My, that Mr. Kilroy was a nice man, wasn't he, dearie?
Yeah, not in the class with Dr. Latriv, but okay.
Incidentally, what was his first name?
Roy.
Roy Kilroy.
Mm-hmm.
How interesting. Which one of the men took Mr. Maine home?
Kilroy.
Really? How did the mayor and the doctor feel about that?
They wanted to.
Wanted to what?
Kilroy.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night when we'll be broadcasting from Racine, Wisconsin, where the Johnson Wax people are celebrating their 60th anniversary. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Georgia Engel, Henry Morgan, and Soap's Diana Canova, The Love Boat.
Got a quackgrass, nutsedge, or other tough weed problem in your corn? Get excellent control with Eradicane and Atrazine or Bladex herbicides. Plow your field, then disc several times to chop rhizomes. Before planting, when soil is warm, incorporate Eradicane and Atrazine or Bladex by disking twice in different directions. Use Eradicane. Control the tough weeds.
We're gonna do right by you.
Your Chicagoland Chevy dealer is going to do right by you on the new size Malibu. Smaller on the outside, bigger on the inside, and more of a value than ever. It's the more car in midsize at your Chicagoland Chevy dealer.
Come and see your Chevy dealer, 'cause we'll do right by you.
Right. We'll do right by you at your #1 Chicagoland Chevy dealer.
Coal strike negotiators burning the midnight oil in Washington. Governor Thompson prepares a voluntary heat and lighting cutback plan. Terry Murphy's close-up on living together on Eyewitness News.
African Queen, a movie classic, Saturday at 10:30.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salopatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salopatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen, music by Peter Van Steeden, and the new Town Hall varieties. New music, new voices, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer Fred Allen as he leads the parade down Main Street to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with a drumstick, and he's followed by those veterans of many a turkey, the mighty Allen Art Players. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody's on the way to the old Town Hall. Everybody's going! Here they come, symphony musicians.
But, Mr. Kowalski, you cannot hold up your concert for 1 hour. Kowalski always listens to Peter Van Steeden on Wednesdays. It's Town Hall tonight.
Car owners.
What is that traffic jam, officer? An accident?
No, folks are crowding around that car with a radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Sherlock Holmes.
Watson isn't in, Mr. Holmes. Shall I bring you the needle?
No, Mrs. Jeeves, bring me my portable radio. It's Town Hall tonight.
Sure enough, Fred stopped in front of the old Town Hall, and he's welcoming the crowd with Andante ad-libbing. Let's listen.
When you come to the end of a perfect day, folks, you can make it a perfect night by stopping in at the old Town Hall. Single line, please.
Hi there, Babbler.
Good evening, Mrs. Pawnee.
Hello there, silly.
Hi there, Morton. How's the village blacksmith tonight?
I still got my spreading tree, but you radio comedians are using all of my chestnuts.
Oh, you kid, Morton. You don't need a password to get into the old Town Hall, folks, so hurry, hurry, hurry.
Are you ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. The opening number is Plenty of Money and You.
Your word is law, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Oh, baby, what I couldn't do with plenty of money and you. In spite of the worry that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things. And I could take you to places you'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, I'd like to be sunny with plenty of money and you. Take you to places you'd like to go. But outside of that, I've no use for no. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that life could be sunny with plenty of money and you.
presenting that dynamic donor of dandy dividends and devastating disvertisement, dramaturgic denjacry and Italian double talk, Fred Allen in person.
Harry, I think you should either explain what you've said or apologize for the whole thing and let it go.
I can't say a word, Fred, till I see my lawyer on that.
Well, and good evening. I have special glasses now for seeing a lawyer. They're painted right on there. You don't have to look around. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A little tardy, but good evening just the same. Now, before we send out for some soup so that you will have everything from soup to me, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, everybody's grocer, says a lot of customers have been asking why he's wearing an old-fashioned nightshirt around the store under his apron the last few days. Now, Hodge says he isn't sleeping on the job, but the zipper in front of the nightshirt got stuck halfway the other morning, and he can't get it open wide enough to crawl out. So Hodge says you just have to keep the nightshirt on now until the Sears Roebuck man gets in town from Chicago to look over the zipper. So much for evening dress notes around the square, and now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
Oh, gosh, you said that without getting mixed up. Congratulations. The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. The latest Treasury Department tax regulations show that government intends to tax Cupid. Hereafter, Internal Revenue men will collect tax on amount bridegroom pays the preacher at weddings. Town hall news shows how new tax ruling may work out at future weddings. The scene, a church vestry in 1937.
Howdy, folks. You the bridal couple?
Hey, up, Sexton. I'm Gladstone Duncan. This is my wife, Myrtle.
Not yet, I ain't Gladstone.
Well, see, you're both as good as hitched now. I'm locking the door.
Oh, I ain't trying to get away. It's Gladstone.
Oh, tain't nother.
If I hadn't grabbed your belt going through that subway turnstile, you'd have made it.
Now, see here, Myrtle.
Well, I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. The preacher will be in direct step.
Oh, take off that long puss, Gladstone. This is a wedding, not a kidnapping.
Well, couldn't you wait till Saturday? Saturday's payday.
Well, you got enough to swing this, ain't you?
I don't know. I spent plenty, the license, the ring, them flowers you got on, and the ride down.
Well, I paid my own nickel in the subway, didn't I?
Yeah, but going back there, my wife, it'll be on me.
All right. How much you got left?
It's 11, 12 bucks.
You'll just make it. 10 for the minister and $2 for the honeymoon.
Quiet, somebody's coming.
Gladstone Dunk and Myrtle Flap, the bridal couple.
That's us, all right. You the preacher?
Yes, I'm Reverend Moan. I hurried so I put my collar on right. Are you ready?
I'm raring to go.
Come in.
Hey, I just got a flash at the office. What's going on here, a wedding?
Yes, come in.
Who is this guy, Winchell?
No, this is Mr. Fitch from the Internal Revenue Department.
Right, I'm here to collect the tax.
You mean I gotta pay a tax to get hitched?
Yes, Gladstone. The government has finally taken over Cupid.
And no wisecracks. I'm here to see Uncle Sam gets his'n. That's all I know.
Yeah, but I already paid a tax on the ring, the license, and Myrtle flowers.
Yea, verily, Gladstone, but today there is a 20% tax on the minister's fee.
Well, how much is all this going to cost, Parson?
My rock-bottom fee for a quick ceremony, once over lightly, is $10. For playing the wedding march, the organist gets $2.
Good. I just got $12 even. Here's 10 for you, Parson.
Hey, hold it. The government gets 20% of that $10, Parson. Now, if you just give me $2...
Oh, no. My fee is net, Mr. Fitch.
That's okay with me. That'll make it $2 extra for the groom.
Why, that's going to cost you 14, Gladstone.
I'm $2 short, gents.
I can't reduce my fee. Word might get around, and I'll be getting all the riff-raff nuptials.
Yeah, no. You can't cut down your 10.
And Uncle Sam won't take nothing off unless you're a European power, buddy.
That puts it up to the organist.
That's right. We'll get rid of him.
Oh, no. I insist on a background for my reading. I must have the organ.
What are we going to do, Gladstone?
We're going to scram. The wedding's off.
Now, wait a minute, Bud. This radical gesture is costing the Internal Revenue Department $2.
It's costing me 10.
Look what it's costing me.
Well, no government employee is standing by and seeing Uncle Sam lose $2. I'm swinging into action.
What you gonna do, Mr. Fitz?
I'll show you. Give me them $12, Bud.
There you are.
Okay, here's 10 for you, Moan.
Thank you.
The other 2 I'm keeping for Uncle Sam. Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. What about the organist?
Yeah, the parson's got to have music.
I'm handling this. Get on with the wedding, Moan.
Do you, Gladstone Dunn,
Ah,
take this woman
cha,
to be
cha,
your
cha.
lawfully wedded bride? Or do? And do you,
New York City, New York. Town Hall News presents a 10-second review of the season's most lavish musical extravaganza, White Horse Inn. White Horse Inn.
Chief Sitting Bull to see Chief White Horse. White Horse out? No. White Horse in.
New York City, New York. Canary lovers gather for annual Cage Bird Association show at Hotel Pennsylvania. Prize-winning canary is finally selected from among 750 pampered birds. Town Hall News presents candid camera shots of the winning canary. The canary. Beep, beep.
Is that a canary?
Yes, lady. He's got a cold.
Beep, beep. Tin Pan Alley, New York. Town Hall News presents a 10-second review of the leading hit song of the week. The song, I'll Sing You 1,000 Love Songs.
You sing Solomon!
What is it, my wives?
Will you sing us to sleep, Solly?
Will I? I'll sing you 1,000 love songs. Mimi, let's go. Woo-hoo!
New York. Gosh, when you go back to Solomon, he ought to do better than that. New York City, New York. The winter edition of the Manhattan Telephone Book is issued this week. Town Hall News shows employees delivering telephone directory to phone subscribers.
Well, what is it?
Your new phone book, Mrs. Jones.
I ain't Mrs. Jones, and I ain't got no phone.
Isn't this 99 Hudson Street?
No, it's 89.
Wrong number. Excuse it, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. There's a young man here tonight. I'm pretty sure he's here. Oh, yes, there he is. A young man who feels that we ought to play games on this program every now and then.
Well, everybody likes to play games, Mr. Allen. Especially games like Who Am I? And,
What is this Who Am I game?
oh, that's a good one.
Really?
I think of a person's name, then I give you some hints. And you try to guess who I am. Like this. I'm a famous author.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a lot of plays. And my name begins with an S and ends with an E. Who am I?
Now, let me see. S-E. Stoopnagel?
No. I'm Shakespeare. You don't know how to play that game. Let me try it with Mr. Von Zell.
Well, if you think I can catch on.
Well, look. Here's another one. I live in a red and yellow striped box. It can find me in any drugstore, and my name begins with I. Who am I?
Oh, I get it. You're a tube of Ipana toothpaste.
Oh, somebody must have told you.
No, nobody has to tell me about Ipana. It's a grand toothpaste. It not only thoroughly cleans and brightens teeth, but what's more important, when used with massage, it also helps tone and stimulate gums. And since our gums do not get enough exercise from the soft, creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays, we earnestly advise, as so many dentists do,
Use Ipana toothpaste. And every time you brush your teeth with it, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums with it.
in that way, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be giving your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble. You'll have healthier gums, brighter teeth, and a far more attractive smile if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
Thank you. Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played the Organ Grinder's Swing. Now, on Friday at sundown, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, gosh, of all the time... Quiet, please. If that's somebody crying for the Carolines, Randon McNally's is 2 blocks down.
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I started to talk baby talk. They didn't know I was head waiter at Child's. If it isn't Portland.
Yes, Mama sent me out to get an osteopath, but the store was closed.
The store was... Hey, wait a minute. You were going for an osteopath last Wednesday.
Was I?
But certainly. Don't you remember? You were looking for an osteopath because Papa was eating fish and had a bone in his derby or...
Gosh, that's what it says here in my part tonight.
Well, let me look at that.
Here, there's something wrong someplace.
Well, I'll say there's something wrong. You're reading last week's script.
Oh, boy, am I dumb.
Well, it's nice of you to confirm the suspicions of a nation.
Oh, you heard somebody say that.
You know, arrested mentality must run in your family. Your father has a head like a glass of beer that's been standing 2 days.
Papa's a lot smarter than some people I know.
Name one person who knows less than Papa.
Well, I can't think of one offhand.
You see, I told you. I thought so. Why doesn't your father borrow somebody's cranium and see a brain specialist?
Oh, Papa's scared of doctors since he got his blood transfusion.
Really? What happened?
The doctors made a mistake. They put 2 quarts of ketchup in Papa.
Well, your father is still living with the ketchup in him, isn't he?
Yes, but every time he sees a plate of beans, he tries to sit down on it.
Well, I sometimes sit down on morons, and something tells me I'm about to sit down right now.
I didn't know you were a contortionist, Mr. Allen.
Now, see here, if there's any funny stuff here, I would like to get in.
Right here, cutie. Take a leg, Waldo.
Wait a minute, Mr. Hale. I got all these bundles.
Set them down right here, son.
Say, what is this? Who are these people? Did somebody open a trailer around here?
Mr. Hale is the kitty's companion, Mr. Allen.
Lord, yes. I've been catering to kitties for 20 years.
Now, look, if you're a lollipop salesman, I have a small mouth. I have to get my lollipops made to order.
Who said anything about lollipops, sucker?
Mr. Allen didn't mean anything, Waldo.
No, he didn't mean nothing to me when I first came in, and he don't mean nothing now.
I've only known you 2 minutes, son, and you don't wear well.
You ought to paste a sign on your mouth, do not open till Christmas.
Why, you little cad, if I had my sandals on, I'd take you between my toes.
Now, hold on, brother. I'm here to spread Christmas cheer. If I have to punch you right in the nose.
Go on, Mr. Hale. Hang a sock on him.
It's too early to hang your socks, isn't it, Waldo?
Now, you keep out of this. Keep out of this, Portland.
What's it to you, baggy eyes?
Now, watch it, son. I'll slap you so hard on top of that cap, you'll taste tweed in your mouth for 2 days.
Don't be hasty, Mr. Allen. Mr. Hale is here to get your Santa Claus business.
Right. I'm giving a super Santa Claus service. A Santa Claus to fit the personality of the kitty.
Show Mr. Allen how your service works, Mr. Hale.
Yeah, what happened?
I'll show you. Get out my bells, Waldo.
Okay, Mr. Hale, here they are.
No. That's my white collar jingle. Get my Park Avenue bell.
Right here.
You might, gosh, I was so intrigued with your jingling there. You just swept me off my feet, Mr. Hale. You have assorted jingles for the different kiddies, do you?
Yes, Mr. Hale uses bells to suit the neighborhood.
Well, I'll demonstrate. Now, suppose I'm doing a Santa Claus job over on Park Avenue. I'll show you how it works.
Yeah, I'll be the rich kid.
I come tiptoeing into the room at midnight, tinkling my bell. And then I start crooning, Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
I wake up and say, is that you taking
No, son. It is I, Santa Claus.
Oh, yes, you've come about the gift.
Yes, my little man. I've brought you some wonderful presents. Look.
Oh, a chess set, divine.
And here's 2 mahogany polo mallets.
Eureka! They'll match my chestnut gelding.
And here's some books.
Books? Oh, how jolly. Live Alone and Like It. The Theory of the Finger Bowl by John Drinkwater.
And my final surprise.
2 tickets for Hamlet. Oh, Santa, you've outdone yourself. What a Noel.
Are you satisfied, son?
Oh, no end, Santa. If you want a testimonial, you can call on me, Bradwell J. Torrington III. I'm in the book.
Well, thank you, son. You mind if I jingle as I leave?
Oh, please do.
Merry Christmas, Bradwell.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Claus.
Gosh, that's a high-hat Santa Claus, all right.
Oh, I run the gamut. I play any kind of a Claus you want.
Say, what technique do you use now, for instance, in a tough neighborhood?
Sure, Mr. Hale. I'll be the roughneck kid.
Just be yourself. Give me my tough bill.
Here you are.
Now, this time I'm coming into a tenement. Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
Go to bed, Pa, you plastic.
Why, I ain't your pa. I'm Santa Claus.
You're the greaseball that broke in here last year and left that sticky candy in my stocking.
Well, yeah, what about it?
I had peppermint on my insteps for 2 weeks.
Now, listen, if you close your yap, I'll get out your toy.
Toys? What do you think I am, a sissy? Take it on the lamb, Whiskers.
Hey, you little rat, let go of my beard.
I'll smack you in the paw.
Oh, why not the joint? Would you take that?
Dad, take this.
Oh, I'll fix you.
Pulling the blackjack, hey?
Yes, and I'm going to use it.
Oh!
Now I can leave these presents in peace.
Oh, you slug the kid, do you?
If I have to, yes. And soon as I dump my presents, I jingle my bells and yell, Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
But if you've knocked the kitty unconscious, he doesn't hear you, does he?
Well, no, the jingling's just a formality.
Some system, hey, Mr. Allen?
Now, how about me handling your Christmas, brother?
You're not handling my Christmas, Soggy.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Let him have it, Chief.
Now, here, put down that blackjack. Oh!
You've knocked Mr. Allen unconscious, Mr. Hale. What'll I do?
Pin this card on him. He'll see it when he wakes up.
What does it say?
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Portland!
Merry tally-ho, Mr. Hale. And now, ladies and gentlemen, while we try to revive Mr. Allen, the Town Hall Quartet is going to sing He Wooed Her. 1, 2, Peter.
He was a lad in his 20s. She was a girl in her teens. The time it was when there was spring in the air, and everyone knows what that means. Without any doubt, he decided that she was the one in his life.
So he knelt on his right knee and twisted his left,
and asked her if she'd be his wife. So he wooed her and wooed her and wooed her. He wouldn't say yes there and then, 'cause her mother said no, she is much too young. So he wooed her and wooed her again. He was a lad in his 30s,
and she in her 23rd year. He still loved the girl, but she still answered no. So he dropped a strong, silent tear.
And when he was passing his 40s, he said, "You'll be left on the shelf.
But she answered, "'Twould break Mother's heart if we wed,
for Mama has hopes for herself." So he wooed her and wooed her and wooed her. She wouldn't say yes there and then, and her mother dear gave him the ha, ha, ha. So he wooed her and wooed her again.
He was
was a lad in his 80s. She was sweet 74.
And he had entirely given up hope till her ma went and married once more.
Ah, then at last the girl said she would wed him. And though it might sound very weird, why, the poor stork had waited for so many long years.
That it flew down the flue with a beard. Oh, he wooed her and wooed her and wooed her till he was 110. Then he turned up his toes and said, "Fare well," and he'll never more woo her again. Wah wah, wah wah. He'll never more woo her
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And thank you, boys. You know, I've been doing a lot of ground and lofty radio listening lately, ladies and gentlemen, and every time I twirled the dials, somebody told me what to get for Christmas. Now, so far, the only thing I've gotten was confused. And just so that won't happen to you, tonight we're going to suggest what not to get for Christmas. All right, Harry, get suggested.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, one thing we hope none of you get for the holidays is a cold. Because a cold can certainly take all the merry out of Merry Christmas. So if any time between now and then you find a cold coming on, get after it immediately. And fight it the modern way. Get plenty of rest, drink lots of liquids, eat nourishing food. But first, above all else, put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. We suggest this because physicians say
you can often throw off a cold more quickly by doing 2 fundamental things at its very beginning. Rid your body of wastes and help nature combat the acidity that usually accompanies your cold.
And you can do both these things at once by taking. And you can do both these things at once by taking. And you can do both these things at once by taking. And you can do both.
Baby, put fire in your life.
There's a new personal car in town. Zephyr Z7 from Lincoln Mercury.
Baby, put fire in your life.
High voltage styling, slant Z roof, wraparound taillights, buckets, rack and pinion steering, and Z7 equals the best mileage rating in its class with a sticker price that will light your fire.
Zephyr, put fire in your life.
This is the Pine Sol that cleans the dirt and cuts the grease and kills the germs that can cause the odors in your house. This is the Pine Sol that cleans the grime and stops the mold and mildew, too, in your house. This is the Pine Sol that cleans the rooms and kills the germs and leaves a scent so fresh and clean in your house. Let Pine Sol liquid clean, disinfect, and deodorize anywhere in your house.
I get held up every morning, waiting for my roll-on antiperspirant to dry. Look, roll-ons go on wet. Later, they still stick to your shirt. So I got on the stick, Menon Speed Stick. Speed Stick is solid deodorant, an even effective layer of deodorant protection that goes on dry. So dry that Speed Stick never sticks to your shirt. So don't get held up. Get on the stick, Menon Speed Stick.
Just look at this ice, now melting so nice. And see the wine you should get. Gallo Red Rosé. Served chilled, Red Rosé has an excitement of taste white wine lovers love. A light, crisp, delightful quality, plus a blush of color. Try Red Rosé with your meals, for the parties you give, or whenever you like. Next time, instead of white wine, take home Gallo Premium Red Rosé.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Mr. Dillon. Turned them all loose early this morning, just like you said.
Good, Chester.
They was the one sorriest-looking bunch of cowboys I ever did see.
No? Well, I guess I didn't really hurt any of them, Chester.
Well, being banged on the head with a 6-gun ain't the gentlest way to end the evening's pleasure. But they'll live.
Trouble is, they've been taking their pleasure too seriously.
Yes, sir, but things quieted down a little last night after you locked up them 5. They might have been real trouble otherwise. Declare, I don't know what's got into everybody lately, Mr. Dillon.
Well, it goes like that, Chester. Things will be peaceful enough for a while till some wild outfit like this drag our herd his town. And you got to come down on them hard and fast before they really get the bit in their teeth.
Well, you sure did last night.
Yeah, and it isn't over yet.
You Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, that's right.
My name's Rance.
I'm glad to know you, Rance.
I bossed the drag our herd up here from down around Matagorda. That's in Texas, Marshal.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, well, you better not go back.
Oh?
We might give you the kind of welcome you're giving us.
What's your complaint, Rance?
Buffalo and my men. 5 of them come into camp this morning with blood in their hair. They said you done it.
That's right, I did. And if I hadn't, they might have been shot. Or shot somebody else.
Good thing for you took them one at a time.
I'd have taken them anyway. Look, Rance, this town was on the edge of a riot last night, and I stopped it. I stopped it without any killing.
It's a man's own business he wants to pull out his gun.
Not around here, it isn't.
Marshal, I can't ask men to come up the trail the way they do and take to drinking soda water and talking in whispers. What kind of a town is this, anyway?
It's a good town. And your men can drink and gamble all they want in it, but they can't shoot the mirror off the wall at the Long Branch. And they can't grab townswomen on the street. And they can't break the bartender's arm in the Oasis. And they can't offer to shoot anybody that tries to stop them. It isn't that kind of a town, Rance.
For sure they get a little frisky. There's no harm in it I can see.
Sooner or later it'd lead to killing. And I gotta draw the line somewhere.
So do I, Marshal.
Now, what does that mean?
I mean, I won't drive cattle to Dodge no more. I'll spread the word it's no good town. And you people can live off sodbusters and buffalo hunters. This place will starve to death.
I'm hired to keep the peace, Rance, any way I can.
Keep it, then. We won't bother Dodge no more. Goodbye, Mark.
Dillon?
No, you wait outside, Chester.
Okay, sir. What do you think they're up to, anyway?
Well, Mr. Green told you it was a businessmen's meeting, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And I expect they're worried about business. All right, Chester, I'll be out shortly.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Green.
Oh, there.
Gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Green, you asked me to come here.
We all did, Marshal. Mr. Pepper, Mr. Howe, and, well, all of us. Practically every man who does business in Dodge is here.
I don't see Rance. He says he does business here, too.
He sure does. And that's what we want to talk about.
Uh-huh. All right, go ahead.
Well, we've had a meeting, Marshal. We've decided you've got to go easier on these cowboys.
Oh, why?
Well, we can't afford to lose all that business. That's why.
There's always been some trouble the first day or so after a herd reaches Dodge. All I do is buffalo a few of the wildest, and gradually the rest of the cowboys calm down a little.
Well, they won't stand for your slugging men and throwing them in jail.
Oh? Nobody got killed last night, did they?
Well, that isn't the point.
According to the law, that's a pretty good point, Mr. Green.
Well, now, the law's a fine thing, Marshal, but, well, we're also interested in business.
You scared because one hard-headed trail boss has threatened you, Hal? You know, they're not all like Rance.
Well, there's no use to argue, Marshal. We've got our minds made up. You're too rough with those men.
Mr. Green, would you like to run this town?
Why, no, of course not me, but we thought maybe if you'd kind of leave Dodge alone and do your work in the country, then we'd hire somebody the cowboys here take to a little better, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. It's a good thing for me I'm employed by the government, isn't it?
Well, now, Marshal, we're just making a suggestion, sort of.
Sure. And you know what, Mr. Green? You men are acting like fools.
Well, now, just...
It's true. There's only one way you'll learn. Gentlemen, I won't make any more arrests in Dodge until you come and ask me to. It's your town, and you can blow it right off the map if you want. Good day.
I got the mail, Mr. Dillon. What there was of it.
Oh, all right, Chester. Put it on the desk there. I'll look at it later. Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of time.
Yes, sir, but you just wait till the word gets out that Dodge is wide open. Ain't going to be nothing but trouble.
Yeah, maybe. This is the only way I can handle it, though. They won't listen to me otherwise.
Excuse me, Marshal.
Oh, well, what for?
Well, I don't want to bother you, but I thought I'd better come to see you.
You're not bothering me.
I sure hope not.
What can I do for you?
Marshal, you don't know me, but I've heard about you.
Oh? Seems like a lot of people have lately.
I know. Marshal,
Well, go ahead, mister. There's nothing to be afraid of.
I'm the new constable.
You're what?
The new constable. They picked me. I had to take it, Marshal. I'm so broke and all.
You sound like you're apologizing.
Well, I reckon I am. I didn't want you to be mad at me. I need the money. That's why I'm doing it.
That's all right. Somebody had to take the job. I didn't know they were going to call it constable.
Well, they wanted to sound as peaceful as possible, I reckon.
Yeah. What's your name, mister?
Dillard.
Dillard?
Yes, sir. Dillard Band.
Huh. Where are you from?
Well, I used to be a cowboy. But when I got so fat and all, I just sort of worked around wherever I can. I've been awful broke, Marshal.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yes, sir.
How come you're not wearing a gun?
Oh, shucks, Marshal. I don't never wear a gun. I don't even know how to use one very good.
You're a whole lot better off without one.
And I don't aim to get into any fights, Marshal. If there's any trouble, maybe I can sort of talk them out of it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Dillard, I wish you luck.
Well, thanks. I got to be going now, Marshal. I'm on pay already.
So long.
So long, Marshal.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I agree, Chester.
Why, they'll ruin that poor fellow if he tries to stop him.
He won't even raise his voice against him. But they sure might ruin Dodge. The government paid for my office and the jail behind it, so I stayed there. It was sure that Constable Dillard Band, broke and fat and humble, wasn't going to manhandle any randy Texas cowboys and throw them behind bars. The first 24 hours passed peacefully enough. The Dragar outfit was busy moving their herd across the Arkansas and didn't get into town. But the next day, a new herd arrived. That night, it seemed like all of Texas had come to Dodge. By midnight, no man, unless he was armed and ready to fight, should have been out on the street. It was Doc who told us what it was like when he came into the office where Chester and I were sitting it out, playing a little two-handed 21.
Well, it's a fine thing when the U.S. Marshal holds up in his office when men are getting shot up and knifed all over town.
And I hope that's not true, Doc.
Well, it is true. I just came back from trying to save the second victim. The first one's already dead.
Cowboys or citizens?
Cowboys. If it's citizens, I suppose those dunderheads would have been in here on their knees begging you for help.
I don't want them on their knees, Doc.
I know, Matt, but it's getting worse. Why, that last fella, they wouldn't even let me bring him back to my office. They said he might as well die right there on the floor of the Texas train.
They did?
They sure did. And they ran me right out of there.
They what?
They took me by the arms and they half carried me as far as the door. I called them everything I could think of while they were doing it, too.
Doctor, you think that man's dead yet?
He will be soon. If I don't get him to where I can work on him.
All right, we're going over there and get him. Come on, Chester. I told him I wouldn't make any arrests, and I won't. But nobody's going to push Doc around and stand between him and a wounded man.
I wish there was a tunnel under the street.
I don't see Dillard nowhere. He ought to be out here talking his head off if that's his plan.
Well, he's lucky if he doesn't get hung tonight.
Watch your gun, Chester. Don't let anybody grab it.
I'm carrying my hand on it, son.
He's right over there, Max, lying in front of the bar.
All right. All right, get out of the way, will you? Will you make room? Will you move, please? Come on. All right, go ahead, Doc. See if he's still alive.
Well, he doesn't look very good.
I thought you'd quit, Marshal.
No, I haven't quit, Rance.
What are you doing here, then?
A man's dying.
With a fair fight, we believe in dying where we fall, Marshal. We don't need no help.
I won't even argue with you, Rance. But the first man that interferes with Doc will die on his feet. And if you can't understand it any other way, just put it that Doc's a friend of mine. Is that clear enough?
No, man. Now, let's not have any trouble here. Now, let's talk it over and settle this peacefully. Could I... Oh, it's you, Marshal.
Hello, Dillard.
I'm having a terrible time, Marshal.
Yeah, I can see that.
Matt?
Yeah. How is he, Doc?
Bad. But I might save him.
Okay. Dillard?
Yes, sir?
Help Chester carry that man over to Doc's office. Huh?
Sure, Marshal, sure.
Leave him be, Constable.
That's enough, Rance.
Let him die in peace, I say.
You know, Rance, I'd throw you in jail, but I said I wouldn't make any arrests.
And why don't you get out of here while you still can?
I'll get out. All right. I'll shoot the first man that touches the gun. All right, Chester. Dillard, get moving.
Yes, we got him, sir.
You lead the way, Doc.
Yeah, well, let's hurry. That man won't live long if we don't.
In the morning, and the crowd's thicker than ever, Mr. Dillon. Just come here and take a look.
Yeah, another hour and they'll really be out of hand.
Look yonder. There's Miss Kitty coming across the street.
What? You wait here, Chester. Kitty, what are you doing out here?
Coming to find you.
Let's get off the street. Come
Yeah.
on.
Phew, it's getting worse. Hello, Chester.
Miss Kitty?
You shouldn't have gone out in the street, Kitty.
Well, it's no worse than the Long Branch.
And you ought to go home.
I'm going. I'm all through till somebody puts a lid on this town. That Brance is over there right now, Matt, getting drunk and calling for blood.
There's been enough blood around here already.
How's that cowboy, the one you got out of there?
Well, Doc was down a while ago. Said he took a bullet out. Says he thinks he has a chance now.
Oh, good.
You say Rance is working up trouble, huh?
Yeah, he's trying. I guess he didn't take to your bashing him on the head.
They quieted things down for a little while, anyway.
They sure got that poor constable treed. Dillard, what's his name?
He seemed like a nice enough fella. I sure to hope they don't hurt him.
Well, when I left, they had him dancing on the bar. He looked about to cry.
Well, that's harder on the bar than 'tis on Dillard. He's about the fattest peace officer I ever did see.
Well, he's going to be fatter than ever after tonight. Every time he opens his mouth to talk, somebody pours a glass of beer down him. It's sort of pitiful, Matt.
It's worse than that, Kitty.
Yeah, I know. That's why I got out of there. You can kind of feel when a crowd like that starts to get real mean.
I just listen to him out there.
Well, I'm not even staying in town tonight. I'm going out to Ma Smalley's.
That's a good idea, Kitty. Chester, you go along with her. I better stick around here.
All right, so what's Mr. Green? Oh, my land, look at Dillard.
A fella beat me up. He beat me up bad.
He certainly did. Marshal, we came here to ask you...
Wait a minute, Mr. Green. Chester, take Dillard up to Doc's place.
I sure will. Come on, Dilly.
Oh, thanks.
Chester, you come back for Kitty here, huh?
All right, Chief.
All right, Mr. Green, you wanted to ask me something?
You've got to stop them, Marshal. Another man's been killed. Mr. Howe's brother. He caught a stray bullet out back of the Texas Trail.
Oh? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I wondered why Mr. Howe wasn't here.
He told me to tell you that he'll trust your judgment from now on. We shouldn't have interfered, Marshal, but we're all behind you now.
Certainly are.
You'll do something, won't you, Marshal?
All right. It's pretty late, but I'll try it.
All right, thank you, Marshal.
I'll start with Rance. He's the worst of the lot. I'll go get him and throw him in jail. But before I go, I want every saloon keeper in Dodge to put out his lights and close up.
We'll do that.
Now, you gentlemen have to pass the word for that. I don't want to be seen until I go for Rance.
We'll do it, Marshal. We'll do it right now.
All right, then get going before it's too late.
Singing doesn't say.
I waited for a half an hour while Green and the others spread the word to close up the saloons. The lights gradually went out up and down the street. Then I left the office alone. I found Rance in front of the Long Branch. I was able to reach him before I was recognized. He was stupid drunk, but he was being held up by a man who was fairly sober.
Well, the marshal's back. Let's shoot him, men.
You better get out of here, Marshal. We ain't in no mood to fool.
Neither am I. All right, the street's closed, gentlemen. You go on back to your camp. It'll be open again tomorrow night. You're welcome to come back then.
There won't be no town by tomorrow. Let's set it afire, men.
Shut up, Rance.
I won't shut up.
All right, you're going to jail.
What? You leave him be, Marshal.
You want to fight, mister? Rance here's too drunk. He wouldn't have a chance. But you might.
He's right, Pete. I'd never make it. You draw on him. Go on, shoot him.
Well, I'm waiting, cowboy.
I ain't no gunfighter.
Go on, you coward.
No. Why should I die? This ain't my business anyway.
Will somebody do it then?
I'll fight any man here, and I'll fight him fair.
And I'll have to try it myself.
Well, now, don't be a fool, Rance. He'll kill you.
Get out of my way.
No, you don't. Give me that gun, Pete. I'll keep your gun. Look out now, or I'll slug you.
That was smart of you, mister. But he's still going to jail.
Sure got a lot of nerve, Marshal, bucking a crowd like this.
I'm one man against any other one man here. I'm not bucking a crowd. You cowboys aren't built that way. I've been in Texas, too, mister.
Guess you win, Marshal.
It looks that way. Now, you want to take Rance to jail, or do you want me to do it?
His head might be less lumpy tomorrow if I do it, Marshal. Start walking, Rance.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody, Ken Lynch, Bartlett Robinson, Vic Perrin, and Howard Culver. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
News follows, then Mitch Miller with tonight's guest stars on the CBS Radio Network.
Now that you've had a drink, oh, what a time to think.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
With just one sip to go, that's the wrong time to know.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
V8 cocktail vegetable juice is a healthful blend of 8 garden vegetables that taste terrific and is naturally low in calories. But remember, the time to think of having a V8 is before you've had something else.
Wow, I could have had a V8. I just discovered a Brontosaurus maximus. Why can't I discover help for my dry hands?
Discover Jergens Yellow.
I just discovered the wreck of the Davy Jones. Why can't I discover a lotion for dry skin?
Discover Jergens Yellow.
Jergens Yellow brings soothing relief to dry, rough skin. Helps moisturize fast, yet doesn't feel greasy. For extra dry skin.
Discover Jergens Yellow.
From the makers of Jergens Lotion.
Get up there. Get up there.
Hi, this big man here, he runs on hay at Aquapura. But this baby, she runs on gas, and that's where STP gas treatment comes in. You just pump it in your tank, and it goes to work cleaning your carburetor. It's powerful stuff. Open your mouth and say, ah, sweetheart.
This used to be filled with 4 million gallons of oil, but we've just been using too much of it. Perhaps we should use the yellow pages more. It tells us who sells what we need, where they're located, and when they're open. So there's less driving around wasting precious gas. The yellow pages. It's not an empty promise. When you need to know who, what, where, when, and why, let your fingers do the walking through the Bell System yellow pages.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny talking. And before starting our program, I'd like to remind you that there's still time for you to give generously to your local community chest, a fund which is of tremendous importance to every community every year, since it supplies care for the underprivileged and the unfortunate. In time of war, your local community chest performs an even more vital function, for its funds must now meet the needs of civilians, war workers, and our fighting men. You want to share in this important work, and you can, for there's still time for you to take part in your local drive. Make your contribution tomorrow.
Grape Nuts Flakes to you.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Send him to work with a smile. That's what you want to do, ladies, isn't it? Because the worker who works with a smile works his best. And you can start your man off with a grin if you start him off with a big, luscious bowl full of delicious, flavorful Grape Nuts Flakes. Your favorite Grape Nuts flavor, a delicious, toasty brown flake form. There's something about that malty, rich, sweet-as-a-nut Grape Nuts Flakes goodness. There's something about that distinctive, different Grape Nuts Flakes flavor that starts your folks off in high. Yes, sir. There's an outstanding difference about Grape Nuts Flakes because they're made a different way. You see, they're a blend of two delicious grains, sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And Grape Nuts Flakes are toasted to a delicate, crisp golden brown. That's to give them a texture just as swell as their taste. So for a really swell breakfast dish, for a treat that your folks will love to the last crispy spoonful, ask for delicious Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. That was Gobs of Love as played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who turned in his Maxwell to the junk salvage drive last week.
That's right. No car now.
And this morning came all the way from Beverly Hills on a pogo stick with an outboard motor, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Grape Nuts Flakes again. This is Jack Benny speaking. And Don, a pogo stick is a good mode of transportation, but it's not the one I use today.
Oh, well, how did you come to work? On your bicycle?
No.
Roller skates?
No.
Well, I give up, Jack. How did you get here?
It's simple, Don. I put on my track outfit, bent down on one knee, Rochester untied the goat, and wham, here I am. In fact, I ran all the way.
You should have seen him, Don. He runs like a deer.
Thanks, Mary.
An old, tired deer.
Well, I made it. That's all I know.
Imagine running 10 miles. Why, you must be all worn out, Jack.
No, I feel fine, Don. You see, I had to stay under 35 on account of my rubber shoes. By the way, Mary, how did you get here? Did you have any trouble?
Of course not. I just stood on the corner of Sunset and Roxbury, fixed my garter, and wham, here I
am. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Darn it.
Yes, Jack, it might have worked for you, too. You have rather attractive limbs.
Well.
I've seen better-looking limbs holding up Burma shave ads.
The word is signs there. You got a much bigger laugh on signs, you know. At least, Mary, my legs were good enough to run all the way from Beverly Hills.
I think they were trying to get away from your body.
Oh. Mary, I haven't got my car anymore. I ran to work, now forget it.
Oh, I just can't get over it, Jack. A man your age running 10 miles.
Oh, for me, that's nothing, Don. Why, the first job I ever had, I used to run up and down all day long. Up and down. Up and down.
My goodness, Jack, what were you doing?
I was a grape smasher in a winery. I had the bluest feet. really? Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Hello, Don. Hello, Phil.
Phil isn't here yet.
Oh, then I'll save it.
Say, kid, how'd you get to the studio today?
It was easy. I paddled here in my canoe.
In a canoe?
It scrapes a little, but you can do it.
You can do it. Nobody else. Say, Don.
No more canoes for me. I nearly got drowned on Vine Street.
What? Dennis, I'd like to find out one thing. How can you get drowned on Vine Street?
Oh, it's a lot of trouble. You gotta fall in a manhole.
Well, that'll do it every time, kid. Well, here he is.
Hiya, Jackson. Look who I brung to the program.
Well, I'll be darned. He's got his kid with him. Where's the baby's nurse, Phil?
Alice won't let her go out with us.
Oh. Isn't she cute? Hello, Honey Buns. Honey Buns, it's your Uncle Jackie. What's the matter with that kid? Every time she sees me, she cries.
Oh, she's probably jealous because you've got big blue eyes and feet to match.
Yeah, that's it.
Why, that's certainly a cute outfit the baby's wearing, Phil.
Oh, look at those little shoes and those panties.
Yeah, ain't them dapper diapers?
Oh, they're darling. Say, Phil, we've got a long play to do tonight, so how about giving out with a band number?
Okay, hold the baby. Well, come on, take her.
Okay. I hope she... Oh, well, I'll take a chance. Come here, darling. Come here to your Uncle Jackie. There she goes again.
Well, what'd you do to her, Jack?
I didn't do anything to her. Quiet. Quiet now, darling.
Ladies
Quiet.
and gentlemen, while Jack is attempting to calm down Phil's baby, let me tell you about America's most distinctive flake cereal. Those toasty brown sweeters and that Grape Nuts flakes. You will find that Grape Nuts flakes are a thrifty buy on the big 12-ounce economy size package. And be sure to look for Kate Smith's picture on the box.
Well, okay, Phil, let's have your... Kate Smith's picture on the box. Did you say Kate Smith?
Why, certainly. Don't you eat Grape Nuts flakes?
Every morning, but I eat them out of a bowl, not out of the box. Kate Smith. Kate Smith's picture.
Well, after all, Jack, Grape Nuts flakes used to be her program.
Well, it's mine now, and she better get off that box. See?
Now, don't get excited, Jackson.
Don't get excited?
Yeah, I come out all right. I wasn't drowned.
Who's talking about you? I want my picture on that box.
Stop jumping up and down. Do you think you're back at the winery?
I know where I am. I'm going to straighten that picture business out right now.
You better play something, Phil.
You better darn right he better play something. While he's doing it, I'm getting on that phone. Mr. Chapin, the sponsor, is going to hear about this. Hello, operator. Get me long distance. New York. But Mr. Chapin, as long as I'm on Grape Nuts Flakes program now, my picture ought to be on the box. Sure, Kate Smith is a lovely girl. So am I. I mean, I'm a lovely fella. Now, look, Mr. Chapin, let's not bicker about it. All I want is a direct answer. Is it yes or no? Not so fast. If there's anything I hate, it's snap judgment. Now, look. But Mr. Chapin, but Miss,
Try Madam.
But Madam, please. Now, look at it this way, Mr. Chapin. Mothers all over the country are buying grape nuts flakes. And the kiddies ought to have a chance to see a picture of their Uncle Jackie. Oh, fine. What's that, Mr. Chapin? Who's trying to get sympathy? That's Phil Harris's baby, not me. All right, think it over, Mr. Chapin, and call me back. Goodbye. Well, that's my fault. After all, what can you accomplish talking over a telephone?
Why don't you put on your tracksuit and run to New York?
Well, I know one thing. I'm going to get my picture on that box.
What box?
Oh, be quiet. Now, let's get started with our play. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to present our version of one of the most pretentious pictures of the season. None other than 20th Century Fox's production of that sparkling melodrama, that sophisticated epic, that dramatic thunderbolt, Tales of Manhattan. Thank you, Crumb Cake. This picture, which was produced by Boris Morris and S.P. Eagle.
What's the SP for?
He came out from New York on the Southern Pacific. Do you get it, Billy? Now, this picture, among other great performers, featured such famous stars as Charles Boyer, Rita Hayworth, Thomas Mitchell, Ginger Rogers, Edward G. Robinson, and Charles Lawton, all of whom will appear on this program tonight.
Gosh, are all those big stars going to be on our show?
Yes, and they should be here now. Where's our producer? Oh, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Did you get in touch with all those stars and tell them to be here tonight?
Well, let's see. This is going to be embarrassing. I can just feel it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, so you forgot to do it. Well, all I can say is, Welch, you're a fine producer.
Mr. Benny, in my office at Young and Rubicam, I have 12 telephones on my desk.
So what?
If I ever get them untangled, watch my smoke.
Couldn't call him up. He couldn't think of it.
Well, what are we going to do, Jackson?
Well, I'll think of something.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I'll bet our play will never top the one Fred Allen did last week.
Allen? Oh, is Nasal Hazel back on the air? The last I heard of him, he was at the Mayo Brothers Clinic.
Oh, did they operate on Allen?
No, Don. There were so many things wrong with him, they just gave him a good luck charm and sent him home. Well, so much for good news. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our play will go on immediately after. I'll take it. Probably Mr. Chapin calling back. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, you know that buggy you bought to take the place of the Maxwell?
Yes, what about the buggy?
Well, I've been trying, but I can't get Carmichael to pull it.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. With a little training, my polar bear can become just as gentle and easy to handle as a horse.
But that bear's in an ugly mood. It's wintertime, and he's supposed to be sleeping.
This is war. Let him stay up. Now, Rochester, all you got to do is put the harness on him.
Speaking of that harness, he had it on me 3 times today.
Oh, he was just being playful. Did you put the bit in his mouth?
Yeah, and he chewed it up like bubble gum.
Well, that's your fault. If he doesn't behave, give him a good rap on the nose.
A rap on the nose?
Yes.
Help is hard to get now, boss. Don't kick it around.
heaven's sake. Well, let it go, and tomorrow morning I'll do the job myself. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss,
Now what?
are you coming home to dinner tonight?
Of course I'm coming home to dinner.
Okay. You'll have to go, honey.
Honey, Rochester! Rochester! Honey, he can't be talking to Carmichael. Sing, Dennis.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheeks to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last.
That was At Last, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, the Benny, acting as our meat, but we've been ration players, will present that sensational melodrama, Pants of Manhattan.
That's Tales of Manhattan, isn't it, Jack?
Of course it is, Don. I was just trying for a gag.
I can't stand a guy that presses, even if it's pants.
Oh, sit down. Melonhead again. So here we go, folks, with our feature attraction. And as a special treat, I am playing the triple part of Charles Boyer, Charles Lawton, and Edward G. Robinson.
This I gotta see.
You'll see it, don't worry. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Presenting Pants of Manhattan with that all-star cast, Jack Benny.
Thank you.
If you remember the picture, ladies and gentlemen, the opening sequence presented a tense love triangle featuring Rita Hayworth as the wife, Thomas Mitchell as the husband, and Charles Boyer as the other man.
That is me, Charles Boyer.
Oh, pull up your eyelids.
The scene is the trophy room of the Long Island estate of Mr. Thomas Mitchell, the famous big game hunter. Mr. Mitchell is talking to his wife.
Darling, I love you. And you can't leave me, do you hear? You can't leave me.
I'm sorry, Thomas, but I'm afraid this is the end.
Well, what about our children? Our children that I play with every day.
We haven't any children. They belong to the family next door.
Oh, so that's why they're older than I am.
It's no use, Thomas. I'm leaving you at once.
I know. It's another man. Tell me his name, Rita. Tell me his name and I'll kill him. Like in the picture.
No, you'll never know, Thomas. You'll never know the name of the man I love. Oh, Charles, darling. At last you're here.
Rita, my beautiful. Kiss me.
Excuse me, Mr. Boyer. Now, come on, Rita. What's the name of that other man?
Go away. Oh, Rita, my darling. Close your eyes and kiss me again.
How else can I do it?
Rita, I love you.
Pardon me, Mr. Boyer. Now, listen, Rita. I wish you'd tell me who your lover is so I can go out and shoot him.
He is a speech. Rita, my beautiful. Does your husband know about M.E.?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm P-O-S-I-T-I-V-E.
P-O-S... Give me that again, will you?
Well, I must go now, sweetheart. I will see you later.
Wait. These secret meetings can't go on any longer. I must tell my husband the name of my lover.
Rita, be careful. He has a gun.
His name, Thomas, is Charles Boyer.
Yes, you might as well know. I love your wife, and she's going away with me. Far, far away.
How far can you go on 4 gallons a week?
That is my worry. Come, Rita, let us go.
Oh, no, you don't. Take that.
Ooh. I am shoot. Right in the pants of Manhattan.
Charles, speak to me. You've killed him, Thomas. You've killed him.
Oh, everything is going black. I cannot see. I am dying. Hello? Who? Mr. Chapin? What? Very well. Naturally, if you feel that Kate Smith's picture should stay on the box, that is all right with me. What do I care? I am dying. Dying, I tell you. Dying.
Another colorful episode in the tales of Manhattan occurred when Mr. Charles Lawton, as a poor but talented musician, received an opportunity to perform at Carnegie Hall. Now, in our play, Mr. Lawton's part will be portrayed by Jack Benny, that eminent.
Eminent what?
The scene is backstage at Carnegie Hall. Mr. Lawton is waiting to go on. Mr. Christian! Mr. Christian! Where is my violin? Under your chin, sir. And tell me, Mr. Christian, did you sew up the bullet hole in these pants I got from Boyer?
I couldn't find a needle and thread, so I put a cork in it.
Cork? Now listen, Mr. Christian. I will walk out on that stage and play my violin as it has never been played before.
Hey, when are you going to do Charles Lawton?
I am doing him now. For my first number, ladies and gentlemen, I will play the Meditation from Thais by Barney Dean.
take it again.
There goes that bloomin' cork. Now for my next selection.
Ha-ha! I'll teach you to play around with my wife. Take that.
Oh. I am Shoe. Right in the bands of Manhattan.
Another outstanding sequence in the Tales of Manhattan when was Edward G. Robinson, once a prominent lawyer, but now a Bowery derelict, is invited to a reunion of his college classmates. Mr. Robinson's part will be played by none other than Jack Benny, that talented.
Talented what?
The following scene takes place during the height of a banquet when the college men discover that their former classmate is now a bum.
Yeah. They invited me to come up here, yeah. You thought I was a businessman, yeah. Well, I ain't, see? I'm just a Bowery bum, see? But you stuffed shirts wouldn't understand that, no.
Now, Edward, my boy.
I ain't blaming you, Professor Harris. It ain't your fault, see?
I can't understand it. You was the most prominent student in my class. Why, you could speak everything from Italian to Egyptian.
Oh, yeah?
Good heavens, lad, ain't there nothing I learned you stuck in your bean?
What?
Say, which one of you is Robinson?
I am, see? And if anybody's around here looking for trouble, I'm the guy that can give it to 'em, yeah. I'm tough, see? And that reminds me, there's something else I want to take care of right now. Hello, operator. Give me New York, see? New York? I want to speak to Mr. Chapin, the General Food, see? Hello, Chapin. Let me tell you something. I've had about enough of this, see? Either Kate Smith's picture goes off that box, see? And my picture goes on, see? Or I ain't working next Sunday, yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, do you realize who you're talking to?
I know what I'm doing. Now get away from me, see? What do you want?
I thought I told you to stay away from my wife.
Ooh. I am Shoot. Right in the bands of Manhattan.
Ladies, when you budget your food dollars this week, make certain that a part of each food dollar goes to the purchase of cereals. Whole grain cereals such as Grape Nuts Flakes. Now, why do I say that? Why, it's because whole grain cereals are a plentiful, thrifty source of food essentials all of us need every day for really robust good health. And you can't do better than choose Grape Nuts Flakes. For delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, so they provide essential whole grain food values, including iron and two of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1, both so necessary for steady nerves and abundant energy. And that whole grain nourishment is really economical food value, for when you buy Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy package, it costs you but a penny a serving, a small price to pay for so much goodness. All-around nourishment plus rich, distinctive flavor. So give the folks a swell start for the day. You can do it the Grape Nuts Flakes way.
Friends, for hot breakfast with more smiles per mouthful, serve your folks delicious hot Grape Nuts wheat meal. It's extra delicious, extra nutritious. It cooks extra fast. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, Nancy, just pick up the phone and call him. Say what I say. Doug, it's Jennifer. Busy? Well, how about coming over for a drink? Look, Nan, a few years ago, it wasn't considered respectable for a woman to ask a man over for a drink. But I figure when I'm serving Harvey's Bristol Cream, it's more than just respectable. It's downright upright. Nancy, I've got to go.
Harvey's Bristol Cream.
Tina Louise, right? That's right. Do you really use that Arid Extra Dry like you say on TV? No. Tina, now I use new improved Arid Extra Dry. New improved? You mean they made Arid better?
Much. This new improved aluminum chlorohydrate formula not only helps stop embarrassing wetness,
Spray's on dryer, too. That is dryer. That's the improvement. Take it from Tina. New improved Arid Extra Dry helps stop wetness. Goes on dryer, too. Mm-hmm.
Loosen up, Grandma. You're missing him.
Danny, some mornings I'm so stiff and sore. Jean, got some Anacin.
Mother, you use Anacin?
Why not? It gives me safety with extra strength.
Anacin, for safety, a pain reliever recognized safe by experts, used as directed. For strength, extra pain reliever to relieve minor aches for hours.
Strength with safety. That's common sense.
Oh, I win!
All right.
Anacin combines safety with extra strength.
The Bible, the story of Adam and Eve, of Cain and Abel.
Art thou truly the Lord my God?
The story of Abraham, of Sodom and Gomorrah, and Noah and the Great Flood. The Bible, Saturday on CBS at 8, 7 Central and Mountain Time. Here they come.
This year, you want to give your family a holiday to remember. That's why you should remember Beneficial. Because Beneficial wants to lend you the full amount you have in mind to give your family all the good things they deserve.
I love Santa. Me too.
Phone Beneficial for your holiday loan today.
Will the owner of the AMC Concorde please move it?
My Concorde.
Why is American Motors Concorde such a success? Value, because the AMC Concorde DL comes with luxury extras like a Landau roof, crushed velour seats, and digital clock at no extra charge. Plus a smooth, quiet ride with the best EPA estimated gas mileage of any compact.
What is this? Everyone owns a Concorde?
1979 AMC Concorde, the new American success story.
General Electric wants to show you what can happen when my picture leaves the broadcaster's control room. My color can change as my picture travels through transmission lines, satellites, and TV towers. So every GE VIR television uses computer-like circuitry to adjust my color on many programs according to the broadcaster's VIR color signal, automatically. This is GE Performance Television.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Fibber Brothers Company brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake in OSS. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Lux Radio Theater's presentation of Paramount's gripping screenplay, OSS, starring Alan Ladd in his original role, co-starred with the talented and lovely Veronica Lake. In introducing tonight's play, I'd like to quote from Major General William J. Donovan, who, during the war, directed the Office of Strategic Services. He says, "While the characters in this motion picture are fictitious, the story is based on a composite of actual incidents in the diversified activities of the Office of Strategic Services, which conducted intelligence, special operations, and unorthodox methods of warfare in support of Allied military operations. It is a tribute to the brave, resourceful men and women, living and dead, who volunteered for these dangerous assignments." In other words, tonight's play is more than thrilling entertainment. It is a glimpse into the hazardous, behind-the-lines activities of those loyal Americans who paved the way for victory, whose lives depended hour by hour on meticulous attention to the smallest detail. An agent of the OSS could not afford to look well-fed in a country living on starvation diets, well-dressed among ill-clad people, or well-groomed in a land where soap was non-existent. Behind the lines, I'm sure a Lux complexion would have been a certain giveaway among women of the OSS, just as it's a hallmark of good grooming among women in civilian life. In fact, I can think of no better countersign or password
for admission to the League of Lovely Women than Lux Toilet Soap. From LTS, we take you now to OSS, starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Here's the curtain for Act One. It's 1943. In a colonial mansion set in the peaceful Virginia countryside, a group of men, some young, some middle-aged, are gathered for a meeting. From their looks, it could be a salesman's convention. Closer still, a get-together of college alumni. But the lesson these men are learning was never taught in any college.
There's nothing superhuman about being a good intelligence agent. Yes, it takes guts, brains, and patience. But this is a new game to us. You trainees are average Americans, and the average Americans are not brought up to fight the way the enemy fights. But we can learn to become agents and saboteurs if we have to. One of these days, you'll be working in Axis territory. You'll be on the spot every minute of the day or night. Your only chance will be to beat the enemy to the punch. Forget everything you've ever been told about fair play and sportsmanship. Forget everything, except that your country is fighting for its life. That's all for now. Radio laboratory at 10 o'clock. Camera room at noon. Dismissed. Come in, Commander Brady. Sorry to drag you out this time of night, but I've just had a visitor. General Donovan. Well, your orders have come through.
Operations in France, Colonel?
Right.
Well, when do we start, sir?
Now. The job won't be finished until our troops cross the Rhine. You've got two things to do. First, get information. Second, work with the French underground and sabotage key enemy installations. Now look at this map. These railway lines that feed this area here, around the city of Orleans. Right here is one of our priority targets. Recognize it?
Yes, sir, the Corbeil-Malon Tunnel.
If we can knock that tunnel out, we'll paralyze the most important traffic line into Normandy. We've assigned the tunnel to Team Applejack. What's its personnel, Commander?
Team Applejack, leader Rodney Gates, Army officer, World War I. Civilian occupation, railroad supply salesman in France.
Good man, mature judgment, stability, and balance. Next.
John Martin, lieutenant, junior grade, U.S. Navy. Civilian occupation, publicity man, knows France.
Little on the cocky side, but he'll do after he's been knocked around a bit. Well, there's balance and brains. We need a little brawn.
Bert Parker, chief petty officer. Civilian occupation, sportsman, motorboat racer.
Sorry, but Parker's been assigned to Germany. He's lived there. If he gets through, he's to lay low as a Rhine barge worker until needed.
Well, we've got another muscle man named Boucher. He used to be a hockey player.
Yeah, that should do it. Balance, brains, and brawn. The ideal setup. Except we'll need one more. Someone who knows the district. Someone to contact the French underground there.
What about a woman? They can often get through where a man can't. Personnel in London could recruit her.
I'd rather see if we can find one here first. Well, see that Gates, Martin, and Boucher stay put. Oh, you too, Commander. I'll be needing your help in finding that girl.
So this is where you live, Miss Rogers.
This is it, Mr. Brady.
Alone?
Oh, no. With Jean-Jacques, my cat. Well, it's been very nice meeting you. Thanks for a lovely evening.
You're welcome.
I'm really very glad Uncle Arthur asked you to call me. Well, good night.
You're not going to ask me in?
It's rather late.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is my first trip to San Francisco. My plane doesn't leave until 3 a.m. You wouldn't turn me loose in a strange town at this hour. Besides, Uncle Arthur wouldn't approve of that.
Well, all right, come on in.
Thanks, Miss Rogers. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
I can't afford a studio and an apartment, so this does for both. Like some coffee?
Later, maybe. So, you're a sculptress, huh?
Seems to me I told you all about that at dinner. Trying to make conversation, Mr. Brady?
I'm trying to find out how good a business it is, sculpting. Financially, I mean.
It's a bust, and no puns intended.
You've got quite a collection here. You do all these?
Yes.
Recently?
You're full of questions. No, not recently. Most of them in France. I studied at Fontainebleau.
Oh? When was that?
2 years before the occupation.
Oh, too bad about the French.
July 16th, 1429.
I never was much good at dates.
That's the day Joan of Arc liberated France after 100 years of occupation.
Joan of Arc never ran into a panzer division. No, this time the French are finished.
I'm sorry, but you don't know the French people as I do. The plain people. Their good common sense. Their stubborn pride. Their faith. Their deep faith.
That's a very pretty speech. You're pretty, too.
Why, in France they even...
We're not in France.
We're in San Francisco, and I didn't come up to talk politics.
I'm not talking politics. I'm talking about the indestructible...
Your kisses would be pretty, too, Miss Rogers, if you'd cooperate a little.
There's the door, Mr. Brady.
Not yet.
You're getting out of here right now.
I'd rather stay.
I'd hate to have to fracture your skull, and I'd hate even more to smash this figurine, but if you
Uncle
don't...
Arthur's going to be very disappointed in you.
Stop that idiotic Uncle Arthur routine. I haven't spoken to that stingy old goat in 10 years. He'd no more have given you my address than turn up at a board of directors meeting without his clothes. Now, just who are you, Mr. Brady, and what do you want?
You're a bright girl. You're right. Uncle Arthur definitely did not ask me to look you up. You see, it's not Mr. Brady, it's Commander Brady, Office of Strategic Services. Ever hear of us?
No.
Then put down that figurine and relax. You and I are going to do some serious talking. Oh, that kiss. Just a sort of test, Miss Rogers.
Message for you, Colonel Field.
Go ahead, read it.
San Francisco says yes. It's signed, Brady.
Good. Call the laboratory. Tell them Brady will be in for a full report on Thursday.
Yes, Commander, it's already here. Take a look.
That's the kind of clay a sculptor would use, is it?
It's what you ordered, plastic explosive that looks, feels, and tastes like modeling clay.
That's wonderful.
Going into the art business?
Not a bad idea. Wait a minute. Why couldn't we develop a whole line of art store merchandise? More plastic explosive to put up in tubes like tubes of paint. Time pencils as crayons. Reels of fused picture wire.
It could be done.
Now, you're sure of this stuff? You can actually model with this explosive?
Definitely.
Let me use your phone. This is Commander Brady. Get me Colonel Field, please. Now, look, start turning out that clay. We'll need a lot of it. Pack it well. It'll have a long way to go.
And the tubes, the picture wire?
That, too, right away. High priority. You can... Colonel Field? Brady. Applejack can go to London tomorrow. The girl? I'll wire her now. Everything's set. She can join us later over there. Oh, and from now on, we're referring to Miss Rogers as Helene Dupre. Well, gentlemen, now that Helene Dupre is here with us, Team Applejack is complete. As soon as your clothing and documents are in order, you'll be leaving this hotel. You'll be leaving London. You'll be leaving England.
I don't mind saying I'm scared to death.
Don't worry, we all are. Well, you men, any questions?
The young lady, Commander, she's going with us?
Yes?
Why?
We'll come to that later, Martin. But what's on your mind?
Well? All right, how do we treat her?
Because I'm a woman?
That's right.
Forget it.
Look, it may get pretty rugged the other side of the channel. Tough to buy a cup of coffee and tough to find a place to sleep.
Let's clear that up right now, Mr. Martin. I'll buy my own coffee and find my own bed.
Yeah, suppose you get picked up.
Some of the most successful agents in history were women.
Yeah, I know. Women like Mata Hari.
How do you know what kind of woman I am?
Well, I think you're the kind that ought to be raising a couple of kids in the Cleveland Heights. There's bound to be a lot of excitement where we're going, and I want to be sure everybody's going to keep calm.
Now, wait a minute, Martin. Helene wouldn't be here in London unless we thought she qualified.
Nothing personal, sir. I'm only concerned about operating successfully.
I think we will. If Mr. Martin stops worrying about my sex. Treat me like any other member of the team.
Right.
Now, you all know where you're going, and you know your objectives. The Corbeil-Malon Tunnel is the jackpot. The first thing to do after landing is to contact FFI headquarters at an inn called Le Cheval Noir. When you've got something to tell us, use your radio. Now, let's go over your cover-up stories. Gates?
My name is Raoul Jassy, a Parisian. I used to be an automobile salesman. When the war came, the office was closed. I've been unemployed most of the time since. My health is bad. Lung trouble. I've come to stay at a farm near the city.
Bad lungs, you said?
I have x-rays to prove it. Here.
Let me see. Well, they're certainly bad, all right, but whose lungs are they?
Mine.
If I were the Gestapo, I'd have you shot. These are American-made x-rays. French x-ray plates are different. Have French ones made. Boucher?
My name is Albert Bernardi. I'm an ice skating instructor. I worked winter resorts all over. Saranac Lake, Sun Valley, San Moritz. I'm looking for a man I heard was going to open a skating rink in Orleans. I can't find him, and I'm short of funds. I'll take any kind of work I can find.
You're a pretty husky young fellow. Why aren't you a prisoner of war or in a labor battalion?
That's right. I forgot to tell you. Here are my papers. I'm not French. I'm Swiss. The war caught me in France, and I haven't been able to get back.
That's better. Martin?
My name is Philippe Martin. I lost my mother when I was 8, went to live with my aunt in the United States. Came back from military service in 1935, trained 18 months, then got a job as correspondent for an American newspaper. Called back up in 39, fought at Sedan, was captured with my division. Later released by the Germans to work for them at the Renault factory. When the factory was bombed out, I was sent to Orleans to work in the railroad yard.
Too glib, Martin. Otherwise, okay. Helene?
My name is Helene Dupre. My home is Orleans, where my family has lived for generations on the Routier. I'm a sculptress, graduate of Fontainebleau. Every year, my husband and I used to spend our vacations near there. He was a writer. His name was Jean. This year, I've come alone. Jean was killed in the Ordre.
A writer? I said I was a correspondent. My articles would have appeared in the United States.
You can find Jean Dupre's work in the back issues of many French magazines.
Oh, then Helen Dupree is real.
She was my roommate at Fontainebleau. We were inseparable. People used to call us the sisters.
What happens if you run into her?
I won't. She's missing. This is her last letter. She says, "Goodbye, my sister. It will be evening soon, and I shall walk down to the beach and out onto the surf. Thinking of you, thinking of Jean. Shall I go on?"
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I suggest you all go to your rooms now and get some sleep. Chances are you'll leave tomorrow night. You will be dropped, of course, by parachute. I'll see you in the morning.
I've just been talking to the pilot. How do you feel, Helene?
Oh, just fine.
No, is that what the pilot wanted to find out?
When do we jump?
We just flew over our destination. There should have been a signal from the ground. Well, there wasn't any.
Hey, that means there'll be no FFI to meet us.
That's right. You want to turn back? I say we should jump blind. Any objections?
No.
No, let's jump.
Good. We'll jump blind then. Oh, our pilot assures me our plane has been spotted by the Nazis.
We expected that, didn't we?
Yes, but that may make things a little tough down below since there's no one to meet us. Still want to jump?
Let's go.
Okay, I'll tell the pilot to run us in.
I have counterintelligence for you on the telephone here, Colonel.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Master speaking.
There's a lone unidentified plane over your area. Strong formation of British planes was reported earlier. This one may be a straggler or it may be parachutists. I suggest that the area be covered immediately.
Yeah. Geisman.
Yeah, Herr Colonel.
Possibility of parachutists in this area. Watch that inn, Le Cheval Noir. They have been rendezvousing there. Don't raid it. Only watch it.
Get ready to jump. Good luck, everyone.
See you at the end, Helene. The Cheval Noir.
I'll be there, Mr. Martin.
All right, start jumping.
In just a moment, we'll continue with the second act of OSS, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter, looking mighty pleased about something, too.
I guess it's the movie I saw this afternoon, Mr. Keeley. You can't beat a good Western. They're such a lot of fun.
Sounds as though you saw that new Republic picture.
That's it, Plainsman and the Lady. A real thriller diller starring William Elliott, Vera Ralston, and Gail Patrick.
I've seen Bill Elliott in dozens of hard-riding films, Libby, but I always thought of Vera Ralston as an ice skating star.
Oh, she is, and was once Olympic skating champion. But in Plainsman and the Lady, she again proves herself a fine dramatic actress. Vera's had quite an exciting career, you know. She escaped from her native Czechoslovakia on the very last plane before the borders were closed.
That was exciting.
Mm-hmm. But the real thrill of a lifetime, she says, was getting her American citizenship papers last Flag Day.
Well, this country has gained a stunning new citizen. Vera's a real beauty.
Oh, she is that, Mr. Keeley. She's one of the most photographed girls at Republic. And the studio says she just can't take a poor picture.
I don't wonder, Libby. How could anyone miss with a complexion like Vera Ralston's?
Mr. Kennedy, you're certainly a man with a single-track mind.
When it comes to lovely Lux complexions, I admit it.
Well, you're quite right about Vera Ralston's. She uses Lux toilet soap every day. She told me active lather facials with Lux toilet soap are a wonderful aid to beauty. They leave your skin feeling fresh and smooth.
Libby, won't you tell the ladies in our audience how Vera Ralston takes her Lux soap facial?
Well, here's what she does, and it's very simple and quickly done. Smooths on lots of the creamy Lux soap lather and works it in thoroughly. Rinses, first with warm water, followed with a splash of cold. Then she takes a soft towel and pats her skin ever so gently to dry. And that's all there is to a Lux soap beauty facial. And, Mr. Kennedy, screen stars find it a wonderfully effective care.
You're absolutely right, Libby.
We know from actual tests that Lux Toilet Soap facials make skin lovelier. These tests were made by skin specialists, and they showed improvement in a short time in 3 out of 4 cases.
Hollywood stars just have to have a complexion care that works.
And that's why Lux Toilet Soap is the favorite beauty soap of 9 out of 10 screen stars, the loveliest women in the world. Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of OSS, starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. Nearly 3 days have passed since Team Applejack parachuted into a patch of woods near the French city of Orleans. Now in London, where he's been joined by Colonel Field, Commander Brady has received his first radio message from the saboteurs.
The message has just been decoded, Colonel. Well, not too good. Gates is dead.
Gates?
The night they landed, he and the girl went to the inn first. Something must have gone wrong. The others found his body in the morning.
And the girl?
Not suspected. I've ordered Martin to take over. They're proceeding as scheduled.
Well?
Martin's got a job in the railroad yard. Boucher's become a scissors grinder. He's rented some sort of a hovel to live in. He'll radio us from there as long as he can.
Helene?
She's made contact with the underground. An old man named Aubert has a shop that sells art supplies. She's found a studio close by.
And things should start happening.
They will, sir. They will.
Scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping.
Can you sharpen sculpting tools?
Anything, madame. Scissors shopping. Knives and scissors shopping.
How much?
I have not sharpened chisels like these in a long time.
I met Martin an hour ago.
Oh, I can do them all right. Where?
Newspaper stand, near the railroad yard. Well, how much?
10 francs each, madame.
10 francs. 20-car train, 6 a.m. tomorrow. That's ridiculous.
Oh, man must live. But where?
Le Mans. All right, here.
Thank you, madame. I will sharpen them like new.
10 francs each. Outrageous.
Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Field. What time? Confirmed? Fine. Yes, Brady's with me now. Hope to have another job for you very soon. That was British Air Intelligence, Brady. Well, Applejack's in business. The bombers got the train at Le Mans this morning. Completely destroyed. Any other news from Martin?
A little. Helene's rounded up some FFI. They're all meeting tomorrow afternoon in Aubert's art shop.
Come in, madame, monsieur.
These 2 men are my friends, Papa. Monsieur Martin, Monsieur Boucher.
Your people here, Aubert?
They are here.
How many?
Reynald Lefebvre and Madame Riot. They are in back of the shop.
The military patrol saw us come in. We're apt to have visitors. If we do, just remember we're here to listen to Madame Dupree's lecture on art.
My friends know, monsieur. Come. This way.
Some important targets the Air Force can't seem to get at, especially the Corday-Malon tunnel. What about it, Reynaud?
That's the closed military area. Every approach is guarded. We tried again last week.
We've got to keep trying. It's a must. What about the bridge at Rostand?
That's Lefebvre's group.
Who takes the Chambon repair shops?
I will.
Fine. We have the explosives here for you.
I have already made yours up, Monsieur Reynal. Little sacks marked modeling clay, plastic explosives. Madame Riot, you will get tubes of paint. They will be ready for...
Who's that? The patrol?
Wait a moment. I'll have to open the door. It's Colonel Meister.
You'll continue with your art lecture, Madame Dupree.
As I was saying, the so-called new trend in art is actually a very old one. We know to return to the classic form, but with a certain utilization of...
Colonel Meister.
Good afternoon. I'm fortunate to find you here.
A little Sunday afternoon discussion, Colonel. If I can be of any assistance...
I'm quite sure you can help me. But first, if you don't mind, I would like to listen to the young lady.
We are honored, Colonel.
Must avoid the decadent spiritual attitude of a man like Modigliani. The degenerate impressionism of
Of Cézanne?
Of course. If I may digress, the Colonel has brought up a most interesting
Close
point.
the door, Aubert. No need to
Those
disturb
of
the
you who
discussion.
study Cézanne readily understand the absence.
Well, Aubert, what do I see under the counter? New tubes of paint, huh?
Yes, Colonel.
Ah, let me see. Cerulean, my favorite blue. What about the other color?
I'm sorry, but
No, I won't bother. I have no time for painting. Sketching is all I can do these days. Oh, there. That young woman in there.
An unusually gifted sculptress.
Oh, may I meet her?
But of course. Madame Dupré, if you have a moment, please.
Excuse me. Yes, monsieur.
Madame Dupré, may I present...
Meister, madame. Paul Meister.
The Colonel's sketches.
Merely impressions. Oh, there. I need another pad.
I am sure I have one somewhere.
Madame must permit me to see her work.
But there's nothing of mine here, Colonel.
At your studios, then? I have my car.
Really, I haven't a thing worth seeing at the moment.
Madame's modesty becomes her. I shall make the usual allowances.
Well, very well, then.
My apologies to your friends, Aubert. But I will pick up my pad later. Very nice studio, madame. Excellent light. Your husband shares it with you?
I'm a widow, Colonel. But, well, I have been going with another man.
I'm sorry. A Frenchman in the city here?
He's away. He's an engineer.
Oh? The Normandy fortifications?
He never tells me, Colonel.
This statue here is lovely. It's like yourself.
You're very kind.
Amazing technique for one so young. Your hand, madame. Remarkably feminine for this kind of work.
If the Colonel would care for some tea,
and your
perhaps...
pulse. It's quite irregular. Could I be responsible for that?
You're very discerning.
So? And you are an incredible woman, my dear. Beauty and talent are rarely combined in a single individual. I confess I find it difficult to believe that these works of art here are yours, or that you are what you say you are.
May I prove it?
How?
Sit down. I'd like you to pose for me.
Oh? that may take several sittings.
Several.
I'm delighted, madame, delighted.
Perhaps when it's finished, you'll believe me.
Perhaps.
Your head. A little more to the side, please. That's it.
Meister's been coming here to your studio every day now for 2 weeks, and what have we got? Nothing except a pretty fair likeness of his head.
I need more time, Martin.
Bertie's raising the roof. He wants that Corbeil Melon tunnel destroyed now. As soon as it is, we go back to London. And believe me, I'm ready to go back.
I'm not.
Why, you have a blind alley with Meister. He hasn't told you a thing. Break it off with him.
Meister's my department.
Don't overestimate yourself. He's dangerous.
You don't have much confidence in me, do you?
I'd feel the same about any girl I was working with.
I thought we'd settled that. No special consideration for anyone. You're not a man and I'm not a woman. We're weapons. But you could stop worrying about Meister. He's leaving town.
Yeah, where's he going?
I don't know.
When?
Tomorrow afternoon.
It's a troop train leaving for Normandy tomorrow afternoon. It'll pass through the tunnel. Oh, Helene, how long would it take you to duplicate this head you've made? Exact duplicate made out of our plastic explosive clay.
Tomorrow noon.
Could you get Meister to forget it.
I could get him to take me with him on the train?
I said forget it.
Helene, it's Paul.
Meister,
Just a minute.
let him in. I'll wait in the kitchen.
Well, I had to come early, my dear. Staff meeting. I should be there now.
Then you won't sit for me.
I came only to say goodbye. Will you miss me, Helene?
Paul, take me with you.
Oh, I'm afraid it's impossible.
Not for an officer of your importance.
Oh, I suppose it could be arranged, but...
Please, Paul. Please.
Helene, darling, you are not deceiving me. I know why you want to come with me. I have known how matters stood since the day I met you.
Have you?
Your engineer. You are trying to get to him in Normandy.
You're too clever for me, Paul.
And you are too unscrupulous for me, Helene. All right. You may come with me.
Thank you, Paul.
After all, our little masterpiece is still incomplete. Bring it with you. Pleasant journey together, a weekend perhaps to finish it, and then, my dear girl, go with my blessing. That satisfactory?
Oh, yes.
Good. Be ready to leave early in the afternoon. My driver will take you to our compartment on the train. Auf Wiedersehen, Helene.
I heard what he said. All right, get to work on that duplicate right away.
Explosive clay will require a fuse, and I don't know how to set one.
Obed will bring a fuse here. He'll set it. How will you pack it for travel?
A wooden box, I suppose.
Just make sure you'll be able to open it quickly. Light the fuse when the train stops in the tunnel.
You're sure it will stop?
I'll see that it does. Reynald can give me a railroad inspector's pass. The train takes on water a few miles east of the tunnel. I'll get on then. As for getting off, we'll both have to take our chances.
Of course. Good luck, Martin.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow at the tunnel.
What?
Never mind. Get to work. You're the engineer?
Yes. What are you doing here?
Just came aboard. Inspector Martin, check ride.
Inspection. What do you expect of this piece of junk?
Never mind that, you're late. Should have passed the Corbeil-Malon tunnel at 3:26.
We'll pass it in 5 minutes.
All right, then slow down.
He's got a gun. Huh?
I said slow down.
Why are you doing this, monsieur?
For France. Now jump, both of you.
Paul, the train stopped. What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing.
Seems very strange stopping in a tunnel.
It makes our journey together longer.
Paul, I'm worried. Please go and ask someone.
No, later.
But I'm really frightened. Please, Paul.
All right. Corporal, where are you? I have the train.
Martin,
Don't ask questions. Hand me that box.
the fuse is lit.
Good, I'll set it by the track.
Here.
Be right back. Climb out of the window.
Hey, open the door. What's the matter?
Climb out, do you hear? You've still got a chance.
Who is that talking? Hello?
Hurry.
Corporal, break this door down.
She is gone. The window. A man and woman, her colonel. There, the mouth of the tunnel. You, guards! Stop those people! Fire! Set fire! There's a fuse burning. Stop those people! Stop them!
Come in, Brady. Well?
The report's confirmed by aerial reconnaissance, Colonel. The tunnel's destroyed.
That's great.
Yes. Except there's been no word since from Team Applejack.
I know. Get a message through to Team Sombrero. Tell them to stand by to take over Applejack's assignments. Martin, Boucher, the girl, they're either dead, Brady, or captured.
Elaine.
Here. This way.
I should have been back long ago. Sorry, I got lost. It's pretty dark in those woods at night.
It's the only reason we're alive. Night and a place to hide.
I found Boucher. He couldn't get a car. Meister's alive, and he closed in too fast.
We can't stay here.
I know. I sent Boucher on to Dijon. If he can get to a radio, he'll contact Brady and have him send a plane in to pick us up. When, where, I don't know. We'll meet Boucher at the park in Dijon tomorrow.
How will we get there?
The highway's full of refugees. We'll have to lose ourselves among them.
Safer if we travel alone.
No, you're in pretty bad shape.
I'll manage.
Oh, now, look.
You look. We almost failed in the tunnel because you came back for me. Never come back for me again. Do you understand? Never come back.
Okay. Can you find the highway?
Yes.
The park in Dijon tomorrow.
It's all right. You can sit down.
Hello.
Hello. Where's Boucher?
We've had some luck. He found some FFI. They're getting us jobs at the airport.
Did he find a radio?
No, not yet. We've got to be careful. Meister and his boys will be breathing down our necks.
Do you have any money? I haven't eaten since yesterday.
A little. We'll find a restaurant.
Those men.
What?
Don't look. 2 of them. They're watching us. Start smiling. That's better.
I'm going to kiss you. Sweetheart, it's a park bench. That may convince them.
Too bad, Martin. They're still watching.
Come on, we better go. Oh, some more luck. A booth near the door.
Just get me something to eat.
Sit tight. Company's coming. One of those men in the park.
Well, good evening. May I join you? Thank you.
I'm sorry, but there must be some mistake.
Mistake, Monsieur Martin and Madame Dupré?
You're quite wrong, monsieur.
I think not. I am Amadeus Brink, Gestapo. Oh, in case you are armed, monsieur, don't forget my colleague, Herr Ansvold, he is close by. That was fine work, that tunnel job of yours.
What are you talking about?
These papers, monsieur. A full report of your activities. They just arrived in headquarters. Would you care to read them?
This is outrageous. You intrude upon us.
Madame would prefer to discuss the matter at headquarters?
What do you mean, prefer?
Fortunately, I had access to these papers before any of the others saw them.
What do you want from us?
What I want from you isn't the question. What do you want from me?
No, very sensible man, Herr Brink. His side is going to lose the war, and being a practical man, he looks to the future.
I could be very useful to you. I have access, for instance, to the weekly Dijon Berlin military pouch, and the courier's my cousin.
And what's your price? Immunity?
That goes without saying. A small weekly payment and 50,000 American dollars deposited in my account in the Bank of Switzerland.
Maybe we can do business.
I was so sure we could.
You'll have to get us a radio.
Oddly enough, I have another cousin who might be persuaded to lend you one for 20,000 francs.
We'll be short of funds until we contact our principals.
Until then, only too glad to accommodate you. At a fair rate of interest, of course, shall we say 15%? Well, I will leave you to think things over. Till tomorrow, then, at the same time, here. Oh, Herr Ansvold, just refugees. A couple madly in love with each other.
You believe him?
There's no choice. I have to.
And we were going back to London.
Brink is on the level. We don't dare leave. If he isn't, we'll get what Gates got. Oh, Elaine, I'm sorry.
For what?
Oh, the way I snap at you most of the time, the way I...
Aren't you forgetting something?
Yeah. Sure I am. Treat you like any other member of the team. That's what you want, isn't it?
Yes, Martin. That's what I want. Someday, maybe, if we ever...
Skip it. Here's the menu. It may be our last meal.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of OSS, starring Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. In Hollywood, it's news when an actress gets a studio contract without having to take a screen test. It happened, though, to our lovely young guest of the evening, Miss Lucille Barclay. How does it feel to be a Paramount starlet, Lucille?
I still can't believe it, Mr. Keeley. You see, I'd come to Hollywood for a summer vacation. The vacation turned into a full-time job when a talent scout for Paramount saw me and signed me up.
Had you always been interested in an acting career?
Oh, yes. Back in New York State where I lived, I was a member of the Rochester Community Theater. Later, I studied dramatics in New York.
And all to good purpose, it appears.
Oh, I was very lucky. But for real achievement, Mr. Keeley, I nominate Joan Caulfield. I visited the set when Paramount was filming their big Technicolor production, Blue Skies, and, well, I had a chance to meet her. Just think. In Blue Skies, she's co-starred with Bing Crosby and Fred Astaire.
You're right. That is a success story. Joan deserves it, though. She's exceptionally talented.
And besides, she's about as photogenic as a girl can be. Lovely features and a truly flawless complexion.
Well, Lucille, we're proud of the fact that Joan Caulfield is a Lux girl.
So she told me, Mr. Keeley, and I wasn't a bit surprised. I've used Lux toilet soap myself a long time, and I think it's tops.
Many famous stars agree with you there, Miss Barclay.
And if I may say so, Mr. Kennedy, lots of ambitious young starlets. Every girl in pictures knows how important it is to have a nice, smooth skin for camera close-ups.
Thank you, Miss Barclay. We're glad that so many charming women everywhere depend on daily Lux soap care. It's a fact that active lather facials in a short time give skin fresh new beauty. Now, here's a suggestion to the ladies in our audience. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap as yet, why not see what this gentle care can do for your own precious complexion? Remember, Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of OSS, starring Alan Ladd as Martin and Veronica Lake as Ellen. For a month now, OSS headquarters in London has been receiving amazing information from Team Applejack, and Allied bombers subsequently have been smashing Nazi installations with bewildering accuracy. Back again in London, Colonel Field gets the details from Commander Brady.
It's really quite simple, Colonel. Our key man, of course, is Brink. And we're sure of Brink as long as we continue to pay off.
But getting the contents of their military
Boucher
pouches...
has a job in the washroom at the airport. He cleans hats, shines shoes. Anyway, the courier with the pouch visits Boucher every time he takes the plane for Berlin. Boucher disappears for a few minutes. He's got a camera in the laundry closet. Photographs the documents on microfilm, returns them to the courier. Radios here when he's ready for our plane to pick up the film.
And how do we get a plane to Dijon?
Mr. Brink again. Another of his cousins owns a farm outside of town. We run a plane in at night.
Too good to last.
Yes, sir. I've told Applejack they can come back to London whenever they're ready. We'll be contacting them shortly, Colonel. Any message?
Yes, my congratulations. Also, my urgent suggestion that they leave Dijon. They've done their job.
Shoe shine, sir? Brush your hat, sir?
The courier. He was here, Boucher.
This morning, Herr Brink.
Good. Tell Martin our Gestapo spotters are closing in on your radio. One more message and they'll trace it to your rooming house. Suspend operations until I find another place. Oh, you might shine my shoes if you please.
The film, Boucher.
Here. One of the documents I photographed is red hot. The Krauts have busted a top American code, Martin.
Broken
It's
code.
all on a film.
Broken code. Brady's got to know about that quick. How soon can you get to your radio?
Any time now, but...
Tell Brady what we've got. Tell him to get a plane in here tonight, a big one to take us out with that film. We're through. We've had enough.
The radio. If I try to use the radio...
Yeah, what about it?
Nothing. Where will you be? And Helene?
Meeting Brink in the park. It's payday. After that, we'll go out to the farm. Come out as soon as you can. We'll be in London tonight.
Tonight? Yeah. Oh, if you see Helene, say hello for me, will you? Details of Nazis breaking code on film. Send plane tonight. Pick up Martine and Dupre. Looks like I'll be staying. Couple of men in hallway now. Someone at Skylight, too. If you can contact my mother, please tell her
You're late, Brink. How long do you think we can hang around the public park?
It was unavoidable. Oh, good evening, madame. My money, monsieur.
Here.
Oh, thank you. You're on your way somewhere?
Why?
Because it is best if you are. They picked up your radio.
Boucher.
He is dead. Oh, I warned him.
Dead?
He didn't tell me you warned him. Did he get through to London?
I think so. He was on the air when it happened. Oh, we have a new chief here. He has been inquiring about you. Colonel Meister.
Meister? Here?
Yes, definitely. It would be necessary for me to put your record and description back in the file. Oh, wherever it is you are going, if you would care to rent a car...
All right, where is it?
That one across the street. Shall we say 10,000 francs?
I'll give you 8.
I'm a reasonable man. 8,000. Good night. Good night.
Herr Brink.
Oh, Herr Answald.
Isn't that your car I just saw? Who was driving it?
My car?
Yes, the man and girl. They looked strangely like the couple Colonel Meister just described to me.
What couple?
The colonel is very anxious to see you, Herr Brink. My trusted colleague.
I don't suppose we could talk in purely business terms, Herr Answald. Shall we say 100,000 francs? No, I suppose not.
Come along.
Pity. I was always such a reasonable man.
Look at it come across the field. I never thought an aeroplane could be so beautiful.
Oh, London will be there in 2 hours, Helene.
Boucher didn't die for nothing. He got the message through or the plane wouldn't be here.
The door's opening. Come on.
Martin, Helene.
Commander Brady.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Are we glad to see you?
I wish I was good at making congratulatory speeches.
Oh, skip it. Let's get out of here.
Here's your film.
Great work. Where's Boucher?
We lost him.
When?
Early tonight.
But what happened?
I'll tell you on the plane, huh?
Martin, I'm here because I have something to ask you.
We're only half a jump ahead of the Gestapo. Can't we talk about it later?
I'm afraid not. The Nazis are licked, Martin. They're falling back to the Rhine.
Well, that's fine. What's it got to do with me?
I'd like you to do one more job.
Another job?
Some time ago, we put a man into Germany posing as a barge worker on the Rhine. The sector he was assigned to has been selected for one of our crossings. If he's still alive, he'll have invaluable information on troop dispositions and fortifications.
I don't get it.
There's no way for him to get the information to us. We need somebody to go in there and contact him and send it out on a ground-air radio. I brought one with me.
And how long do you think we can live like this, with our stomachs turning over every time a foot falls or a door opens? You've got plenty of other people working for you. Why do you have to pick on me?
Because you're the only available agent who'd recognize our man, the only agent he would recognize. You remember Parker?
Yeah, sure, I remember Parker. So what? I'm no hero. I don't want to volunteer for anything. I want my identity back.
Don't you suppose Parker wants his identity back?
If you want me to take that assignment, you've got to order me to take it.
Then it's an order.
Okay. What was that I said, Elaine? London in 2 hours? Will you be there when I get back?
When we go together.
You're going now with the commander.
That's up to him, isn't it?
Mice is catching up with us. How much longer do you think our luck can hold out? Gates, Boucher, we're next. Go on back to England. I'll handle this deal alone.
We've worked well together. 2 agents are better than one. It doubled your chances.
She's right, Martin. As long as she's offered to stay, that's it.
You'd better get that plane out of here.
You're to make your way to Strasbourg. Here, instructions and directions. Burn them when memorized. You'll meet up with the Madame Prideaux. She has a place in the country, she and her grandchild. You will work from there. Good luck, Helene. Good luck, Martin.
Good luck? What does that mean, sir?
News from Martin, Colonel Field. They're at the Prideaux farm.
Any word about Parker?
Nothing yet, sir.
How is Martin getting to us?
Ground air radio. We send a plane over his area. Martin talks to the pilot. They've had contact every day now for about a week.
Just don't ease up on him. He's got to locate Parker.
More bombers, Madame. But there are bombers. Don't be frightened, Giraud.
I'm not frightened, mademoiselle.
In the village this morning, German soldiers all over, stealing everything.
They may come here. They're retreating.
They may. But these potatoes they will not find. And we will have these potatoes planted before the spring is out.
Who's to plant potatoes, Grand-mère?
Our men will come back, Gérard. Always the men come back home.
Monsieur Martin is going to the orchard again. He's talking to the American airplane.
I'd feel better if he didn't have to go so far from the house.
Maybe he can talk to our men, too. Maybe he can tell them when it's safe to come home.
Listen, there's a truck on the road.
Germans. Gérard, the potatoes. Hide them in the cellar.
I can see them. They're turning in here.
Monsieur Martin!
He will see the truck.
You can trust the boy and me, Helene. We are accustomed by now to receiving a Boche. They will learn nothing.
Can you hear me up there? Can you hear me?
Slower, pal. More distinctly. We're recording this, you know.
I said the Nazis are pouring across the Rhine. Bridges, boats, barges, anything that'll float.
What about Parker?
No sign of him. Get down to the docks every day. Most of the barges ran out when our plane started strafing. If Parker stayed on, we might have shot him up ourselves.
Wait a minute. You expecting a truck?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Your house. A truck just pulled up. Troops. You better duck, Martin. You got a gun?
Yes, but...
Take care of yourself. We'll be back at 100.
Stand back against the wall. All of you.
Martin, behind you. Look out.
Leave them to me. Another. And another. Throw the Schwein in the barn.
So, there were no men here, mademoiselle. Hey, you look frightened. Do soldiers frighten you? Well, then we will leave these soldiers. Schweigler.
Jawohl, Herr Lieutenant.
Mademoiselle and I will be in the other room. We will not wish to be disturbed.
Sorry if I gave you a scare. You're Helene Dupre, aren't you?
How did you...
No time for questions. I'm Parker. Martin recognized me. That's why I didn't shoot. I heard him, but I had to. I've seen you both down at the docks, but I never was able to get to you. That's why I got this uniform filling with those drunks inside. I've got to talk fast, so listen carefully. The Krauts are heading for the East Bank. I have their troop dispositions down cold. Can you get them out?
Martin has an air-ground radio. He keeps it buried in the orchard.
Good. I'll get rid of these troops inside, but I'll have to go with them. So it's up to you and Martin to get this information through.
Go ahead.
All right. It's about 5 miles between Flettisburg and Trubin with nothing but a few patrols between. That's just one of the weak spots. There's another just north of Lacen. If our troops cross at these spots, we'll save thousands of lives. Now repeat after me. The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 146th Panzer Division in reserve near Broheim.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
The 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
The 8th Infantry Division due south.
About 10 minutes ago. Parker had to go with them. Martin, are you up to talking?
I'm okay. What did Parker tell you?
I'll write it all down for you. If it gets through on time, thousands of lives can be saved and our job should be over. When will the plane be here?
1 o'clock. What time is it now?
12:30. Think you can do it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Start writing.
Madame, Girard.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Get some water. I wish I could do more for you. Your head, it's still bleeding.
Don't worry about me. Just put it down on paper.
Here. This is it, Martin. Everything written down.
I'll come back as soon as I've contacted the planes.
You will be leaving us then?
Yes.
Where you go, you will be together.
We'll be together. We'll be together from now on.
Open up here. Open up.
Grand-mère. Who? Can you see?
Oh, bosh, Gerard. 2 soldiers and an officer.
Open
Quick
up,
now.
I say.
Hide in the kitchen. If they make trouble, Mademoiselle says to find Monsieur Martin. Warn him. She's going to the door now. So hurry.
I listen, Grand-mère.
Open this door.
I'll warn him if need be.
Yes?
Sorry to intrude at this hour. Helene. Well, we never had our little weekend in Normandy, did we? That's a great pity. You have nothing to say? Sure you remember me? Meister, Paul Meister.
I remember you very well.
You are alone here?
I am here, monsieur.
I refer to Martin.
Then I am quite alone.
Unfortunately, we can't spend too much time finding out if you are telling the truth. Sergeant, take the old woman to the car.
And the girl, Herr Colonel?
Wait outside. I will deal with her.
Madame, come.
Helene Dupre. I still find you a remarkably attractive woman. I can almost forgive myself. Myself, not you, my dear.
Then let's get this over with. All I ask is that I be taken quickly to wherever people like myself are dealt with.
Not yet. I find this reunion curiously satisfying. At last, Helene. At last.
Monsieur Martin! Monsieur!
Gerard, what's the matter?
The woman, monsieur, they're taking them away. I heard him.
Who?
He said his name was Meister. Oh, don't let them take them, monsieur, please.
Who is with him?
Only 2 others. Soldiers, but hurry. She knows I went for you. Please come, please.
The plane up there. I've got to contact
You could do it later.
Never come back for me again. Thousands of lives will be saved. Never come back. Thousands of lives.
I can't, boy, I can't.
Never thought you would be afraid. Never.
Gerard, listen.
Are you down there, Applejack?
Yeah, I'm here.
Anything wrong?
No, nothing.
And shoot. Recorder's on.
146th Panzer Division in reserve near Brunheim. 122nd Grenadiers just west of Linstein.
Slow down.
The 8th Infantry Division south of Robert Canal.
You're losing range, Martin. And slower.
Robert Canal! R-O-B-U-R-G.
That's better. What's your rush?
31st Engineers at Lindgren. 31st at Lindgren. The 18th SS Division around Horst Steinbrück.
Oh, let's have that last again. I want a clean recording.
Please, I've got to get back.
With news like this, so do we, pal. Repeat.
The 18th SS Division around Horst Steinbrück. The 52nd Infantry east of Freihof north of the highway.
Just once more and we'll have it.
18th Division around Horst Steinbrück. 52nd Infantry east of Freihof north of the highway. That's it, and tell Parker's okay as of a few hours ago.
Swell going, Martin. Sorry to leave you, but I got to get this back to headquarters.
Helene! Helene!
They're gone, monsieur. It's too late. They're gone.
Helene.
Look at them come, Martin. Trucks and jeeps, planes and tanks. Soldiers. Our soldiers, Martin. Crossing the Rhine.
Yes, sir.
Job's almost finished. Thanks, Martin.
Don't thank me. Thank them, the ones who didn't live to see this. Gates, Boucher, Helene. Tell me about her, Commander. I didn't even know her real name.
Rogers. Ellen Rogers.
Ellen. Where was she born?
I don't recall, but I can find out for you if you'd like.
No, it doesn't matter. It was somewhere back home. Like the town I came from. The same town, maybe. Yeah, she might even have lived just around the corner.
Well-deserved applause for an exciting performance by our two stars, Alan Ladd and Veronica Lake. And here they are, back at the footlights for a curtain call.
Well, one of the real stars of tonight's play, Bill, was William Donovan, whom you've mentioned in your introduction.
Yes, he was head of the OSS in real life.
Didn't you make a picture on the career of General Donovan, Mr. Keeley?
That's right, Veronica. The Fighting 69th, which, of course, was late in World War I.
And made a great movie, incidentally.
Speaking of pictures, Alan, I understand that since yours were released in continental Europe, you've become the #1 box office hit over there.
And to think they had to wait 6 years before seeing Ellen on the screen.
Not to mention you, too, Veronica.
That's right, Alan. You two have been together in so many pictures. I sort of missed Veronica in your latest Paramount production, 2 years before The Mask.
Yeah, I missed her, too, Bill, but we're going back together again when we start shooting Saigon out of dear old Paramount.
Well, that's good news for Ladd and Lake fans. By the way, Veronica, what happened to that famous over-the-eye hairdo?
Well, I thought it was about time to see how the other half of the world lived, Mr. Keeley.
Hey, how long did you wear your hair like that, Veronica?
How long? Oh, about 24 inches.
Well, confidentially, Veronica, I like your present hairdo even better. For one very important reason.
What's that, Mr. Keeley?
It doesn't hide any of that lovely Lux complexion.
Well, it's certainly not hard to help keep your complexion lovely with Lux Toilet Soap Care. I always use it.
And it's plain to see that loyalty is well rewarded.
Say, what are you presenting here next Monday night, Bill?
Next week, we're proud to bring our audience for a second time this season 2 of Hollywood's top artists and one of the most famous acting teams in motion picture history, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. They appear in their original screen roles in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's epic drama, Mrs. Parkington, the story of a man who ruled a dynasty with daring and ruthlessness, and a woman who ruled a man with love alone.
A great cast, a great play, Bill. Congratulations.
And good night.
Good night, and thanks to both of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Mrs. Parkington. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The main cause of the current soap shortage is the worldwide scarcity of fats and oils. Industrial fats are needed also in the manufacture of many other essential household goods. So please continue to save used kitchen fats. Your butcher will pay you for every pound you turn in. Secretary of Agriculture Clinton P. Anderson says it is urgently important that American women keep on saving and turning in used fats, taking advantage of larger meat supplies to step up their fat salvage. Heard in our cast tonight were Gail Gordon as Brady, Joseph Kearns as Meister, and Richard Benedict as Boucher. Charles Seal, Norman Field, Jay Novello, Ralph Sedan, Noreen Gamil, Ed Emerson, George Neese, Howard Jeffrey, Henry Rowland, George Sorrell, Truda Marson, and Robert Conte. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Yes, it's Spry for lighter, finer, richer flavored cakes every time.
Make that next cake with pure, all-vegetable Spry, the shortening with the magic cake-making secret. Hear him say,
Wonderful.
The reason why, S-P-R-Y.
For all you bake and fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mrs. Parkington with Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. And why not tune in a half hour early to hear Joan Davis over most of these stations? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hey, CBS, what's coming on?
Friday, blast off to a galaxy far, far away. It's the Star Wars Holiday Special, starring all your Star Wars favorites. Will Chewbacca get home to his planet in time for the big Wookiee holiday celebration? Watch and find out. Then on Flying High, the girls put it on and take it off.
You know what?
What?
I don't think either one of us is going to get much sleep tonight.
Join us for a Far Out Friday, beginning at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
You're on.
Tomorrow on CBS. Treat your family to a hearty down-home country dinner tonight. Delicious Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken with a golden crust gently seasoned with 11 tasty herbs and spices, succulent buttery sweet corn, fresh strawberry pie, and all the other good things from your Kenny King's carryout store. Stop in and take home a meal your whole family will love.
Oh, there's something about Kenny King's you'll love. Oh, Kenny King. Oh, Kenny King.
Joel Gray tomorrow on Merv.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Broadway, where the twilight lies against the city like gray speckled gauze, ripples off into another world. It's the street of the hurry-up steps, the fast questions, glances, the seekers after the special smile. And you walk it because once Broadway touched you, you can't rub it off, like me. Until a part of it flung itself at me and tore across the face of the night and took me to an alley.
Waiting for you, Danny.
Yeah, where, Muggerman?
Up here, the alley. Go on, beat it. Get away from here.
There he is, Danny. Shot. Kid. I'd say about 19.
You'd say about right.
Huh?
Yeah. Kid carried his life in his inside coat pocket. Wallet. Stuff.
A fighter.
Yeah. Clippings. Must have been pretty good. Jack Giorno. They mean anything to you?
I don't think so.
Giorno. It's like I've heard it. Well, maybe because I follow the fights closer. Yeah, let's see that, man, will you, Danny? You see? 36 fights, 34 wins. Good record. Mostly club fights in small towns, but a good record.
Small town boy come to fight in the big city, huh?
Yeah, so it looks.
To find a local address?
Yeah, 63rd Street YMCA. Here. I guess the kid overmatched himself, huh, Danny?
kid enters the city, and it's going to be easy. His fist will knock it over. A left jab, a right cross, a little sweat, some pain. It's all yours, huh, kid? The golden lights that stream your name, the golden women that whisper your name, sweet and easy, like wild honey. But the dark alley, that you didn't count on. You'll lie in the blood of your death and try to explain how it was going to be to the attentive cats. At the YMCA, a courteous fellow poked a courteous finger into a pigeonhole and came up with a note that said if anyone wanted anything of Jack Jarno, to contact him at Saul Boone's gym on West 49th. Then the courteous fellow explained the advantage of a Y membership to a fellow of my type. I thanked him, told him I consider it. But first I wanted to talk it over with the fellows at Saul Boone's. He understood. Saul's gym was like 1,000 others. Training quarters for other kids like Jarno. A side street arena for the ambitious, the bums, the has-beens, the punch drunks. And over it all, like a muscular mother hen gone to fat, Saul Boone.
A laugh! Give him a laugh there, kid. That's it. That's it, boy. That's a nice boy. Plenty. Oh, hi, Danny.
I'll talk to you, Saul.
I did something?
I'll break it off up there, Saul. I want to talk to you.
Oh, well, I'm on it. A minute, Danny. All right, crowd him, kid. Come on, crowd him. Crowd him. Smother him. Breathe in his face. Let's go to play now, kid. Now the hook, boy. Dow chow. You're dow chow, baby. Now pick up your worthy opponent and explain it to him what you did to him. Only not here, someplace else. Nice policeman wants to talk to me. Hello, Danny. How are you? It goes?
It goes, Saul. A kid named Jack Jarno.
Jarno? Oh, very promising chickling, Danny. Proper handling, Jarno should win fame and fortune and many girl chicklings.
Was he here today?
Sure he was here. He's been here every day since he blew into town. Where else would a kid go for motherly advice? Fisticuffly speaking, but the mother Saul Bloom.
When did he leave here?
Oh, around 7. I was teaching him a few things. In the middle, he gets a phone call. Says he's got to go. What, a chickling like Jarno's got to go? You don't like... What's the matter, Danny? Jarno did something?
No.
Well, then what's the mishmash? With police, with questions?
Down to him. The kid was shot, Saul. To death.
Huh? Oh, a chickling like that to die. That breaks the heart, pushes the pieces into the garbage can.
You know anything else about him, Saul, besides...
Into the private life of my boys, I never pried, Danny. All I know is how to tell him to behave nicely in a squared circle.
He must have made friends.
Oh, sure he made friends. That Hawaiian shirt over there. Hey, Billy! Billy Dawson, come over here a minute. You must have seen Billy fight, Danny, when he was good. Now he's worn out, rapidly deteriorating into a bum. Oh, Billy. Hi, kid. How's the chap?
What do you want, Saul?
This is Danny Clover, champ. Detective. It's him who wants.
Oh? You think I can get you what you want, Mr. Clover?
Oh, talk nice, Billy. Our friend here's looking into the murder of Jack Jarno, so talk nice.
Jarno? Murdered? Oh, he's a good kid.
Yeah, murdered. In an alley. About an hour ago.
An hour ago, huh? Just about the time I was given a heavy bag of workout, right, Solly?
Sure, Billy, sure.
Like I said, Mr. Clover, he was a good kid. Me, I talked to his manager. About fighters, you talk to their managers.
Who would that be?
Oh, the same as mine. George Fuller. His place is down the street, the Miller Apartments. He'd be glad to help you. George is helpful. Ask him.
I'll do that, Billy.
Pretty late, huh, Buster?
You're George Fuller?
What, Buster?
I'm Danny Clover, police.
Oh, come on right in. No offense meant, Buster and all. Take a chair you like.
Yeah. Thanks.
I was having a beer. There's a couple more begging in the icebox.
No.
Like I said, I didn't mean to make an offense. You're the law, huh?
I work at it.
Working now, aren't you? I've got something to do with it?
You got a fighter named Jack Jarno?
Ah, sweet kid. Sweet fighter, Danny. Fast. He'll come. He'll be there when he learns.
He won't learn. He's dead.
Oh, come on, Danny.
Dead. Murdered in an alley.
I told him. What are you going to do with a kid like that? After all, I told him.
What'd you tell him?
What did I tell him? To behave himself. To keep his nose clean. A kid like that.
Like what?
Young. You know what I mean? A comer. Future. All he knows is what's in his fist. How do you keep him out of trouble? He gets in the ring and looks over his shoulder to see how many women are in the audience. Then he proceeds. You know what I mean?
Not exactly, Mr. Fuller.
Women.
Jack Jarno got along, huh?
Got along. What are you going to do with a kid like that?
What women?
With ears, Buster. He could pick and choose.
Did he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. With red hair. Jenny Dorset.
Jenny Dorset. I met a man named Billy Dorset tonight.
You met Jenny's husband. What's left of him. He used to be good. Now there's only what's left of him. Know what I mean?
Where do I find Jenny?
I'll write it down for you, Denny. I told him to keep his nose clean. What do you do with a kid like that?
We can enjoy the music for a spell, and you can go away. It's busy inside.
It is? Who?
Yeah, that's right. Who?
Danny Clover, police.
Oh, good evening, police. Come in. Just stop being busy inside.
You didn't tell me who. I told you. You tell me.
Yeah, natural. Mickey Crystal, light heavy, weight 173. Height 5'9", hair black. Color eyes. Sea green, she tells me.
Jenny Dorset?
Jenny Dorset tells me. Come on in, approve it. Open your eyes, Jenny. I brought you something.
Nice.
What is it? It's a policeman. Named Danny Clover.
It's a lot. It looks like it could be kind. Or cruel. Thank you for bringing it to me, Mickey.
Mrs. Dorset.
You're a present, so call me Jenny.
Mrs. Dorset, I want...
Not always do we get what we want. I want you to call me Jenny. No? About Jack Jonah, huh, Danny?
About Jonah.
He's dead. They stopped the music on the radio to tell me Jack Jonah was dead. I cried because... Then they started the music again.
Hey, look, it's 8 o'clock. I better get out of here.
Now till I let you, Mickey. Nobody goes away from me till I let him.
I'll be late, Jenny.
Tell me again how you did over that boy in Philly.
That you like most of all, won't you, Jenny?
Tell me.
Yeah. It's okay with our friend. I'm sure he's here to spend his time.
Okay. Tell her.
Yeah. Listen, Jenny, listen, Pete. I took him in the second, see. In the first round, I cut him. It hurt him how I cut him. So in the second, I went after it, but I teased him first hard like cold iron on his stomach. I didn't want him to know what I was after. Then in the throat, and then the cut. It's okay with you, police?
Where do I get you?
Southbourne is my mother, like all the other boys. Bye, Jen. Jen.
We were talking about Jonah? Is that what we were talking about?
Who wanted him dead, Mrs. Dorset?
Not me. You see how I am, so you know it wasn't me.
Your husband, then?
Billy? Not Billy.
Billy doesn't care about Jonah, about Mickey?
Maybe he cares. Who cares what Billy cares?
Maybe Billy. Not you.
Once I did a lot. Because Billy was a tiger then. Sleep. Beautiful. Hungry. Mean like a tiger. You seen Billy lately?
Saw him at the gym earlier tonight.
I mean, you seen him fight lately.
No.
If you had, I wouldn't have to explain to you about Mickey and Jonah. Billy was like them once. Maybe that's what I see in him, huh? The old Billy.
You know, Miss Dorset, I don't care. You'll forgive me. All I care is who killed Jonah.
George Fuller and Billy and me were sitting in a restaurant a few weeks ago. Jonah walked up to us. First time any of us ever laid eyes on him. After that, what Jonah and I talked about was about Jonah and me. There wasn't room for anything else. So how would I know who killed him? Anything else?
Not now.
It is with regret I am letting you go. Goodbye, Danny Clover.
Danny. Oh, Danny, make out like you're solving a crime. Like you're thinking. Like you're stalking a footpath. Got it.
Dino, you know what are you doing? It's 12 o'clock. It's midnight.
Oh, the best crime, Danny. How do you like it, Danny? A pixie camera my elder saved up for so I can take pictures of my compatriots at worse than twice. So far, I got Muggerman with a magnifying glass and Wario.
Do me a favor, Gino. Chino, get up off the floor.
I was only taking an angle shot. Okay. What favor?
Put the camera away. Talk to me, huh?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly.
What did you find out about Jack Jono?
Oh, he was a good little fighter, Danny. We sent a wire to Ohio from whence he came.
Hmm?
They wired back. He was a good little fighter. Leastwise, that's what I gathered from the record.
Did a police record come with it?
Indeed, and to wit, a minor fracas involving one woman and husband who went with. $50 fine, which I consider quite normal for such goings on.
What else?
The telephone.
May I?
Certainly.
Danny Clover speaking.
George Fuller, Danny. Oh, what? Oh.
What's the trouble? What is it?
Get down to my place, Danny. Get here. Bring somebody. Hurry.
Well, what happened?
What happened? What?
Mr. Fuller.
You better get down here.
Where?
My place. You better get down here, Buster.
Whew. Okay, where, Fuller?
In there. Right in there, Danny. Whew. Something, huh?
Something. What would about do it? The bruised face, the hair tumbling against the tortured throat, the body suspended from a tarnished light fixture, the scarf of many colors that held it there, hanging, clockwise around, then reversed itself, around, head bowed down in some coy dance. Her name was Jenny Dorset.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
There's this about Broadway. It's got pride, big pride. It's proud the way it can ferret out secrets. A secret between a man and his wife, for instance, or a man and himself. Broadway paid for it, kid. That gives Broadway a right to get on the radio and on the street corners and scream the secret to 8 million people. But one juicy secret I was denying Broadway, just for a little while, just long enough to get police work done without Broadway's biographers drooling at my shoulder. The secret of a girl named Jenny Dorset. A girl hanging from a light fixture. The secret of the doctor examining her. The secret of the men photographing her, bemused by the movement of her suspended body, wondering at what speed, at what lens opening best to catch the swing of death. They wave the doctor away and he comes over to you.
Danny, a cigarette? I left mine back.
Yeah, sure. Here, Dr. Sinsky.
Thank you. That makes the carton I owe you. Remind me.
How long, Doctor, like that?
An hour. She's been dead an hour. Think she must have begged for death longer than that.
Huh?
You must have seen it, Danny, the way she was beaten. Her face, her throat, her body, too. Oh, the piece of cloth clenched in her hand.
Hawaiian print from her husband's shirt. I've seen it before.
She must have pleaded with him to kill her. To stop hitting her and to kill her. Oh, Danny. You and me, what are we doing in this?
Yeah. And it's kind of disgusting, isn't it, Buster?
Huh? Who are you?
No offense, Buster. I just mean it's disgusting the way Billy beat Jenny up and then hanged her. That's all.
George Fuller. Dr. Sinsky, there's his place. He found Jenny like this, he told me. Called me up on the telephone to tell me he found her.
Yeah, that's me. George Fuller, fight manager, promoter, all-round good guy. Don't go away, Doc. Everybody says George Fuller's a good guy. Oh, the Doc don't care.
One thing, George. How come Jenny was here in your place?
You think I killed her? You think I could do a thing like that to Jenny?
That's not what I asked.
You couldn't be wronger, Buster. The Doc said it was an hour ago, didn't he? An hour ago, an hour before that, and an hour before that. I was at Sal Boone's gym. A lot of people saw me all the time, especially Sal. Ask him, Buster.
Ackerman?
Yeah, Danny.
Call Saul Boone's gym. Ask him if Fuller was there tonight, an hour ago, 2 or 3, just like he told me.
Okay, Danny.
Now the question I asked you before, George. How come Jenny was here?
I don't really know. I'm lying, Buster. I do know.
Well, tell me, George.
Patience. It's hard to tell. I don't like to tell it about Jenny. Especially now she's like that.
What about Jenny?
A fighter, Mickey Crystal, you know him? A fighter. Mickey Crystal came to me. Asked me the use of my apartment. I gave him the use. That's why Jenny was here. Yeah, and Mickey had a date, and this was the only way they could meet.
Danny,
Fuller was at the gym, just like he said.
Thanks, Margaret. You think Mickey, George.
I think what you think, Buster. I think Billy Dorset, her husband. Because that piece of Hawaiian shirt you found in Jenny's hand, that's Billy's shirt. You know it, Buster. I think he found out about Jenny and Mickey Crystal and...
Yeah. Margaret, I'm going after...
Don't go after Billy to his home, Jenny. He ain't there.
No?
No, I called to tell him about Jenny here. He wasn't home. Try the Bel Air, Fleabag on West 47th. That's where Billy holds up when he's had a strain. Try there, Buster.
$2 a day, mister. And that'll be right now because it's in advance, whatever you got on your mind.
My name's Danny Clover. I'm...
Danny Clover, huh? Well, that's a twist.
Police.
Uh-uh.
Makes it different, huh?
Oh, I don't know. A policeman once slept in.
I'm looking for a man named Billy Dorset.
Dorset, eh? Ain't had a Dorset in here since...
Let's see the register. Let's see it.
You got it.
Right here, a man registered at 1 o'clock this morning.
What do you see there?
Right here. Can't make out his name.
Couldn't be Dorset. Dorset starts with a D. This name don't start with nothing in the alphabet. Unless they changed it since I've been in school.
What room did you give him?
14. Down there. Turn right.
Thanks.
Hey, don't turn left, mister. Turn right.
I'll never know who opened that door. Me or whoever was on the other side of it. There was a second when I thought it opened too easily to my pressure. The second when I stepped inside the room. Stepped inside a plane. It lasted for all the time left in the world.
Worked over, huh?
Just help me up.
Yeah, sure. Take it easy now.
Did you see? No, you wouldn't. How long have I been here?
2 hours ago, you look better. You need your bed, mister. That's what you need. Bed.
A man was right. Bed was something I could use, but right now would take the time I needed. I went back to headquarters and sent out an all-points bulletin on Billy Dorset. I waited. I dozed. I waited some more. Dozed. The dawn from my office window woke me up. I pulled down the blinds. Dozed. At 10:30, the headache caught up with me. It was composed of several things. Among them, the fact that Billy Dorset hadn't been picked up, and the thought maybe Billy Dorset hadn't killed his wife. It was all so pat, so easy. Easy as the call I had to make.
Danny, 11 o'clock in the morning. Who's alive at 11 except Chicklins and her mother, Mother Bull? Danny Clover also?
I want Mickey Crystal. Is he here, Saul?
Danny, what happened to your wholesome face, your classic head? Who's been at him, Danny?
Mickey Crystal here? That's all I want, Saul. Mickey now, the big tears later.
Oh, he's in the dressing room, Danny. Number 3. Boys rubbing him down. Mickey had a hard night.
3? That way?
Uh-huh. It ain't sporting what they did to your face, Danny. Whatever it is that stands there watching me, boy, tell her to go away.
Me, Mickey. Danny Clover. Turn over. Sit up.
Oh, go away with you.
Do like I say, Mickey.
Okay. Turn me over, boy. Now sit me up. Yeah, keep working on the neck. Oh, good, good.
Where were you last night, Mickey?
You asking a friend?
As a policeman who's hungry for a murderer. Where were you?
In that case, I'll tell you. We'll find out anyway. I was out of town.
Where out of town?
In Harrisburg, PA. I flew out.
You're lying.
Oh, along the spine now, boy. Oh, that's key along the spine.
Where were you?
You think they hit me, Mr. Clover? Don't. Because I was in Harrisburg last night. When you find out that I tell the truth, you're going to be sorry.
You're at George Fuller's apartment with Jenny, where Jenny was beaten and murdered.
Who told you?
Is that where you were?
I was supposed to be. I asked to be. After I got back from Harrisburg, I was looking forward to it. But I never got out of Harrisburg, not till dawn.
Prove it, Mickey.
You'll prove it. With the Palomar Arena, Harrisburg, PA.
What happened to keep you there all night?
An accident.
Tell me about it.
I hit a man too hard. You don't believe, check. You'll do that, huh? Check.
So I did. I checked. Went back to the office and sent a wire to Harrisburg. Then I waited. The time I needed. Time for the clean sheet of white paper. And the questions to be written down on it. And the doodles. And crumple it up and mix the wastepaper basket with it. Another clean white piece of paper. Now it looked like Billy killed his wife. Motive, jealousy. But who killed Jack Jono? Motive maybe the same. Not Billy. He had an alibi. The connection between the two murders, the common denominator. What?
Take your head out of your hands, Danny. It's me.
Oh. Hello, Gino.
Come with a message from Harrisburg.
Okay, let's have it.
Firstly, this. Mickey Crystal did indeed fight in Harrisburg last night at the Palomar Arena.
Go on.
He won the fight so decisively, his opponent did not get up after he was knocked down. Mickey was held till said opponent was out of danger. Towards morning, they let Mickey go, received a purse of $500, and so forth and so forth.
Follow me with the so forth, huh?
Yeah. Sincerely yours, the management, Palomar Arena, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Ask a foolish question.
Your head still hurt, then?
Yeah, a little.
You figure this Billy Dorset did it to you? We got a pickup out on him, but no action. Billy Dorset, huh, Danny?
Someone who knew how to use his fist. Probably Billy.
Well, forgive for intruding upon your brain, Danny, but how did Billy know his wife was in Mr. Fuller's apartment when she was? Who told him that?
Who told Billy Dorset his wife was at Mr. Fuller's place?
You're repeating myself.
Only one man, Gino. Just one man.
That beer's all gone out of the icebox now, Danny. Sorry you can't offer you any.
Don't bother, George.
You look like a man with a problem, Buster. I'll bet the problems you police...
My problem for the day is over.
Well, I'm glad to hear it, Danny. So, which mine were?
I'm one of your bigger ones, huh?
I slipped? Did I do that?
There wasn't anything you could help.
I'm glad to hear it. I'd hate myself if it worked out. I slipped.
You told me Mickey had a date with Jenny.
So?
You told her husband, too. Her husband was a fine murder weapon, George.
So that makes him a murderer.
Uh-huh, that's right. You, too.
Figure it for me. Will you? Well, Billy boy, just talking about you. Come in. Make it a party. Sit down.
Yeah, we've been looking for you, Billy. Come in.
George asked me first. He even said sit down. Anyhow, I'm tired and I want to sit down.
Uh-huh.
George said sit down, and while you were saying uh-huh, George pointed a gun in your back.
Huh?
A little insurance until we close our deal.
You going to buy me, George?
Name your price, but try to keep it low. Remember, Buster, I'm not too loaded.
You're going to give me Billy as the murderer?
Him? Money, too. Do it this way, Danny. He killed his wife. We all agree to that, huh? Don't we, Billy? We all agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I killed her. You wanted me to, didn't you, George?
But you killed John, didn't you, George?
As long as we're making a deal, Danny, yeah, I killed him. I needed to prove something to Jenny. Something to make me attractive to her. The kind of woman she was.
And it didn't work out. Did she laugh at you, George, like she's been laughing at me?
Oh, but...
Laughed at you, huh? That's why you called Billy here and said she was meeting a man at your apartment, so he'd kill her.
You know what, Billy? This policeman is the only man who knows we're both murderers. I've got the gun. You can do to him what you did to Jenny, and it'll be easier.
We can try. We can really try.
Don't be a fool, Billy.
Billy. Billy. Him. The policeman. Don't be crazy. Billy, try. Stop here, you crazy guy. Crazy. Crazy. I'll fix you. Fix you. You never had brains. You never had any.
Drop the gun. Drop it.
There. He was crazy, William. Crazy. All because of Jenny. A woman like that. He loved a woman like that.
time on Broadway when the crowd gives up, goes home. The lights buzz fitful, die. Then it's a street of dim moonlight and dark whispers. The wind of the night, the wind that scatters everything gently. Yesterday's headlines, yesterday's dreams, yesterday's people. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage.
Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. States Armed Forces Radio and Television.
From blazing heat to paralyzing cold, season after season, the J.C. Penney battery has the power to start your car over and over, year in and year out. And it never needs water, ever. It's so dependable, it's warranted for as long as you own your car. If it ever fails to accept and hold a charge, return it with proof of purchase. We'll replace it, free. It's the last battery your car will ever need.
Hawaii has many faces, all calling to you. Come, paddle my quiet lagoons, discover my miles of endless beach.
Come walk across my volcanoes, explore my mysterious caverns, come play in my tropical wonderland.
Come, fly my airline to Hawaii. United, we built the largest airline in the free world.
Round you, my friend, fly the friendly skies.
When I press this button, a new era in photography begins. Polaroid introduces Sonar Automatic Focusing. This camera sends out inaudible sound waves that bounce off the subject and return in a split second. The lens automatically rotates to perfect focus. You can get a precisely focused picture every time in minutes at the touch of one button. The new Sonar One Steps from Polaroid, the world's simplest camera.
Things for working out.
You're in good shape because you've got clout. Raring to go, feel like a king. Got new clubs with my clout.
But the same old swing.
When my green thumb starts to sprout, I use the card that carries clout, Master Charge.
The #1 card in the world.
When you carry Master Charge, you carry clout.
Why do without? Use your clout.
Now, Cup of Noodles presents Miss JoJo's Starbuck. Outstanding. Cup of Noodles. So good and easy. Just add hot water, wait 3 minutes, and you've got it made. Right in its own cup. Lots of tasty noodles, plus vegetables and seasoning in a rich, hearty broth.
Delicious.
Cup of Noodles in the dry soup section.
But your good taste will tell you it's much more than a soup.
Bonjour, monsieur. Welcome back.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, Charles, nice to see you.
Oh, salut.
Hello, Charles. It's been a long time.
Hello, Charles. Hello. Monsieur, please.
Oh, Charles, you are late.
Good evening.
There's a wine that's as special as the people who drink it. Imported Lancers Rosé.
This is Jack Lord inviting you to be with us next for The Miracle Man.
Do you believe that Christ Jesus brought his body out of the tomb after the crucifixion?
What has this got to do with the Reverend?
He's a fake, a liar. Worst of all, he's a Rasputin. He mesmerizes people. They'll do anything for him.
I believe in miracles.
We can't treat this too lightly, Dano. Miracle or no miracle, evangelical religion is a tradition in this country.
Did he have a special interest in her? I mean,
I know what you mean. There's no room in Reverend Andy's life for anything but God and spreading his word.
Do you really believe it?
Reverend, what seminary did you attend?
I guess you could say I graduated from the University of the Streets with a master's degree in what Americans call hustle.
Next, Miracle Man, be here. Hello.
Start your Sunday evening viewing with 60 Minutes.
You owe me.
Then it's a fight to the finish over money on All in the Family. And Mel's Thanksgiving runs afoul of the law on Alice. Next, Lucy comes to Nashville and meets Mr. Mel Tillis, Lynn Anderson, and Ronnie Millsap. Then on Dallas.
I'm pregnant. You may not be the father of our baby.
You tell me. It all starts Sunday evening at 7, 6 Central and Mountain.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Sandra Gould, Gail Gordon, James Backus, and our happy postman, Mel Blanc. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Yes, Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Only 5 more days till Christmas, which means that Gracie has only 5 more days to disobey George and try to earn her own Christmas money. Today we find her in the office of Mr. Gordon, manager of a local department store.
I'd like a job in your store for the holidays, Mr. Gordon.
Very well, young lady. First, we'll fill in a few questions on this form. A name?
Gracie Allen.
The next question is male or female. I'm sure we know the answer to that one, don't we?
Well, I'm sure I do.
Female, huh?
Well, if I'm not, I've been wasting my money on 2-piece bathing suits.
Yes. To continue, your age?
Over 10.
Oh, come now. Surely you can make it closer than that.
All right. Over 12.
Let's do it this way, Miss Allen. I'll mention several ages, and when I reach the one you prefer, just say stop.
All right.
20?
Stop.
Stop.
And back up a little.
We'll just leave that question blank. Now, as to your qualifications, some people have the impression that during the holidays we hire anyone who applies, but that's not true. We demand previous experience. Have you ever held a permanent job in a department store?
No.
Have you ever held a temporary job?
No.
Have you ever walked by a department store?
Yes.
You're hired. Report to the glassware department.
Thank you for showing me around the glassware department, Sandra.
Oh, not at all, dearie. Oh, well, one thing I forgot to warn you about. There's a certain type of man customer you gotta learn to brush off.
Really?
Yeah. Some men think a purchase entitles them to get intimate and take you out on dates.
Oh, my goodness.
Then there's a gentlemanly type that never makes a pass at you. That's the type you gotta brush off.
But, Sandra...
Well, you just say to them, if there's something you was looking for, turn to it. Otherwise, don't annoy the clerk. Oh, well, there's a customer. I'll see you later, dearie.
Bye, Sandra. All right, folks, step right up and get your glassware.
Ah, so there you are.
Oh, darn it, George found me. Now he'll want me to quit. I'll just pretend I don't know him.
Gracie.
If there's something you was looking for, point to it. Otherwise, don't annoy the clerk.
Just turn to it.
Just point to it.
You know what I'm looking for. My wife.
Maybe you should ought to try the complaint department.
Look,
Believe me, I'll bet your wife has plenty of complaints. Believe me.
that came from left field. Stop pretending you don't know me. I followed you down here.
Oh, so that's your type, following girls around.
I don't follow girls around.
Well, if you'd like to try it, Vitamin Pills is on the 4th floor.
Don't push me too far, Gracie. I'm trying to hold myself in.
Girdles is on the 2nd floor.
Nuts.
Them's in the basement.
Now, see here.
Pardon me, I have a customer. May I wait on you, sir?
I'd like some water glasses.
Do you want the regular glasses or the plastic ones?
Well, I don't know. What's the difference?
Well, they look exactly alike, but the plastic ones are unbreakable.
Okay, pick me out a dozen of the unbreakable ones.
All right, now, let's see if this one is unbreakable. No, it doesn't seem to be. Let's try this one. They're tricky to find, aren't they? How about this one? We found one. Well, 11 more to go. Back in the rut again.
Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon.
Miss Allen.
Sorry, I'm busy now.
Miss Allen, what are you doing?
I'm picking out some unbreakable glasses for this customer.
You do not pick them out by throwing them on the floor one at a time.
Oh, you're right. I'll throw them all down at once and pick up the ones that don't break.
Miss Allen, no. Don't! Don't!
Well, what do you know? Only 2 plastic ones in the whole bunch.
Miss Allen, you're fired.
Ah, that's what I've been waiting for. Let's go home, Gracie.
Wait, what am I saying? I can't fire you. You broke $10 worth of glasses. You'll have to work 2 more days to pay for them.
Oh, no.
Oh, Sandra, look where I am.
Well, dearie, what are you doing here in the perfume department?
Well, I got transferred here to work out the $10 worth of glasses I broke.
You love perfume. Oh, what this stuff does to men. You got perfumes here that'll make George Bernard Shaw want to get married.
I think they sold some to the wrong Shaw.
Now, you take that perfume called Irresistible. Oh, no man can resist that.
Oh, yes, I noticed it comes in 3 strengths. Irresistible, positively irresistible, and come here, you jerk.
Yeah, and that ain't nothing compared to that purple passion. You give one whiff of that to the oldest, tiredest, most broken down man, and he'll go for you.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over the store for you.
The perfect type for a demonstration.
Huh?
Here, get a whiff of this purple passion.
Look, stop squirting that stuff all over me. Now, honey, come home with me. I want you to cook my meals and make my bed.
Gee, I never seen it work that fast before.
Will you go away and leave us alone?
Okay. Call me if you need help.
I will.
Not you. Him.
Now, look, Gracie. You're coming home with me if I have to drag you.
George, let go of my arm. Here comes the floor walker.
Is this man annoying you, Miss Allen?
Yes, he is.
Shame on you, you old masher, you.
I'm not a masher.
Well. Purple passion. Isn't that a little gay for you, Daddy?
Now, look here.
What did he say to you, Miss Allen?
He said he wanted me to come home with him and cook his meals and make his bed.
Did you say that?
Well, but you don't understand. I'm married. This woman is...
Married?
Oh, for shame. He didn't tell me that.
Why, you should be home with your grandchildren.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, I'll leave it to you, Miss Allen. Shall I call the store detective and have him arrested?
Oh, no. Not if he promises to go straight home and take his wife a nice gift.
Huh?
Like this $25 bottle of perfume.
I will not.
You will, or I'll have you arrested.
Well, okay, I will. Here's the money.
Oh, thank you. I'll send the perfume to your house. Goodbye.
Of all the double-crossing.
What kind of perfume will you send him, Miss Allen? Mad Love in Paris?
Well, I'm afraid Mad Love in Paris is a little optimistic. I'd better look for something called Handshake in Hollywood.
Skater's Waltz. Meredith, the ice is thick enough for skating on many a lake and stream tonight, and the snow lies white in many a village and town. Snow, well, that's a dream to folks out here and down south.
Yes, Bill, but a dream that becomes mighty real when you see Ernest Feeney's beautiful painting of a white Christmas in the new issue of Life magazine.
Oh, I've seen it, Meredith. Toward Evening, the painting's called, and I guess it'll fit anybody's dream of the way Christmas weather should be. Because the story it tells of snow for the holidays is a real part of our Christmas tradition, like mistletoe and holly, like the Christmas tree and the Christmas stocking, a cherished and well-loved part of the American scene. You'll see this fine painting in our latest Maxwell House coffee ad on page 46 of the current issue of Life magazine. It'll make you realize how Maxwell House coffee is truly part of the American scene, too. We Americans enjoy coffee so much we've made it our favorite drink. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. North, east, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Now, flavor explains this nationwide preference, of course. The rich, satisfying Maxwell House flavor that results from the skillful blending of these premium Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucaramangas for full body, still other choice coffees for vigor. All adding up to great coffee at its wonderfully satisfying flavor peak. Starting now, why not enjoy the very best in coffee drinking pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffees sold. Just say Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Perfume, get your perfume here, girls. You too can get a man if you let me spray your pan. He'll give you that mink if I make you...
Gracie.
Oh, back again, George. You want to buy some more perfume?
No. I paid the store for those glasses you broke, so you don't have to work here anymore. Now let's go home.
Oh, miss, could you please wait on... Why, Gracie.
Hello, Meredith.
You work here?
She did, Meredith. Another goofy idea to earn Christmas money.
Well, I guess the perfume department's the place to pick up a few cents. That's a play on words, George. Cent meaning a penny, and scent meaning the smell. Didn't you get it?
The smell I got. Now, excuse us, Meredith. We're just leaving. Come on.
I can wait on Meredith first.
Well, thanks, Gracie. I thought my girl Goldie might like some perfume for Christmas.
Well, how about this? $20 an ounce.
Very well. I'll take a dime's worth.
A dime's worth? At least give a dram.
George, watch your language. Meredith, what kind of perfume does Goldie use now?
I don't know, Gracie, but it's dynamite. Last night I was playing Mother McCree on my flute for Goldie when she leaned in close and I got a whiff of that perfume. In an instant, I was transformed from a musician into a ruthless, desire-maddened beast, a caveman who wanted his mate.
Oh, Meredith.
It was all I could do to finish the chorus.
You're a tiger.
Well, then I grabbed Goldie and crushed her lips to mine. I couldn't breathe. My throat seemed to close up. I felt it clear to the pit of my stomach.
What a kiss.
Yeah, I should have taken the flute out of my mouth first.
I don't think so.
Meredith, that's some perfume. We'll have to find it. Oh, I know. I'll pour some on you from each of these bottles, and when we get to the right one, you tell me.
Very well.
Now, how about this one? It's very good, $30 an ounce.
No, that's not it.
Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garden. How about this, Meredith? It's $40 an ounce.
No, that's not it.
Miss Allen.
I'm busy now, Mr. Garden. I'll bet this is it, Meredith, $50 an ounce.
Miss Allen, put that bottle down. And you get out of here, young man.
Sir, if you adopt that tone, I may take my business to F.W. Woolworth.
Miss Allen, you poured $30 worth of perfume on this twerp.
Now, just a minute. I will not stand here and be insulted.
Boo.
Goodbye, all.
It's all right, Mr. Gordon. I'm taking Miss Allen right home.
You are not. She doesn't leave this store until she's worked out that $30.
Oh.
Oh, Sandra, yoo-hoo, look where I am now.
Well, if you don't do more moving around, dearie, now they got you in sporting goods.
Now I could hear. All right, folks, get your sporting goods. You can't catch a mackerel without fishing tackle. With our skates, even Granny can't fall.
Gracie.
Oh, George, you found me.
Yeah, and I paid $30 for that perfume you spilled. And now you're coming home.
George, let go my arm. The floor walker's watching you.
Well, I don't give a rap.
Well, Creeping Wolf is on the prowl again.
Oh, Scram, come on, Gracie. You're going home.
Oh, no, she isn't. You're not putting this bird in your gilded cage, Daddy.
Oh, yeah?
My, what a snappy comeback.
How would you like me to carry her out of here?
At your age, piggyback would be the easiest.
Look, I've had enough of you. Another crack and I'll slug you.
Don't wave your hourglass at me, Father Time.
Oh, yeah?
You crushed me with that smart repartee.
Gracie, you better call off this carnation carrier before I take him apart.
Well, I wouldn't try it. He's pretty tough.
Him? Tough?
Well, he's the only floor walker who's brave enough to go near the nylon counter without a pistol and a whip.
Well, I'm not going to stand here and argue with this floor walker. I'll go get the manager. You wait right here.
Oh, I do hate mashers. You call me if he gets frisky.
Yeah,
again.
thanks. I will. And now I better wait on this customer. May I help you? Oh, why, it's the postman.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Burns. Are you still trying to earn your own Christmas money?
Yes, I am. Can I sell you some sporting goods?
Yes.
Let's see. How about some of these pool balls? They're wonderful if you have a pool and like to play ball in it.
No.
Well, how about a badminton net? It's great fun to go out in the woods and catch badmintons.
No.
Well, how about one of these muscle builders?
Please, Mrs. Burns. A man with my superb physique doesn't need a muscle builder any more than Lana Turner needs false eyelashes.
Well, I guess you're right.
I'm here to get my wife Bertha a Christmas present. A nice punching bag.
A punching bag for your wife?
Yes. She's got me all punched out.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, here are the punching bags. Try this one and see if you like it.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Postman, hit it hard. Pretend that it's Bertha.
Oh, now I'm aroused. Take this, Bertha.
My goodness, you tore it apart.
Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon. Try this bag, Mr. Postman.
Very well. Here it comes, Bertha.
Miss Allen.
I'm busy, Mr. Gordon. Try this one.
Miss Allen.
We'd better forget the punching bag.
Well, now let's see. We have some nice baseball equipment. Wouldn't you like to hang a bat on your Christmas tree?
I'd love to, but she'd never hold still for it. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns, and remember, Merry Christmas.
Miss Allen, you've done it again.
Oh, thank you.
Well, here you are, Mr. Gordon. I want you to tell Gracie that she can go home now.
I will not. She'll work here until those punching bags are paid for.
Huh?
Miss Allen, of all the incompetent, irresponsible, addle-brained clerks I have ever seen, you take the prize. You've worked here 1 hour, and you have destroyed $75 worth of merchandise. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I'd like a raise. Oh, Sandra, you! Look where I am now.
Well, I've never seen one clerk get moved around as much as you. Now they got you selling ladies' hats.
Yeah, and this is the best department of them all, Sandra. The first minute I was here, I sold 3 hats.
Haven't you sold any since?
No, I haven't seen any others I wanted.
You bought them yourself? Gee, how could you afford it?
I reduced the prices.
If old man Gordon finds out, he'll blow his top.
Oh, he's blown it so often now it's getting tender. Maybe he won't even look.
Oh, look.
What?
Well, there's that handsome radio and movie star, Bill Goodwin.
Oh, yeah. You like him, Sandra?
Do I? He thrills me to my very foundation. Just look at the belt on him. He should do a dance with the fan. And I'm the fan he should do it with.
You're really crazy about him, huh?
Yeah. All over my room, I got pictures of him plastered.
Oh, he's coming over this way. I'll introduce you.
Well, Gracie, what are you doing here?
I'm selling ladies' hats, Bill.
Gee, you've got some frightening monstrosities here.
Yeah. I'd like you to meet Sandra.
Oh, Mr. Goodwin, I can't believe it's you.
I find you a little hard to believe, too.
Sandra's a terrific fan of yours, Bill. She listens to you on the radio.
Yeah?
Yeah. When you talk about Maxwell House coffee, I just sit there and perk.
Well, it's great coffee, Sandra. You know, Maxwell House is...
Oh, that voice. That beautiful voice.
Well, thank you. Maxwell House is...
And you're so handsome, too.
Well, thank you. Maxwell House is...
And so charming.
Thank you. Maxwell House
and
is...
so talented.
Well, thank you. Maxwell House... Well, you've barely scratched the surface, you know. I'll go on while you think of some more. Maxwell House coffee is rich, mellow, delicious, the result of careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Bill, Sandra's kind of lonesome. Maybe you could show her a good time, huh?
Oh, you bet I could, Gracie. You busy tonight, Sandra?
No.
Really want to enjoy yourself?
I'll say.
All right. Make yourself a big, fragrant pot of Maxwell House coffee. Settle back and enjoy it. You'll have a picnic.
Oh, Bill.
Well, she will, Gracie. She's bound to. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world at any price.
But, Bill, it'd be a lot more fun if you'd help me drink the coffee.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Well, can you send your mother and dad to the Bijou Theater for the evening?
Sure.
Well, on their way, they pass right by my house. Have them bring me some of the coffee. Then I'll enjoy myself, too, you see, because Maxwell House is the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. That's why so many millions of Americans insist on Maxwell House. These days, they know today's coffee buy is Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Oh, Bill, you seem to miss the whole point. Sandra can be your girlfriend. She's unattached.
Well, call me when you get her assembled. So long, girl.
Well, Sandra, I better get busy and sell these hats, huh?
You know, I bet I could get a fella like Bill Goodwin if I could afford to dress classier. Gee, what that big hat with the feathers and the fruit on would do for me. But it's $75.
Oh, well, I'll fix that, Sandra. It'll be cheaper if I tear the feathers off. There. Now you can have it for $50.
It's still too much.
Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garden. It'll be even cheaper without the cherry, Sandra. There. Take it for $40.
I haven't got 40.
You got 30?
No.
20?
No.
Take it for 10.
Miss Allen, that hat is supposed to sell for $75.
This old torn-up thing?
Oh, come on, Gracie. I paid for those punching bags. Now you're going home.
Oh, no, she's not.
Huh?
It'll take her 3 weeks to work out that $75 hat.
Oh, no.
Oh, Sandra, yoo-hoo, look where I am now.
Well, what do you know? Now they got you in kitchen utensils. Honest, dearie, you move around more than a fellow's arm in a dark balcony.
Oh, I love it here in kitchen utensils. There's so much excitement. A lady did a striptease here a minute ago.
Took off her clothes right in the store?
Well, she didn't mean to. I was giving a demonstration and I caught her dressed in the Mixmaster.
Things was never so interesting until you came. Well, I'll see you later, dearie.
Oh, such a sweet girl. Even if she does sound a little like Leo DeRocher. All right, folks, get your kitchen utensils right here. Take home a coffee pot this trip. It will please your husband's regular drip.
Oh, Gracie, I paid for that hat you wrecked. It took my last penny, but I paid for it. Now, come on. You're going home.
Oh, let go my arm, George. The floor walker's watching you.
If that guy says...
Well, it's old Never Say Die. Why don't you give up, Daddy?
Oh, yeah?
Touché, you clever creature.
You talk big, but what would you do if I just took her out of here?
Well, I'd thrash you within an inch of your life if you had that much left.
That does it. Put up your hands.
Oh, George, please. When you get in a fight, you don't know your own strength.
I don't?
No, you always get murdered.
Well, don't worry. Just watch me throw this punch.
Oh, be careful. If you miss him, you'll hit that big pile of kitchenware.
Well, I won't miss him. Take that.
You missed me, Daddy.
Why, you... Mr. Burns, what is the meaning of this?
I had a little accident, Mr. Gordon.
Accident, my foot. You deliberately knocked over those pots and pans, and you'll pay for every dent.
But, Mr. Gordon, I've got no money left.
Then your wife will work here, heaven help me, until they're paid for.
I will not. I'm tired and I quit.
You do, and I'll call a lawyer.
You do, and I'll call George Raft.
Gracie.
I'm going home. Goodbye.
Oh, Sandra, yoo-hoo.
Gee, Mr. Burns, they got you working here now?
Yeah. Till I pay for those pots and pans.
What a funny department they put you in.
You said it. Step right up, ladies. Just the thing for you to wear. These bloomers are $1 a pair.
Goodwin. Till next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop. Good night. Merry Christmas.
Wanted. A housewife who hates ironing starched clothes.
You're looking at her, mister.
May I tell you about Satina, the starched ironing sensation?
I'm listening.
When you add Satina to your starch, it gives every starched piece a slick, smooth finish. Your iron moves along like a breeze. No stubborn sticking or snagging, no puckers and wrinkles to slow you down. Every starched apron and dress, every precious tablecloth comes off the board with a rich, satiny sheen.
That's for me, mister.
Satina's for everybody who wants easier, better-looking starched ironing.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, CBS, what's coming on?
Monday, from the creators of Donnie and Marie, it's like Grease on Wheels. Get ready for a rock around the clock with Bobby Vinton's Rock and Rollers. Starring Penny Marshall, Eric Estrada, Stockard Channing, Eve Arden, Gail Gordon, and Fabian. All Monday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
You're on.
Harold Robbins' bestseller, The Pirate, explodes with human passion. In a world of money, beautiful women, and power, Franco Nero rules an Arab empire. Now a powerful event for television, starting Tuesday, November 21st on CBS. Harold Robbins, The Pirate.
Your lung association has free information on how to quit smoking. Please write for it. They care about every breath you take. They really do.
This is CBS.
It's gonna be a great day.
Great days mean great Western champagne. Winner of 5 gold medals in European competitions. Great Western, the great American champagne.
It's gonna be a great day.
We keep glass areas down and use double-paned windows to cut heat loss through glass more than 40%. It's easy on energy and saves you money, too.
With electric heating, you can't overemphasize the value of good insulation throughout the house. It can cut heating bills as much as 50%.
For more information on all electric homes that are comfortable and cost-efficient, call or write your electric company.
WJKW TV8 Cleveland. This is a News Center 8 news break brought to you by Central Ready Bank. Here's Tim Taylor.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of The Woman in Black. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3 Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. You get all 3 in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate packages of your 3 top favorite breakfast cereals, all in one handy carton. Each package holds just enough for 1 good serving. You open a fresh package every morning. Cheerios, Wheaties, or Kicks. Try it. get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Britt Reed, the youthful publisher of the influential paper, the Daily Sentinel, had reached his office earlier than usual to dictate another in a special series of articles opposing a man named Rupert.
And in our editorial opinion, Dr. Rupert's stubborn refusal to deny the accusations that have been hurled against him is a tacit admission of guilt. Type it up, Miss Case, and let me read it before you send it to the composing room.
Check.
Anything else calling for immediate attention? Letters, phone calls?
No, but Mike Axford's still in the outer office with Mr. Jackson.
Tell him to come in. Let's see what Axford's up to.
Very well.
Just a minute, Miss Case. Who is this fellow Jackson?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Reed, but he's young and, well, he looks capable.
All right. Let's have him.
All right, Michael, it's your turn.
Come on in, Jackson. We'll see what Reed has to say. Reed, this is Jim Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Reed. Glad to know you, Jackson. Sit down, both of you.
Thanks, Reed. Jackson, tell him everything you told me and show him them clippings.
Mr. Reed, I've been around. I've been a private detective, a newspaper man, and a professional soldier.
You're looking for a job?
Yes and no. I've picked my job. I'm after a story. But I want to be sure I can sell it before I stick my neck out to get it.
I thought you'd be interested, Reed. It deals with that Dr. Rupert we've been writing about.
Your paper has taken the stand that he's not to be trusted in a government position where he'll have access to confidential records.
Yes, we've taken that position.
Why?
Dr. Rupert himself may be all right, but he's been seen in company with people who are known to have associated with international troublemakers, foreign agents, and saboteurs.
Mr. Reed, how would you like proof that Dr. Rupert is in direct contact with foreign agents?
Proof?
That's what I said.
How can you prove that Rupert's in contact with enemy agents?
Photograph?
Jackson, if you have anything like that, you'd better take it to the federal authorities.
Wouldn't you like to turn it over to the federal authorities after you've scored a beat with your Daily Sentinel?
Let me see the photograph.
I haven't got it yet. I'll have to risk my neck to get it. Yeah. And after I've proved I can deliver the goods, I'd like to talk about a steady job.
How do you expect to get such a photograph?
Dr. Rupert is taking guests aboard his yacht for a weekend cruise. For a member of his crew, I know he's to have a midnight rendezvous a couple of miles offshore.
I see. All right, Jackson. Go to it. If the picture's what you say it is, I'll buy it and pay what's fair.
That's okay, Mr. Reed. I know you'll be fair. That's why I want a job with your newspaper.
That night, Jackson guided a small outboard toward a large white yacht that lay at anchor. When he was still some distance away, he cut the motor, fitted oars into locks, and proceeded as silently as possible. Meanwhile, aboard the yacht, Dr. Rupert and a well-dressed woman walked through a companionway and paused at a stateroom door.
Is this discrimination, or do you plan to have all the guests confined to staterooms?
My dear Pamela.
It's all right, Doctor.
You know, my dear, I'm involved in top-secret affairs. This meeting...
Don't apologize. I'll wait in my stateroom until your meeting is over.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you for understanding.
There you are, Rupert.
I was just telling Miss Gordon she would have to remain in her stateroom for a few minutes.
I wish you wouldn't mix business and pleasure. I don't like having your friends on board during a meeting as important as this.
But, Croydon, by having guests, the cruise becomes a harmless pleasure trip. Without guests, the newspapers might wonder why I put to sea.
Guests are all right as long as you stick to the stupid ones. But Pamela Gordon is smart.
You're right, Croydon. She is smart. She's too smart to make trouble for me, even if she did suspect the truth.
I hope so. Let's get to the main salon.
Did Tarleton and Derek get aboard without difficulty?
Yes, they're waiting for you.
Here's Dr. Rupert.
Good evening, gentlemen. Glad to see you. Close the door, Crichton.
Right. Have you any documents to turn over?
I have. I think you'll find they're even more valuable than the last ones.
Dr. Rupert, according to the newspapers, there's a likelihood that you will lose your post with the government.
Don't worry about that, my friend. In my position, a man cannot be dismissed because some of his acquaintances are of questionable character. As long as my personal record is above board, I am secure. Here. See what you think of this document. It's top secret.
Rupert, look, that other door. Who's that?
He has a camera.
I'll get him.
You've missed. Get after him.
As Jackson ran, clutching his camera, he knew that he'd be shot before he could possibly reach the end of the long companionway. He halted abruptly at a door, jerked it open, and stepped into a cabin.
I have no gun, but this camera case is heavy enough to crack your skull if you try to yell.
Mercy, you are an abrupt individual. Did I hear a shot?
You did. I don't know whether your friend saw me come into this room or not.
Obviously, you were seen.
Listen to me. You're Pamela Gordon. You're Dr. Rupert's friend. Maybe you're lined up with him, but maybe not. Did you know that he's working with foreign agents selling out the United States?
No, I didn't know that.
Maybe you're telling the truth. Maybe not. In any event, I have nothing to lose by trusting you. I took a long chance to come here and get a picture. It's in this camera. I'll toss it under your bed.
Rupert means that. He will shoot.
I know it. I'm a gone goose, but I won't mind so much if Rupert is smashed. You can tell him I threw the camera through the porthole. Then deliver the film to Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel. He'll know what to do with it.
What makes you think I'd turn against Rupert?
You probably won't. But I'm telling you what you can do, just in case.
I'll get your hands up.
Don't shoot. He's not armed.
Pamela, you know this man?
I never saw him before a minute ago. He rushed in here and made threats.
So you thought you could hide, eh?
Who are you? What are you doing on this boat?
I came to get a photograph.
You thought you could get away with such a
I gambled
boat?
with long odds, and I lost. That's all there is to it. You want my camera, you'll have to follow it through that porthole. And down to the bottom of the sea.
Who sent you here?
Now, wait, Carden. Take him to the salon for interrogation. I'll join you there.
You heard what the doctor said? Get going.
Oh, Rupert, I was so frightened.
You, Pamela, frightened.
Well,
I thought nothing could shake your poise.
Well, after all, he threatened to crush my skull if I made an outcry. Who is he? What was he talking about?
I'll tell you all about it later, Pamela. You stay here in your room until I've finished questioning our uninvited guest.
Later, in her stateroom, Pamela Gordon took the camera from beneath the bed. She removed the exposed film and concealed it. Then, in the case, she found an unused film and tossed the wrapping through the porthole. She placed the unused film in the camera. And then, without warning, the door opened.
Oh, Rupert, I'm glad you're here.
What is that?
A camera. His camera.
He said he threw it out the porthole.
He threw it under the bed.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Dear boy, I wasn't sure. He came in here so suddenly, slammed the door, and made threats. I knew that he threw his camera somewhere, but I didn't see where it went. I thought it was beneath the bed, but I couldn't be sure.
I'll take it. We'll have the film developed when we reach shore.
Might a girl ask questions about the camera's owner?
No.
Oh, Rupert.
We have returned him to the small boat in which he came from shore.
Oh, then he's gone.
Yes, Pamela. He's gone.
What a shame. He might have been interesting.
It was the following Monday afternoon when Lenore Case entered Britt Reed's private office with a copy of the Daily Sentinel in her hand and a curious expression on her face.
Yes, Miss Case?
Mr. Reed, in this edition, there's an obscure item on page 2. Right here.
Oh, that. I saw it.
An unidentified dead man found drifting in a rented outboard motorboat.
Well, what about it, Miss Case?
Michael just came in with a follow-up.
Yes?
The man had been killed by a heavy blow with a blunt instrument. Mr. Reed, he was working for you.
What?
It's the man who called himself Jackson.
He was going to get evidence against Dr. Rupert.
That's right.
Murdered, huh? Well, someone's going to pay for that.
Dr. Rupert's yacht came into port this morning, and one of the weekend guests is waiting to talk to you.
Oh, is that so? Who is he?
It's a she. Her name is Pamela Gordon.
All right. Send her in.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. If you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then just you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the swell new cereal assortment, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Each of the 10 packages in the cereal tray is especially treated with an extra heavy coating of wax, a protection which helps seal out air and dampness, thus guarding flavor and freshness. That way, each cereal stays extra crisp and has an extra brisk edge of flavor. Another thing, each individual package holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its crispness-protected package until the very moment you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh, new package. Each morning you have the extra pleasure of breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Enjoy this extra keen, crisp breakfast cereal flavor. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray with 10 separate packages of 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. They're extra good, extra crisp, extra fresh. Now to continue our story. Britt Reed leaned back in his chair and faced the sophisticated woman in black, who had recently been one of the weekend guests on Dr. Rupert's yacht.
While I was aboard the Rupert boat, Dr. Rupert had a meeting at sea.
Yes?
The guests were given the impression that the meeting was in connection with Dr. Rupert's confidential work for the federal government. We were asked to remain in our cabins. During the meeting, I heard a shot. Then a man burst into my room, locked the door, and threw his camera and case under the bed.
Then what?
He told me that Dr. Rupert was working with enemy agents and said something about a film that was in his camera and asked me to deliver it to you.
Where is it?
While your friend was being questioned, I had a chance to substitute an unexposed film which Dr. Rupert got.
Where is the film?
In a safe place. I'll give it to you for a price.
Miss Gordon, a man gave his life to get that evidence to prove that Rupert is working with foreign agents.
What do you think my life will be worth if Rupert learns I double-crossed him?
With the film and your testimony, he can be put where he'll hurt no one.
I'll testify if you'll promise to get Rupert picked up.
It's a promise.
With my testimony, there'll be a murder charge against him. And, Mr. Reed, I shall expect $5,000 for the film.
How soon can you deliver it?
Within an hour.
I'll be at my apartment. The address is...
I know the address. Also the phone number.
A car stood at the curb in front of the Daily Sentinel building. With Croydon, there was a man whose face was cold and hard.
Start the motor, Gus. Here she comes. Right. I'll get out so she can sit between us.
Miss Gordon.
Why, Mr. Croydon. Fancy meeting you here. What a coincidence. What's the game, Croydon? Am I being followed?
We're going your way. Get into the car.
Dear old Rupert mightn't like it when he hears you threaten me with a gun in your pocket.
Dear old Rupert gave us orders.
Might I ask where we're going?
Your apartment?
What fun.
Get this, Pamela. There's nothing funny about it. The doc had Gus watch you from the time that you left the cruiser. Meanwhile, he had that film developed.
Oh, yes, the film. How were the pictures?
The film was blank.
Oh.
When Gus called to report that you'd gone into the Daily Sentinel building, Rupert sent me to meet Gus and wait for you. With instructions.
What kind of instruction?
Where to get the film that you took out of that camera.
Film I took out.
Don't be evasive, Pamela. It's out of character. You removed the exposed film, put in a new one. You made 2 mistakes. You didn't put the film in right, and you left some of the tinfoil wrapping in the stateroom. Now, Rupert wants that film. He'll pay for it. He'll top any deal that you've made with the Daily Sentinel.
How do you know I've made a deal?
Because I know you. With you, money talks louder than anything else. You've never missed a chance to cash in, and you wouldn't miss this chance.
Rupert must be desperate.
He'll pay to get the film. You don't give it to him, well, you'll never enjoy the cash you hope to get from the Daily Sentinel.
You and Rupert win. I'd like to give it to you, but
But what?
I haven't.
You've already given it to the newspaper?
Not exactly. You see, I checked the film in the railroad station where it would be safe.
Then give me the claim check.
I can't do that. My friend has it.
Your friend?
Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel.
Why, you
Calm down,
double-crossing-
Croydon. I'll phone and ask him to bring the check to my apartment.
Britt Reed was in his apartment. He had just finished telling Cato about the woman in black and the camera film in her possession.
Her name, Cato, is Pamela Gordon. An opportunist, if I ever saw one.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
I'll get the phone. Hello?
Hello, Britt. I'm so glad I caught you at home.
Huh?
This is Pamela.
Oh, yes.
Darling, when I was in your office, I gave you a claim check. Remember?
A claim
The
check?
claim check for a certain camera film. Britt, I must have it back as quickly as possible.
I see.
Be a dear and bring it to me, won't you? You know where I live, the Carlton Terrace.
I think I understand.
I hope you do.
I'll be there as soon as possible. You heard my end of that conversation, Cato?
It did not mean much.
It was Miss Gordon. She was speaking for the benefit of someone in her apartment. She was giving the impression that I had a claim check for the camera film. Wants me to bring it to her apartment right away.
Well, what you do, Mr. Britt?
She's in a bad spot. Rupert must have learned that she has that film.
Well, perhaps the trouble is of her own making.
Even so, we've got to play the game if we hope to get that film. I'm going to her apartment.
You go as Green Hornet?
I can't do that. I've got to go with Britt Reed. But the Green Hornet may have a part in the program. Let me see. Got to have a claim check. Almost any kind will do.
Well, I have old one from Waiters and Butlers Club.
Get it. Then get out the mask and equipment of the Green Hornet.
Well, Mr. Britt, you say
I'm
you're not...
going as Britt Reed, but you'll be close by with the Black Beauty. I'll give you instructions while we get ready.
A few moments later, Britt Reed and Cato stepped through a secret panel in the rear of the bedroom closet, then went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
You'll take this car, Cato, and follow instructions.
I park in rear of terrace and wait.
Yes. I'll go in my convertible.
Cato pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the night. Britt returned to his bedroom, and a moment later left the apartment.
I'm tired of waiting.
Pamela, if you're stalling...
Britt Reed will be here, Croydon. Give him time. He had to come from the other side of the city.
He's published some pretty strong stuff against Doc Rupert. Wait till the Doc hears that you and Reed are on a first-name basis.
Don't be a square. Reed means nothing to me. Oh,
Maybe that's him.
I'll see.
Now, wait. Gus, you stand over there. I'll stand here. We both cover him when he steps through the door. You give a tip off Pamela, and you'll regret it. Now open the door.
Britt, hello.
I came as quickly as possible.
Oh, you're a dear. Step in.
Stand still.
What's this?
Just what it looks like. Keep him covered, Gus. I'll search him.
A double cross, huh?
Mr. Reed, you stepped right into it.
I came as you asked me to.
Yes, but I
Keep
thought
your
you...
hands up. If it's the claim check you want, it's in my vest pocket. I have it.
What?
You needn't have had gunmen here, Pamela. I'd have given you the claim check. After all, it is yours, you know.
Has he got a gun?
Nope. Why should I carry a gun?
There's nothing but a number on this. Where's it for?
Pamela can tell you.
But
Give out, Pamela, and be quick or I'll...
It's the railroad station, the West End.
Thanks.
Look, that window.
Watch him, Gus. He's trying an old...
That mask. It's the Green Hornet.
Oh!
What the... Hey, Croydon!
The light!
Look out!
Oh!
Cato wore the mask of the Green Hornet as he fired through the window to smash the light. An instant later, there was wild confusion in the darkness. Britt Reed went into action with his fists swinging like a sledgehammer. Cato came through the broken window and brought the Hornet's gas gun into play. Pamela fell unconscious. Then Croydon and a man called Gus.
That does it. I'll give you the mask and coat.
He's right here. I threw it through the window.
Keep an eye on those two. You better give them another shot of gas to keep them out for a time.
Yes, sir.
I'll carry Pamela into the next room. When she wakens, I'll talk to her as the Green Hornet.
Where?
Snap out of it.
That mask. The Green Hornet.
I'm after a film, and you know where it is.
But I...
The boyfriends are out cold in the next room. You'll not kid me as you did them.
But how did you
Rupert
know?
talked in the wrong places. The film, where is it? Well, shall I get rough?
You win. It's here, beneath this mattress. Here you are.
Thanks. You may go back to sleep.
No, don't shoot me again.
Sorry, I can't have you interfering with my escape. I have it, Cato.
Oh, that's good.
Take the Hornet's gear and the film. Put the film in an envelope and send it to me at the office.
Would you...
I'm staying here until Pamela regains consciousness. You get going.
Oh, dear.
You'll be all right, Miss Gordon. Here, drink this.
Mr. Reed.
I opened my eyes a few minutes ago.
Those two, Croydon and Gus.
They're still unconscious in the other room. I tied them and called the police.
The police?
You tried a pretty shabby trick.
But, Mr. Reed, I thought you'd understand. I thought you'd do something. You must have understood that I was fibbing when I said I'd given you a claim check. I thought you'd know that I was helpless.
I did. And I brought that phony claim check in the hope of stalling until I could learn more about the situation. I didn't know the Green Hornet was working with you.
But he's not. He's working independently. He came here while you were unconscious. He made me give him the film.
The real one?
Yes, he has it. I couldn't bluff him.
Well, Dr. Rupert won't like that.
The police. I hear them.
They can take Croydon and Gus. I'll file charges, and you'd better back them up.
It was the following day when Lenore Case came into Britt Reed's office with a photograph in her hand.
Here it is, Mr. Reed. And it's a Lulu.
The picture that came by mail, Miss Case?
By mail. Those two who were talking to Rupert in the ship's cabin are rather notorious.
Oh, Derek and Carlton. They were deported a year ago. This will cook Rupert's goose.
Hey, Reed, the woman in black is here.
Mr. Reed, I received a letter this morning. It said the film was being sent to you.
It came, and here's the picture that was on it.
Oh.
Oh, I suppose you expect the cash we agreed upon.
No, I don't. Mr. Reed, my letter came from the Green Hornet. He's the one who sent you the film, even though he might have collected thousands of dollars by selling it to Dr. Rupert. He sent it to you because the welfare of this country was at stake.
Rupert will be picked up within an hour.
I'll keep my word. I'll testify against him. I'm pretty mercenary, but if the Hornet can work for free, I guess I can. I can be as big as the Green Hornet.
That's what you think.
Here, Miss Case. You know where to send this picture. Then send another copy to the composing room. We'll be ready to smash the story when the Federal Bureau gives us the go-ahead.
The Gillespie Pepper photo proves Rupert in league with enemy agents. Hornet sends film
Boys and girls, your eyes will really pop when you see the swell-looking model city that comes with the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you cut out and build. There are many different style houses, 1-story, 2-story, old-fashioned, modern, brick, all kinds. Some houses even have separate garages with automobiles. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other cereal trays. The model city is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all 3 of your breakfast favorites, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Gosh, that jockey sure can ride. That's his 4th winner today. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat cereal made from oats. Cheerios provides full grain amounts of all the known important vitamins and minerals of oats. Gives you the kind of energy-building nourishment you need to be a winner. And Cheerios taste simply grand. Its toasted oat flavor can't be beat. So for a better breakfast, have Cheerios, the only oat cereal shaped like little letter O's. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingstone. The story was written by Fran Stryker, and the part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the great horse Silver helps the Lone Ranger solve a mystery in another thrill-packed adventure of the Old West. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
C&H.
Pure cane sugar.
From Hawaii.
Sweet Hawaii. Grown in the sun.
When you cook, when you bake,
for goodness sake,
get C&H.
Pure cane sugars.
C&H.
Pure cane sugar. C&H. Pure cane sugar.
That's the one.
Hi, Bill, please.
Yes, Cabaret. Look, I have to catch a plane. Can I go before you?
Certainly, go.
Hey. I gotta get to the airport.
If rushing to the airport makes you nervous, you're gonna like TWA's round-trip check-in.
You're gonna like us.
We give you 2 boarding passes on your flight out, so when you return, you're already checked in. Round-trip check-in, another way we're making flying easier.
You're gonna like us. TWA.
Deep dish Sicilian pizza, numero uno. Slightly crisp, slightly sweet, unbelievably delicious. Numero uno.
One bite and we gotcha.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. Just as no one could equal his strength and courage, there was no one who could match his knowledge of the country. He trailed outlaws from the hills of Wyoming to the mountains of old Mexico, until finally crime and criminals were driven from the frontier and the West was made safe for honest men and women. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Kneeling beside an old trunk, Jack Webster looked with curiosity at the musty documents it contained. He turned to his wife and...
Gosh, Alice, what do you suppose Uncle Will was holding on to this stuff for? Look at these. Just about ready to fall apart when you touch them. Sure are dusty.
Jack, put them back.
Huh? What for?
How do you know Uncle Will and Aunt Carrie would want us to see these?
Shucks, they could have told us to stay out of here if they meant for us to, couldn't they? Besides, what difference does it make? They're in the East. They won't know nothing about it.
You'll know when they come back.
That won't be for 6 months yet. Don't go to borrowing trouble.
Just the same, I don't think it's right. How would you like people to go through your things when you weren't around?
I got nothing to hide.
Aren't you supposed to be with the men?
Oh, they're just combing strays out in the bottoms. I gave them their orders. Ain't nothing much for me to do.
Jack, listen to me.
Huh?
This is our chance. Don't you realize it? If Uncle Will likes the way you've managed the ranch when he gets back, it could mean almost anything. He might even leave us the ranch someday. Well, as close as any kin he's got. But if you're careless...
Doggone it, Alice. Can't you quit lecturing me?
I can't forget how we'll live if Uncle Will doesn't keep you on afterwards.
We'll get along.
But I don't...
Anyhow, I'm going to make good, so quit your fretting. I don't aim to neglect my job. Hey, wait a second.
What is it?
Here's something funny. What do you make of them?
Isn't that a map?
Uh-huh. But these papers here, they're queer looking, ain't they? What's his writing?
Let me see.
Here.
This is Spanish.
Yeah?
This isn't paper, it's parchment.
Huh? What's that?
It's made out of the skin of animals. Used to be used a lot. The Padre's shown me some.
You figure the map goes with the writing?
It's on parchment, too.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I imagine it does.
I wonder what it's for. You think that Spanish writing tells?
Maybe, but...
Here, give me those back.
What?
You know what I'm going to do?
Get busy, I hope.
Told you I wasn't needed today, didn't I? Nope. I'm saddling up and riding to town. Here, let's close this.
Aren't you going to put those papers back?
If I did, how would I ever find out what they say?
Jack, what on earth are you up to?
The Padre savvy Spanish, don't he?
Of course, but...
Then he can read this.
You mean...
If I don't find out what's wrote here, I'll bust. Oh, now, come on, Alice. Get that frown off your face. You look just twice as pretty when you smile.
We saw many ornaments and vases of purest gold, some set with gems of a size and brilliance unknown in Europe. Indeed, so common is gold among these people, they hold it in no higher regard than we might the clay of our native countryside. Upon the map accompanying this, the true record of my travels, I've faithfully drawn the route which our party traversed in reaching this city of gold. The route which, if my life is spared, I hope to travel again, returning with wealth for the greater glory and power of Spain.
A city of gold?
Yes, my son.
And that map tells just how to get there.
Wait. The man who wrote this may have returned and looted this place.
Won't be hard to find out.
You mean to search for it?
You bet I do.
You are making a mistake. You will be going into a wild and barren country. There will be much danger. You are young and strong, and youth and strength are greater treasures than all the gold that was ever dug from the earth.
I should just forget this?
Yes.
Padre, you mean well, but I just couldn't do it. I don't know anybody else who could either. If I don't follow this down, I'll go loco.
I'm sorry I told you what these papers contain.
Maybe you are, Padre, but I ain't. And I'm not letting any grass grow under my feet either. I'm hitting the trail tomorrow.
Early the following morning, Jack tightened the straps of his pack saddle and...
There. That'll hold, I reckon. You all set, Rusty?
Anytime you are.
We better get started. The farther along we are before the sun gets high, the better.
Jack, don't go. Don't.
Well, you object to being rich, honey?
If you have to go, wait till your uncle gets back.
While somebody beats me to it? Don't be crazy.
If there is gold there, and it's waited this long, it can wait another few months.
Maybe. But if I found it had been located just ahead of me, I'd kick myself clean into the ocean.
You're deserting your job.
You know as much about running a ranch as I do, honey. And the men will take orders from you just as soon as they take mine.
But what'll Uncle Will say when he's told?
If we find what we're looking for, I won't give a hoot. And if we don't, well, I don't reckon he'll blame me a heap when he knows the whole story.
Oh, Jack, I wish I could make you see you're doing the wrong thing.
Oh, I'd see it if I was, but I ain't.
I'm afraid.
Huh? Oh, what of?
You're going across the border. It's a terrible district where you're going. Outlaws, no towns. No one to help you if you're hurt.
Since when ain't I been able to look out for myself? And what's the matter with Rusty here?
I know.
Ma'am, there's no cause for you to worry while I'm along. I look out for Jack like he was my own boy. And I know that part of the country like you know your kitchen. I've been through that a dozen times.
You will look after him, won't you, Rusty?
Sure thing.
Then kiss me goodbye, Jack.
There. Come on, Rusty. I'll lead the pack horse.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, honey.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Get up there.
Get along, fella. Get up there. Get up.
Goodbye. Padre. I just got this letter today. They're cutting their trip short. Aunt Carrie wants to come home. She and Uncle Will may even come back before the end of the month. And if they find Jack gone,
You want him back?
Oh, yes.
How long has it been since your husband left?
He left the day after he spoke to you. It's just a week now, and...
Then he's well beyond the border. It will not be easy to find him.
You mean you can't help me?
Did I say that? I think I can.
Oh, if you only would.
There is one at the mission even now who will help you if I ask him, my child.
You mean go after Jack, bring him back?
Yes.
Who?
An Indian. He is my friend, and the friend of one who wears always the mask. I will speak to him.
You say he's the friend of a masked man?
Yes.
An outlaw?
No.
Then why does he wear a mask?
This Indian, his name is Tonto, and his friend...
Yes?
Is the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver! Get him up, Scout! Tonto, did the Padre tell why he wanted me?
Him not say.
And he must have wanted me in a hurry. Or you've taken the time to explain.
That's right.
Well, it's not far to the mission now. Come on, old fellow. Hurry, boy! Hurry! Padre, you mean to say this fellow was actually fool enough to put his faith in a story like that?
Yes.
I wonder... Padre, you haven't told me his name.
It is Jack Webster.
Is he related to Will Webster?
Yes. You know him?
I think I've got the answer to this.
What is it?
But if he has to be back before the first of the month, then there's no time to be wasted. He's probably covered his trail well, as long as he believes he's going to find gold. He won't, however.
You sound most certain.
I have reason to be. And, Padre.
Yes?
I'll make you a promise. If Jack won't return willingly, we'll bring him back by force.
I have faith in you, my friend.
Come, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout! Hurry on, Silver! Away!
In the meantime, Jack Webster and Rusty had crossed the Rio Grande and, following the route marked on their map, pushed on into a country that became wilder and more barren with each mile they covered. They paused only when necessary. And on the 10th day...
Rusty! Look at that mountain ahead of us there.
What about it?
Don't you see the way it's shaped? Look at the peak. Just like a finger pointing up from a fist.
By golly, it does look like a finger.
Just the way that mountain was drawn on the map.
You think that maybe...
I think we're getting doggone close to where that old city was. How far away would you say that mountain is?
We can't get to it for another couple of days.
And tonight we stop only long enough for the horses to rest themselves.
Uh-huh.
We'll get there as fast as we can. And we'll pitch camp and look around.
Right.
Rusty, I used to laugh when fellas talked about getting the gold fever. But you know, right now I get a temperature of 110.
Although the country was wild and barren, it was not as deserted as it appeared. 3 days later...
Oh, there.
Baldy.
What's the matter, kid? Don't you know better than to push a horse like that?
I had to get back fast, Baldy. I seen something you ought to know.
Yeah?
What was it?
2 fellas camped at Finger Mountain.
Nah.
You're crazy.
I seen them, Lem.
Well, if you did, they must have been just passing through.
But they ain't. I had a look at their camp. They've been there at least one night already, and it looks as though they're set for a stay.
Well, doggone.
What'll we do?
Grow up, kid. Don't get so excited. This calls for a little cool thinking.
I bet it means trouble.
Maybe not. What do you think? What do you think, Lem?
Well, I don't know. What the... Well, shucks. The kid's right. There. Nobody's fool enough to come in here without a good reason for it. And what reason could those fellas have less than lawmen was trying to pick up our trail?
We're across the border.
Yeah? Well, we wouldn't be the first hombres followed south of the Rio and took back.
Yeah, it ain't legal.
Yeah, if you're hung, you're just as dead afterwards, whether you're hung legal or not.
They ain't gonna take me back for that killing.
Keep your shirt on. You get close enough to see if they were wearing badges?
Couldn't, but that wouldn't mean nothing anyhow. They don't have to wear 'em out in plain sight.
And if they was out of their jurisdiction, they'd naturally hide 'em.
I just can't figure the law thinking of this place. That's why I said to hide out here.
But what if they did think of it?
You're forgetting something.
Yeah? What?
We came here because we was on the dodge. Why couldn't these fellas have done the same? Don't you figure that's something to find out before we decide on what to do?
Find out how?
Watch them without their knowing it. Get close enough to the camp to hear them talking if we can. See what they do and what they say. Then make up our minds about them.
And if they locate us before we can?
They won't. We'll move our stuff back in them caves, be aware we hit out at first. And we'll cover our sign here. Come on, it'd be a good idea to do that the first thing.
Wait a second.
Well?
I want to know something first. Suppose we do like you say. Suppose we find out that they are lawmen. Then what?
Lem, you've got a fool notion that I'm easy.
You ain't asked me my question.
All right, I will. Lawmen or not. If they ain't on the dodge, they're dangerous. If they cut our sign and talk after they leave here, it could mean the rope.
So what?
So either they're outlaws like us, or they never leave here alive.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Tonto crossed the border and followed the trail left by Jack Webster and Rusty.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, feller. Oh, look here. What do you make of this, Tonto?
Them camp here.
Looks like an old camp.
It's plenty old.
Then we can't delay. Doesn't that trail head south again?
Then
come on after them.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Nearly a week later, Jack and Rusty were returning to their camp after one of their daily excursions.
Rusty, I'm plumb tuckered out.
And that makes 2 of us.
Climbing around rocks from morning till night takes more out of a fellow than you might figure on. How many days we been at it now?
Pretty close to a week.
With nothing to show for it. You figure there's something wrong with our map?
I don't know, Jack.
We followed directions. We're camped right at the point was marked at the base of the mountain. Where the Maztecs had their city is supposed to be just 2 miles due south.
Well, you got to remember that map was drawn a long time ago.
What if it was? It's still easy to read.
Well, that ain't what I meant. There's been plenty of changes in this part of the country in the last 200 or 300 years. Landslides, earthquakes, things like that. Landmarks on the map could be all switched around, maybe even wiped out. Likely a landslide covered that town. We sure ain't found nothing to mark it.
Oh.
Kind of discouraging, huh?
Well...
We can keep on exploring, though.
Yeah, but gosh, if we're off in our reckoning, that gold could be anywheres inside 100 square miles. 100 square miles of rocks and hills and canyons. Might take... Gosh, it could take us most of a lifetime to cover all that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to do.
Well, we can always go home.
Yeah, but...
Hey, you aim to ride right on past camp? Pull up.
Well, I wasn't even watching. Oh, boy.
Whoa there. Whoa.
I wonder if... Say... Them caves we passed. You think the map could have meant there?
You mean it might have been caves they lived in?
Sure.
Could be at that. Want to have a look there tomorrow? Can't hurt.
Sure. Why didn't we think of that before?
Well, I did, but I figured to save them to last.
Rusty? You know, I think we've hit it.
Maybe.
And if we have...
Yeah?
We can cross the Rio worth fortunes.
No, hold it.
What?
Wait.
What's the matter?
Nothing, I guess. Thought I seen that grass over there moving without a breeze. But it didn't hit nothing, so I guess it didn't.
Rusty, I'd give anything if Alice was here. If she could see how you keep your eyes peeled, she wouldn't worry a minute.
All right, kid, get back in here where you can't be seen from outside.
Yeah.
This'll do. Let's have it.
Baldy, they're after us.
What's that?
It's old them. I got close to their camp. I heard them talking after they rode up, and I nearly got shot.
They seen you?
They didn't see me, but I must have stirred the grass. One of them noticed and started throwing lead. I tell you, it come so close I could feel it parting my hair.
What'd you do?
What could I? Hugged the ground and prayed, that's all.
They didn't investigate, huh?
I guess I fooled them when I didn't yell out or make a break for it. But I got away as quick as I could afterwards, you can bet.
They're lawmen?
I didn't hear him say. But it's a cinch they're on the prowl.
Yeah? How do you know?
They said so. They got some kind of a map, and they spoke of these caves. Said maybe we'd been staying here.
They mentioned our names?
No, but if they didn't mean us, who could they?
Go on, what else did they say?
Well, they said if we was here, they'd go north worth a fortune.
The reward cash.
Sure, that's easy enough to figure. That's why I say they're on to us. If they wasn't, how would they savvy there was a price on our heads? And if they didn't mean us, then they weren't talking sense. We've been here long enough to know there ain't nobody else around.
But they had a map.
That fits, Baldy. Had somebody that knows this district draw them a map so they wouldn't get lost.
And they spoke of these caves, eh?
They're coming here in the morning.
Well, that settles it. We get them first.
When?
Tonight.
But late in the afternoon of that same day, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were drawing close to Finger Mountain.
We must be getting close, Tonto. This mountain we're coming to is the one mentioned by the Padre.
That's right.
I've got an idea we'll find Jack and his friend made camp somewhere near it.
You stop. Stop.
Silver. What is it, Tonto?
Here, other side.
Yes?
You look.
Horsemen. Strangers. The wild horses didn't make these prints. Neither did Indian ponies. The horses that made these were shod.
There's 3 horse.
3, huh?
Here, 1. Here, other. Here, 3rd horse.
These look like fresh tracks. See, Tonto? Look at this print. The sand's still slipping back into place.
That's right.
Come on.
Yep. We follow them?
No, they must be close enough so that we can overtake them anytime. First, I think we'll backtrail a bit and see where they came from. Follow me. Come on.
Get them up, Scout.
Get them up.
That night, Jack and Rusty spread their blankets and went to sleep with nothing to warn them that their lives were in danger. But long before midnight, Rusty, with the instinct of a frontiersman, woke up suddenly. For a time, he lay unmoving. listening and staring into the darkness. Finally, he reached out and touched the figure of his companion.
What? Jack, quiet.
Huh?
Something's wrong.
Wrong?
Keep still a second. See if you can't hear anything.
I don't hear nothing except them coyotes howling. Do you?
Not now.
Did you?
I don't know.
Huh?
I must have heard something or I wouldn't have woke up. I tell you, Jack, I got a feeling there's something plenty wrong around here.
You're imagining things.
I ain't that kind.
Then the horses woke you. Like they got to stomping around.
You don't wake up for noises you used to. You ought to know that by this time. Oh, wait.
What in blazes?
Who's that?
I don't know.
All right, boys!
Watch out!
Hurry, old fellow! Here, into the saddle! That fella! Up with you! Get him!
Let us down!
They
got away!
Who are those fellas? Hoisted them right in the saddle on the run.
Baldy, what
We
happened?
gotta catch them. Come on, back to the horse.
All right, come on!
Get him up, Stone! Get him up! Come on, Silver!
Pull up! Who are you?
Save your question!
Master, where are you taking us?
To safety! Hurry, Silver!
Huh?
Don't you realize those fellows are out to kill you?
Our horses, our stuff back at camp.
You can get that later.
But we've got...
Quiet! Tonto! We should be out of their hearing. Circle to the left. How to do it? Get him up, Scout. Down, old fellow. On!
The three outlaws followed the trail until at last Baldy raised his arm as a command to stop.
Right up. Okay, no use. They're gone. It's too dark to see them, and they're too far to be heard.
Now what?
We'll have to vamoose.
You mean we'll have to find another hideout, Baldy?
There's no choice. They know we're here. We can't stop them from reporting. So the quicker we make tracks, the better.
Well, Baldy, where to this time?
I don't know. There's plenty of places. Might even go back over the border. We can talk about that later. Come on, back to the cage to pick up our duffel. All right, get up, boy.
Get up, boy. Come on, get up.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Don't unsettle. We won't even stay overnight.
You figure there's that much danger?
I just don't believe in taking chances. Come on, we'll get our stuff outside.
But listen...
Don't argue, kid. If you expect to live long, you'll figure like Baldy does. Only idiots take risks that ain't needed.
Seems like an awful doggone hurry.
Blast these caves black on the inside of your head. Can't see your hand in front of your face. Them where you lit them candles.
On the ledge here, I'll get 'em.
You gotta have light.
Just a second. Got a match, kid?
Sure. Yeah.
Thanks. There you are.
I'll take that.
Hey,
Keep them covered.
Reach or get blasted out of your boots.
You
What? Don't move.
Baldy, Lem, these are the fellas we was chasing.
think we ain't got eyes?
How
We circled and waited for you. Tonto and I located these caves this afternoon. We knew this was the one place we'd never be expected.
You
Shut that ugly mouth, skunk, or get it shut for you.
Do you think you can get these fellas across the Rio to a Texas Ranger station?
Watch us.
There's a reward on each one of them. You and Rusty can collect. And I doubt that the law will care on which side of the border you captured them.
Wait.
Yes?
Well, me and Rusty got other business here. I was almost forgetting. If we take these fellas, then maybe we won't be able to come back and...
I know your business here.
Huh? You do?
The Padre sent me after you. Your wife asked him for help. Your uncle cut short his trip, and you've just time to reach the ranch before his arrival.
Gosh.
I hope you'll go willingly, but if you don't...
Yeah?
I'll keep the promise I made the Padre. I'll drag you back if I must.
Jack, I think it'd be sense to go.
You should have had time to realize that when you came on this trip. You left everything really worthwhile behind you. Your wife's waiting for you, and your work is also.
Well...
Are you going?
Stranger, I reckon I will. If you want the facts, I was tired of this a long while ago. I was just too stubborn to admit it.
Good. Now I can tell you something.
Yeah?
You've got that map with you?
Sure, but
Hand it here.
Oh, here it is.
It's the same one.
Huh? You've seen this before?
It's a forgery.
What? Say, how'd you know that?
A swindler sold it to Jack's uncle 3 years ago. Tonto and I trapped him. We saw this map at that time.
Well, I'll be hog-tied.
And, Jack.
Yeah?
If your uncle is angry when he hears of this, you might remind him he once believed in this same forgery.
You think I won't?
And tell him the masked man who helped him then asks him to go easy with you now. Get him, Sutter.
Hold on.
Take it easy, Jack.
But I gotta thank him.
He won't let you. He just now come to me who he is. I was working for your uncle that time you heard him speak of. I never knew what he done. I reckon your uncle wasn't so proud of letting a swindler trick him.
Then who is he?
A fella I'm doggone proud I met. The Lone Ranger. All right, you hombres. Start marching.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
So, class, it's quality of ingredients that counts. Yes. Margaret, now, pick up your Hershey's chocolate chip packages and read your labels. No nibbling, Lawrence. See? Real chocolate. All natural ingredients. A real chocolate chip makes the chocolate chip cookie. Class dismissed. Class dismissed.
Hershey's Real Chocolate Chips. They're all natural.
A Toyota feeling. Low price, high mileage, and a feeling of dependability. The new Corolla Tercel.
Bye, Mom. Dad, California, here we go. Take care. Right.
Presenting the new front-wheel drive Toyota, the Corolla Tercel.
You got her, Toyota. Take care of her.
Oh, what a feeling to drive a Toyota.
The new Corolla Tercel is America's lowest-priced front-wheel drive car. No other front-wheel drive has more front seat legroom, and it delivers Toyota's highest gas mileage. But perhaps most important, the Tercel is built so you can depend on it. A fact which has made the Corolla the world's best-selling car. The new front-wheel drive Toyota, the Corolla Tercel.
Jack, they're at the Golden Gate Bridge. They made it.
Oh, what a feeling to drive Toyota.
For 30 years, I've been a hairdresser in Hollywood, where hot lights cause dry hair. I never found anything better for dull, dry hair than Alberto VO5 conditioning hairdressing. We use a touch of VO5's concentrated formula before setting or combing to put hair in healthy-looking condition, so it looks natural, easier to comb. VO5 could be just as fabulous for you. Give your dull, dry hair the star treatment with Alberto VO5 conditioning hairdressing.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Dear Box 13, care of the Star Times. If that there ad of yours is on the level, if you'll go anyplace, do anything, I'll be waiting for you at 3 tomorrow afternoon in the park. I'll be sitting on one of the benches near the lake.
I'll be sitting on one of the benches near the lake. And you'll know me because I got red hair. That was the letter written on the back of an old handbill. Poor Red. I wonder if he would have written a letter had he known what was going to happen. You know, I think maybe he would have.
And now back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, The Philanthropist.
It's sure dirty and all full of finger marks.
Ah, Susie, don't be a snob.
I'm not, Mr. Holliday, but it's very evident that this person isn't too particular.
Why, Susie, you went through a whole sentence without shifting gears.
Oh, I can be careful of my renunciation if I want to be.
Oh, Susie, you had to spoil it. Never mind, it's a fine day, so I'll be in the park by 3 o'clock to see what Red has on his mind. It was just 3 when I turned into the park. The benches by the lake were pretty well filled, and I looked around for one that was being held down by a person with red hair, and I saw him. Susie must have been psychic, only she wouldn't have pronounced it that way. Red was dressed in a suit that must have had a tentative date with a pressing iron maybe 10 years before, and didn't keep it. If he had ever shaved, the shock had been too great for his face, and he had stopped. His red hair bounced out of his head like wires, and he was eating peanuts. Good afternoon, Red.
Huh? Oh, hiya, chum.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's a democracy, ain't it? Drop, chum.
You wrote to Box 13, didn't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
He gave me the once-over, but good. He seemed to be satisfying himself that he'd want to talk to me. He must have checked an okay because...
That ad of yours, was it on the level?
On the level, Red.
How'd you know my name?
Hunch. I have an intuitive sense for names.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Peanut?
Oh, thanks.
Gotta pick 'em up fast before the pigeons snag 'em. What's the matter?
Nothing, Red.
Say, how comes a guy like you sticks that ad in the paper?
Adventure. I use the plots for my fiction, if they're any good.
Oh, you're right, huh?
Well, that's my bread and butter.
Tough racket?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I guess. But you make a lot of dough?
It all depends. How about you?
I'm retired.
Oh. What's on your mind, Red?
What's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Uh-huh. Okay, Dan. Peanut?
No, thanks.
Okay. Dan, I want to know where my pal is.
Your pal? Is he missing?
Yeah. We left Shy together. Then the yard bulls cut a fast clip on us, and we do a split.
In other words, you were separated by railroad detectives.
Yeah. Best way to keep him being jugged up on a bag charge. Well, anyway, we're supposed to meet him in town.
And he didn't show up?
Yeah. I got in late. Had to stop off at Indianapolis. So I go to the place where Suki told me to...
Suki? Is that his name?
I guess. I ain't never heard him say no other one.
All right, and then what?
Well, we was going to meet here at the Hope Rescue Mission. You know where it is?
I think so. At least I know the neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, I wait 1, 2, 3, 5 days. But no Suki. I get worried. I ask around. But nobody's seen Suki.
Well, maybe he changed his plans, Red.
Without consulting me? Mister, Suki wouldn't leave without me. We're pals, buddies. We've been hitting roads for 5 years together. Something's happened to Suki.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, I thought maybe you could help me look for him.
Well, look, Red, the police could...
You kidding?
But if he's missing, they can locate him for you.
One bag missing ain't nothing, mister. Something bad's happened to Suki.
Well, how do you know?
Because one of the bows in the jungle said Suki was talking about a job. That funny, mister?
Look, Red, maybe Suki did get the job and...
Then why ain't I heard from him?
Maybe you will sooner or later.
You ain't gonna help me then.
But what can I possibly do, Red? In a city this size,
Yeah, I get it. In a city this size, nobody cares none about a guy like Suki. Except maybe a guy like me. He pulled me out from under a freight once. Almost got it himself by doing it. I like Suki. We're buddies.
Red stared out over the lake, and somehow a little lump came into my throat. Certainly, Red was no pillar of society, but he was a man, a human being, and Suki was his friend. For a minute, neither of us said anything, then...
Okay, mister. Forget the whole thing. Sorry I got you out of bed.
Oh, wait a minute, Red. Come back here and sit down.
Huh? What for?
I want to help you.
Why?
Well, I guess I like Suki, too.
But you ain't never seen him.
I don't have to. He saved your life, risked his own. Now, what do you want me to do?
You're a topper, Dan. A good guy. Suki like you, too.
Well, now, what's your idea? Well, Red had an idea that we could find out what became of Suki by going to the mission. But as Red put it, I'd have to dress differently. So that night, I wore my oldest suit. I helped it along a little by dipping it in water, then letting it dry. Oh, yes, and I forgot to shave. I had something to eat, then went to meet Red at the Hope Mission. It was typical of the missions that do a great job helping, well, men who need it. It was clean, neat. And when I got there, the men were just sitting down to supper at a long wooden table. I was looking over the room when...
Good evening. How are you today?
Huh? Oh, fine, thanks.
You're just in time for supper. Sit down, won't you?
Well, you see, I...
Now, this is your first time here, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is.
Well, that's perfectly all right. You needn't feel embarrassed or ashamed. Now, you come and sit down to a nice hot meal.
Well, that's very nice.
My name is Work, Mrs. Work. I superintend the mission here.
My name's Dan.
Very well, Dan. Now, just come with me.
I followed her to the table. She made me sit down, then put a bowl of soup in front of me. I wasn't hungry. I'd
There
just
you
eaten...
are, Dan. Now, just you go to it and you'll feel better in a jiffy. Gentlemen, this is Dan. Dan, these are my boys.
Hello, fellas.
Is the soup all
Glad to see you.
What's the matter?
Huh? What'd you say?
Something the matter?
No, why?
Eat the soup, then.
Well, I don't...
You want to hurt her feelings?
Well, of course not, but
Then eat the soup, Bub.
Look, I don't see how I can eat it when I just got...
Look. You gotta eat the soup, Bub, and I'll show you how. Like this. It's easy, see? Now eat it.
Okay, you start and I'll find the right key.
There. Good, ain't it?
Swell.
New here, huh?
Yeah.
Where'd you pull in from?
Shy.
Good town.
Oh, swell.
You ain't eating the soup, Bub.
It's hot.
Blow on it.
Okay. See Red this evening?
Red?
Yeah, Red.
Oh, Red. Yeah, he was here.
Was? You mean he left?
Yeah, he picked up a letter that was here for him.
A letter? He picked up a letter?
What are you, a spy or something?
I'm a friend of Red's.
Oh, well, he was here. Like I said, he had a letter and beat it.
Did you see who the letter was from?
What am I, the postmaster? Shut up and eat your soup.
Okay, but it's still hot. Well, I ate the soup, and I stayed in the mission until 10 o'clock. Red didn't show up, and that worried me because I knew that for all his toughness, he was anxious and worried about Suki. Then when I decided not to wait any longer...
All right, gentlemen, we're going to have our song now. You'll find the song sheets on the chair.
Well, I'll see you later.
Where you going?
I got a date.
It'll keep. You heard what Mrs. Work said? We're going to sing.
But I've got to leave now.
You're going to sing. You ate the soup and you're going to sing. What's the matter? You don't appreciate this, huh?
Of course I do. I think it's a wonderful thing, but
Well, then sing. Here's a song sheet.
Now,
and
we're going to sing number 4. Everyone has a sheet?
Can you sing loud?
Deafening at times.
That's good enough. And keep on key. I don't like sour notes.
Oh, I'll try to be operatic about the whole thing.
Well, here, hold the sheet up.
Until we can get a melodeon, we'll have to do the best we can. All right, here's the first note. Now, 1, 2, 3.
Right in the corner where you are. Sing, Bub, sing.
Right in the corner where you are. Well, I sang, then I left. I wondered about Red and wondered about that letter. Was it from Suki? It wasn't until the next day that I got the jolt. I was in the office when Susie brought me the morning paper.
Morning paper, Mr. Holliday. And the mail from Box 13.
Oh, thanks, Susie. What's new in the world?
Not much. And only 3 letters for Box 13. One from a lady who wants to know if you take babysitting.
Oh, that's too much of an adventure.
Then there's one from a man who wants you to leave your brain to science.
Oh, great. Just great.
Then here's one from a woman who wants you...
Hey.
What's the matter, Mr. Holliday?
This item in the paper here. Accident. Rail yards. Vagrant killed. Description? Hair red. Susie, I've got to leave for a while. I'll see you later.
So what, then? A vag gets killed. We get a dozen like that in a year.
But look, Kling, I told you about Suki.
Suki, Smokey. This pal of yours was hitting the rods and he got killed.
I know. It happens a dozen times a year.
Sure. Now, look. So Red got a letter from Suki. Suki told him where he was. They're pals. Red takes off to find him, gets tangled with...
You're forgetting one thing, Kling.
And that's...
Red had a lump on his head.
So?
I think he was slugged.
All right, he was slugged. Got in a fight in the yards. Dan. You're letting that Box 13 imagination whip you around on a merry-go-round. This is just one of those things. Now I've got to go to work.
Suppose I turn up something, Kling. Something that proves Red was killed by somebody who wanted that letter.
Then I'll be glad to fill out your dance card. Until then, rumba by yourself.
Okay, but I've got a hunch that Red was killed because Suki told him where he was. And I'm going to find out where and why.
And now back to The Philanthropist, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Sure, I was going to find out where and why. It sounded a lot easier than it turned out. But I still believe the place to start looking was a rescue mission. I haunted it. Went back night after night, day after day, until finally my face was as familiar there as the surface of the floor. Then one evening...
Good evening, Dan. How are you?
Oh, fine, Miss Work. How are you?
Splendid. Do you like it here, Dan?
Yes, I do.
I've been watching you. Somehow you don't seem like the others.
Hmm? Why not? I'm no different from them.
No, not in so many words. But, well...
What's the matter?
Dan, wouldn't you like to help yourself?
How do you mean that?
Oh, get a job, rehabilitate yourself.
Do you think I need it?
All of us do, more or less. Now, there's a gentleman who's done so very much for the mission here. Contributions, furniture, lots of things.
And?
He's done quite a bit for other missions, too, I understand. I want to send you to him, Dan.
Why? What can he do for me?
I've sent other men to him, the ones I think are worth the effort.
And you think I am, is that it?
Yes.
And what'll he do for me?
If he likes you, he may give you a job if you want one.
You say he gives jobs to other men from other missions, too?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh. Okay, Mrs. Work. I'll give him a whirl.
Fine, Dan. Splendid. I'll give you his name and address, and you go see him the first thing in the morning.
Maybe this was the lead I'd been waiting for. Red had spoken about Suki going to get a job. Okay. I looked at the name on the slip of paper Mrs. Work gave me. It was Philip G. Rockland. And the next morning found me sitting across from him in his office.
Well. So Mrs. Work sent you, did she?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Fine woman, splendid. Magnificent work she's doing down there.
Yes, sir, it is.
In my own little way, I try to help as much as I can.
Yes, that's what she said.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Dan?
32.
I see. Somehow you don't seem like the usual type she sends to me.
What is the usual type, Mr. Rockland?
Oh, it's no matter. But do you really want a job, Dan?
Yes, sir, I do.
Mm-hmm. For the wife and kiddies, eh?
No, I'm not married.
Oh, too bad. Then it's because you want to show your relatives that you can make a comeback?
I have no relatives.
Mm-hmm. That's what I wanted to hear.
What?
Well, you see, I never give jobs to men who have relatives. I feel as though I should be helping those who are out all alone in the world. I want to reach out and make men feel, well, that there is someone who cares. Do you see that, Dan?
Yes, I do. It's very generous of you, Mr. Rockland.
Oh, nothing at all. My own little contribution toward making this a better world. Well, Dan, I think we have just the job for you, but you'll have to leave town.
Leave town? You mean the job's in a different city?
Well, yes, it is. But don't you worry. I pay your transportation. Not first class, but you'll get there. And it just so happens that you'll be the last one to take this kind of job. It's all I have.
I didn't like the way he said I'd be the last. If this was a racket, what kind was it? What was Rockland angled? There was no way to find out, so I went to the city he sent me to. It was far enough away from Rockland to be safe and close enough so that Rockland could keep his eye on it. It was the next afternoon that I walked to the address Rockland had given me, and I knocked on the door.
Yeah?
Mr. Rockland sent me.
Okay, come on in. Let me see the letter.
Here it is.
Okay, follow me, Bud.
I followed him down the hallway, and I took a good look at the place while I was doing it. I noticed something. It was one of those old brownstone houses, and every window was barred. The bars weren't new. They'd been put there by the original owner. Why should Rockland pick a place like this, then...
Sit down a minute. Oh, your name's Dan, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Dan.
Had anything to eat?
No.
Okay, supper's in 10 minutes. Go in and wash up.
Where?
Straight ahead and to your right, there's a big washroom. Then go in the room right across when you're finished.
Sure, thanks. There were about 7 other men in the room, talking, washing their hands, smoking. One of them looked up when I entered. He seemed to be expecting someone. Then when he saw me, he went back to washing his hands. I moved in next to him. Hiya, fella.
Hi. Just come, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what is this joint?
Softest touch in the world, guy. What's your name?
Dan? Yours?
Call me Suki.
Suki?
Yeah, why?
You a pal of Red's?
Red? Hey, where is he? Why didn't he come? I've been waiting for him. Red's got to get in on this thing.
Red was killed, Suki.
Kid? What are you giving me?
I told Suki about Red, but I didn't mention what I was doing in the game. When I finished...
Red killed. He was coming to meet me here. I sent him a letter telling him all about...
You sent him a letter from here?
Yeah. We ain't supposed to do no writing or tell anybody about this, but Red's my pal. I wrote the letter and snuck it out, but...
Suki, I think Red was killed because you sent him that letter.
Huh? What are you yapping about? What are you
All right, you guys, supper's on. Come on, come on.
I'll talk to you later, Suki.
Yeah, after supper in the sleeping room. Dan, you sleeping?
No. Is that you, Suki?
Yeah, don't light no match. Now, what was you telling me in the washroom?
Listen, Suki. First, tell me what kind of a place this is. What do you do here?
That's a soft touch. All we do is sort old magazines, and then we make a kind of... Well, we write down what's in each magazine, and then...
You mean all you do here is index magazines?
Yeah. We get to live here, board and room. Grub's pretty good, only...
Only what, Suki?
Well, we ain't allowed to leave. We got to stay here. Only place we go out is in the backyard.
I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Oh, what's the difference? It's a soft touch. We each get a couple of bucks after we fixed up 10 magazines. And...
Well, what's the racket, Suki? What's the racket?
There ain't none, but Hey, that's the nose counter. Make sure we're all in. I got to get back to my bunk.
The same man who let me in came through and checked each bunk. What was the angle? I lay there watching, waiting, thinking. The moonlight filtered in through the bars at the windows, and suddenly I remembered something else. The doors. Big, heavy, reinforced. Then the man came close to my bunk. I could feel him looking down at me. I must have looked as though I was sleeping like a baby. He walked on and out, and he locked the door after him. All of us were prisoners in that room. For 5 days, I worked like the rest of the men, sorting magazines, indexing them, a boring job that made absolutely no sense. And we were watched, but good. No letters in or out. Doors locked at night, windows all barred, 2 men watching us, checking us. And then one day I was taken to an office, one I'd never been in before. Rockland was there.
I've called you in, Dan, because there's a little formality to be gone through.
Formality?
Yes, the other men have gone through it. Workman's compensation policy. We'll take you to the physical examiner this afternoon. It'll be all over in a jiffy.
Oh, I see. Do I have to sign anything?
Oh, no. Everything's been taken care of. It's a matter of form, you understand.
Oh, sure.
Excellent. At 2 this afternoon, then.
So at 2 that afternoon, I was given a physical examination. I passed, but I was beginning to get an idea. One that made me a little sick. scared. That evening after supper, I got Suki to one side and told him what I thought.
Oh, but you're crazy, Dan. You gotta be. They couldn't get away with anything like that.
Listen to me, Suki. Every one of us here have been insured. Not one of us has any relatives. We've been screened, picked carefully for just that reason.
But there's 9 of us here. They can't kill 9 guys to get that insurance.
Suki, this looks like a legitimate business. Rockland hires us. We work here. We're insured for small amounts, sure. But 9 men add up to $9,000 in policies. And how do we know how many more places there are like this?
Ah, it's nuts. It don't make sense. They'd be on a murder rap, sure as shooting. The insurance company would
What
get
if
on.
it's an accident?
What kind of an accident would kill 9 guys at once?
That's what we've got to find out. Don't you see? Red got that letter from you. They found out about it. Red must have talked at the mission, and to keep anyone from finding out where you were, Red was killed and your letter taken off of him.
Dirty. What do you want me to do?
We've got to look this place over. Tonight. That night, Suki and I got out of bed before the checker came around. We made a quick tour and found out it was a perfect setup for a fire. Sure, a fire. Locked doors, barred windows. Men trapped in there, and it would be just an accident. What could anybody prove? Anybody who set up a gimmick as clever as this one would have all the angles covered and his tracks wiped out.
But what are we gonna do? We can't get out. We're watched every minute.
We've got to get out soon. If we don't, we're cooked. And I mean cooked.
Tell the other guys there's 9 of us, only 3 of them.
No, Suki, we've got to pretend we're still patsies for them. Let them think we're not wise. And don't tell anybody, Suki. Suki and I worked out a plan. The bars on the washroom windows.
How's it coming, Dan?
Yeah, pretty good. Chipping away the stone with a nail is slow work.
Just 3 bars. Get 3 bars loose. That's all we need.
Well, Suki worked while I watched, and I worked while he watched. We finally got 3 bars loose. It was working against time because I was sure the thing would happen any time now. And I was right.
Dan, you awake?
I haven't slept for 3 nights. What's up?
It's after 12 and the checker ain't been around.
Okay, then tonight's the night.
Hey, wait a
They're
minute.
probably out and,
Wait a minute.
Well,
Smell that?
smoke. Come on, Suki, get the other men up. This fire trap will burn like tinder in 2 minutes. Hurry.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. You guys, wake up. Come on, wake up. Listen, there's a fire.
Wait a minute. There's a fire, but we'll all get out of here if you'll keep your heads. Suki, open the door.
It's locked, Dan.
All right, everybody, we've got to break that door in. Then go to the washroom. 3 bars are loose, and then take your time getting out, and we'll all make it. All right, let's go. Now to the washroom. The other door's too heavy for us. Come on. We got out not too soon. The fire was eating that old trap as though it were a shoebox. Then...
Hey, Dan, look. They're getting away.
Don't let them. Hey, stop those men. Don't let them get to the car. Come on.
They got guns, the dirty rats.
They can't get away. Head them off at the garage. Head them off.
Dan, we got them.
Hold them, Suki. Okay. Now you're going to talk.
About what?
You'll see. Men. Listen, men. This fire was deliberately set to trap us, kill us. I'll tell you why later, but these are the men who did it. What'll we do with them?
Oh, wait a minute.
You want to talk?
Yeah, I'll only keep them away from me.
Suki, talk to the rest of the men. But it wasn't over. There was still one thing to be done. Rockland couldn't know things had gone wrong, so I set up a little surprise party for him. Suki and I went to him.
Yes, Dan, what are you doing here?
Having fun?
Why aren't you at work?
Let me move in on him, Dan. Let me get my
Hold it,
hands-
Suki. Rockland, it didn't work.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
It didn't work, I said. Everyone got out.
Fine. Got out of what?
The fire. And one of your men talked, Rockland. He talked plenty.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter because you bums won't live to talk about it.
Dan, look out.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, okay. But you can shoot straighter than that, Kling. Lots straighter.
My hand.
Yeah, I can shoot straighter. But this is one guy I want to save. See how he likes bars on windows.
Couldn't any of those men have escaped from that awful house?
Sure, Susie, sure. But when he did, he'd end up in an accident like Red.
Oh. What are you thinking about, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, nothing, Susie. I was just saying goodbye to a friend.
Huh? Oh, Silky. He wouldn't stay?
No, he wouldn't. Oh, and that reminds me. Make out a check to the Hope Rescue Mission.
Okay. For how much?
Let's see, 2 weeks, room and board. I think that's what I owe. Oh, and Susie, tack on enough for a melodeon, will you?
Uh-huh. Can I do it after lunch?
Sure. Say, what are we having?
Soup.
Huh? Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandbell with an original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Bank of America offers many checking plans. But no matter which you choose, you get one big advantage: convenience. The convenience of nearly twice as many branches statewide. Most have walk-up or drive-up windows where you can bank early and late, plus a monthly time saver statement that's simple and informative. Convenient checking. It's all part of the growing money convenience system at Bank of America.
I'm flying Delta from Los Angeles to Atlanta for $246.
And I'm flying with him for $49.
It's Delta's new pair fare. You pay the regular adult day or night tourist one-way fare to Atlanta.
And you can take along someone you like for a measly $49.
Get details from Delta or your travel agent. And next trip to Atlanta, take a friend
or your mother-in-law.
Or your mother-in-law.
Delta is ready when you are.
Could you tell me about these cucumbers?
I'm the meat manager here at Albertsons. Ask me about my tender, flavorsome meats.
All right, what about them?
Low prices. May I help you? I have low meat prices like you can't imagine.
So you just couldn't wait, huh?
Can you blame me? After all, with my low prices, you'll save so much on my meat that you can buy even more of my tomatoes.
Albertsons, come on in. We just can't wait to save you money.
Pardon me, but may I have one of those smokehouse almonds?
Sure.
Lovely party, isn't it?
Yes, especially these smokehouse almonds. That flavor is fantastic.
Well, you know what they say. One nibble is never enough.
Can't seem to get enough of them.
I see what you mean.
One nibble is never enough.
Blue Diamond Smokehouse Almonds in tins and foil packs everywhere.